Good morning. Welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day 2 of the Apex Test Series warm-up game. Cricket West Indies President's 11 taking on the England cricket team. And on day 1, Joe Root's England team won the toss and closed in 251 for 4. With Alex Lees top scoring with 65 from 214 deliveries. Zach Crawley 62 from 106. Joe Root 54 from 105, and the manners look so impressive so far. Dan Lawrence 46 from 74. The successful bowlers for Cricket West Indies President's 11 was Brian Charles with 3 for 88 and Sherman Lewis with 1 for 48. As I speak to you, the umpires are walking out, Gregory Bartlett and Nigel Duguid. But the good news is that it's a lovely sunny day here, and we want to say good morning to all the folks all over the world who've tuned into the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. I'm joined by the former Test player, former West Indies captain, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph from Antigua and Barbuda and the Leewards. Good morning, Sylvester.
Good morning, Springs. Good morning. Wonderful to be by your side so early in the morning again to have some lovely cricket. It's a lovely day again. Yesterday, I think that West Indies had a very long day in the field, but they got some reward in the end, and I think that they worked tirelessly and with a lot of purpose, and hopefully that this morning they can come again and get off to a good start. But I think the English will be happy with the performances of some of their main batters, getting a few hours in the middle, getting a few runs under their belt. Captain Joe Root and Dan Lawrence, he's looking good. He's looking good, Springs.
Yes, the England captain on a mission, and certainly came out, looked pumped, focused in terms of his role, in terms of what he wanted to look at. But Dan Lawrence is making a statement for the England number 4 spot position. Johnny Bairstow, who's been maybe short of runs, this will be a good opportunity for him. In terms of the West Indies, Cricket West Indies President's 11, I just hope that they have some more energy today, especially in the first hour, because the first hour is going to be critical. And they would have to pick up a number of very, very, very early wickets. And I want to see that fire from the West Indies President's 11. I just think that they just bowled too many balls yesterday, Sylvester. Wide of the off stump, got to attack the stumps a little bit more and, make the batters play.
Yes, indeed. And I think mainly the pitch yesterday, you flattened out pretty well for the batters, and the margin for error was very, very slim. In situation like that, you tend to bowl on one side, set the field on one side, and try to contain as much as possible. But hopefully this morning, I hope that they can get off to a good start, hit the areas, try to attack some more and get some early wickets. But if not, I think they will have another long day.
Yeah, and with the 3 left-arm seamers all bowling at round about the same pace in Reefer, McSween and Colin Archibald, you really maybe needed another firepower outside of Sherman Lewis. And it's good to see that Cricket West Indies have a lot of left-armers now coming forward. You got Obed McCoy, Sheldon Cotterwell. So I don't know if there's a new ploy, Sylvester. I don't know if you picked that up. Is that a new emergence of all these lefties coming through now?
Well, for a number of years, we wanted the variation. Many teams, international teams, even the A teams, from the different countries, especially Pakistan and India, they are blessed with a lot of left arm fast bowlers. I think they are different. Well, it's obvious that they're different, and they brings a different angle, a different perspective. But when you flood your team with most of them with the main, basically they are the main bowling trend in your team at the moment, and it's not the surprise anymore.
McSween with the first delivery of the morning and spot on target to Dan Lawrence, who comes quietly forward. Folks, if you're just tuned into Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua and Barbuda, we bring in the ball-by-ball cricket coverage right here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And also you can tune into Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. We got a couple of England Barney Army fans already in here. We have a gentleman who's singing a song here already. So it's going to be exciting times here today at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. McSween will be having other ideas. 251 for 4 England. Lawrence is 46, waits for a delivery and more or less squares him up, but he would say that he just left that alone. And Shane Darwish in his Barbados gold cap. All of the other players on the Cricket West Indies President's 11 dropping either the maroon, but Dorish has decided to go for the Barbados cap. He's the captain of the team, most senior player here in this squad after a 14-year break. Maxwell with the third delivery of the morning. None for 24, the England Barney fans therein. And here is Lawrence just turning this up to the leg side area, to the mid-on area. I was trying to see if our outside microphone could pick up the gentleman who is singing. He seems to be the encore for the Barney Army here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and he's singing loudly. 251 for 4 England, 90 overs bowled on the first day. We're into the morning's proceedings here. We have the England flag, Cricket West Indies, and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda receives a round of applause. Here is Don Lawrence getting a good length delivery and looking to just turn it into the short mid-wicket area. Shamal Springer darting in there wearing the number 52 for the Cricket West Indies President's 11. The score remains on 251 for 4. Wherever you're listening to us around the Caribbean, we want to just say good morning to you. The folks in Jamaica, Guyana, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Guyana. Folks in Nevis, St. Kitts, Anguilla, St. Martin, Canada. Carlos Strass would be locked on already. Here is Lawrence driving. He really didn't get out to the pitch of the ball close enough. It ricocheted off of Alex Atenez at second slip and went down to the vacant third man boundary where Lawrence picked up his first run for the morning. First run to England, 252 for 4. Good delivery there by Maxwell, Sylvester.
Yes, indeed. He started the overs pretty well. Beaten Dan Lawrence a few balls ago, and then he got the edge, but the ball didn't carry to the second slip. But the bounce is consistent. He's doing a bit with this pretty shine new ball. He's creating. He's creating a few errors there by the batsman, and for the benefit or the sake of his good bowling, maybe he can nick a few.
Here comes Maxwell. As in now from the CAUN into ball to Bairstow. Bairstow going hard at the ball. I'll say good day to John Maynard, who's listening to us in England. End of over number 91, the first of the day. England at 252 for 4. And Lawrence is 47, Bairstow is 4. Sylvester, I wanted to talk a little bit about even where Alex Atenez was at second slip. I thought a little bit deep. And when we look back in terms of the old-time days where you have had people like Richie Richardson and Carl Hooper, they used to be a lot more further up and was sharp and confident to know that, hey, listen, because every ball is really not going to come to you depending on the height. And I'm sure Cricket West Indies would have worked out on the first day that there's not much carry. So it means that you have to step up at least a couple of places and take that chance.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the first over and the ball is relatively new. So they want to get the pace of this morning. Normally when we start, this morning wasn't really overcast or anything. So I don't know how early they took off the covers. So maybe the first hour, may have a little moisture, overnight moisture, but that one never really did carry. And I understand what you're saying, but for the very first over, sometimes you, as a slip fielder, you need to pick up the pace and get your bearings again. Unfortunately, that for them that they were, I think, a tad too far back.
Second new ball taken very early this morning, and Sherman Lewis, who's bowled with some real pace yesterday, will start from the media center end to bowl to Lawrence. He's in now to bowl to Lawrence. Pitch up, that's a beauty. He didn't know anything about that. It was an inducker, and there was no feet movement. The hands more or less came, and good first up delivery from Lewis.
Yeah, I like the way Lewis started. He started so in the beginning yesterday. When he has a new ball, he bowls a lot fuller. Get the ball to swing in and out, and he has very good control with good pace. So I like that. I like the way that he uses the new ball. He give himself an opportunity, give his team, the opportunity to create chances, and that is very important, especially when you have a new ball in your hand.
Wearing the number 83, bowled a beautiful Yorker yesterday to dismiss the England captain Joe Root. It was a beauty. you'd want to find another one of that nature. This time he's bowling an outswinger. Want him to attack the stumps. You've got a brand new ball in your hand. Keep coming at that stumps. He's got a deadly Yorker. So in the England dressing room, they would know what happened yesterday with Joe Root. And that first delivery that he bowled to Lawrence, you know, everybody will be thinking like, hey, when is this going to come? It's like facing Sylvester when you face Walker Eunice. You have to be protecting your toes. You wanted a shield.
Indeed, there's a boomerang. There was a boomerang in Dockers, reverse swing Yorkers.
Henderson Springer, good morning. Lois is bang on target this time. You have a new ball. You got to bowl straight. You got to, make the new ball work for you. Got to attack the stumps. I hear people talking about line and length, Sylvester. I'm saying there's one objective. You look at the castle, and you try and see if you can go for it.
Well, when you were coaching, you always told us to protect the castle.
So you know what's happening. So as a bowler, and that's why you got to defend it. In fact, Sylvester is important now because we have so many of our batsmen getting bowled, especially to straight balls.
Well, I know nowadays when you get bowled, that is a shame. You feel
you have to pay the kitty, right?
Yeah. I mean, bowl down is, but too often, I'm agree with you. Too often now, I mean, it's game and we're gonna get bowled on sometime or the other. But in this time, day and age, too many of our batters are getting bowled. That should never be. The first thing you learn as a youngster is to defend the castle.
Gotta defend the castle, Sylvester. That's the first objective. Have to. And I don't think a lot of people really understand Sylvester. That's why the Greenwiches and the Richards and the Bradmans and them, that's why they were so great. Bairstow waits for Lois. He is quietly just playing this ball from under his eyes. No need for him. He's trying to have a look. Johnny Bairstow wants to maybe spend some time at the crease there. And I was saying, I was doing some maths the other day, Sylvester, on the analysis of the amount of batsmen that are bowled today, especially in the West Indies, and consistently just being bowled. It's not a matter, like you say, you get a beauty of a delivery. I mean, it's either you're playing down the wrong line, and one of the things, Sylvester, is their head positioning. They're moving way too early. So once your head moves, then you're out of the line of the ball. Lois. The ball to Bairstow, who is 4. He's not scored for the morning. That's good pace, good carry, good take here by Shane Dorish. And so over number 2 is completed for the morning. A single to a Lawrence Yorker from Lewis. And the Cricket West Indies President's 11. I just need to see that vigor. I need to hear that energy. I'm not hearing the chirping. 253 for 4.
Well, the bowlers are off to a good start. The bowlers, I think, bowling the right areas, asking a few questions, especially with that new ball. And the English batters are finding it a very difficult at start. And we all know that Johnny Bairstow, he's a player that you have to get out. If he gets sets, he's one that will play his shots. And Dan Lawrence also, he shows that he can play a few shots.
Back and across and defending nicely. I like the look of Lawrence. He uses the depth of the crease nicely. Age 24, made his debut against Sri Lanka last year. So he's got some cricket under his belt. And Ollie Pope, who was the preferred player in Australia, who struggled, he couldn't even find himself in this team here today. So it's a real good platform here for a man like Dan Lawrence, to get into this team, really get himself going. That one didn't come back, pitch outside the line of the leg stump, more or less, Sylvester. They were going up and then for a moment. But you can see him, Maxwell is playing with his mind right there, just getting that ball, to just angle back. If Maxwell can just get one to just duck back in, Lawrence could be in some trouble.
Yeah, I think he misread that one. The one came back a bit fraction, but it was a bit too high. He didn't offer the shot, but there was a stifle appeal. They reckoned that it was a bit too high, but Maxwell is really giving Dan Lawrence and Johnny Bairstow a lot to think about in his second over for the morning.
This time this one was going across Lawrence, but you just want it into that 4-meter corridor of uncertainty where he has to grope, he has to come for it. I was just a little fuller, just a little wider. McSween is into his 14th over. And I hope the Cricket West Indies President's 11, if they don't get early wickets, they can have a long day in the field. 253 for 4. There is a lovely shot delivery from McSween, pulled away into the square leg area for 450 to Dan Lawrence of 84 deliveries, 259 for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot.
That reminds me of Gordon Greenidge on one leg, with the knee up in the air.
He really didn't have any pace.
Brian Lara played similarly to that, but one he just lift it up over the boundary. Nice shot. The pitch seems like it's coming on a lot better this morning, Springs. Yesterday, for the early morning moisture, but so far the pitch, is drying out, and it seems like the ball is coming on a bit nicer to play some more shots.
If you're going to bowl a short ball, McSween, it has to be a good short ball. You can't bowl at that sort of pace and expect, on this track here, if you're going to put it down, you got to put it down. Some of the England players, along with their fitness coach, Ben Stokes and company, maybe going over or walking around, they found the ball, including Sherman Lewis, the acting coach for the England team, Paul Collingwood, said that they have had a long conversation with their batters. Lawrence, 54, waits for McSween, and he comes across nicely with a nice straight bat, looking up to mid-on. I like this young man, Sylvester. I like Dan Lawrence. Looks organized.
Yeah, he's producing. It's good that he get the opportunity, and he's really, stamping his claim. Going back to Ali Pope, I watched a few of his innings, and I think technically he looks good. He reminds me similar to Ian Bell. He attacking.
With so much ease, right?
Yeah, I was looking honestly for him to cement a place in the Test team.
He struggled in Australia when he scored 67 runs. Here is Dan Lawrence just turning this one. Lewis coming around nicely, but because he got to that ball so aggressively from fine leg, they had to dismiss the second run, but in the end they only got one. He goes up to 55, and the score goes to 260 for 4. 93 overs bowled. Bairstow is 4. Lawrence is 55, and McSween's 14 is now cost 32, with 2 maidens to complement that. Still to get into the wicket column, and that's always a bowler's dream.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think the way that McSween bowled, even from yesterday, coming into this morning, he deserves a wicket or two. He has the effort and the energy. I think McSween and Lewis are the two pick of the fast bowlers, the medium pace bowlers so far, from the effort, the energy, creating a few opportunities. Unfortunately, as I said, McSween he hasn't really got on the wicket column as yet.
Lewis bongs away from the media center and in now to bowl to Lawrence. Good pace, good carry. Sylvester, I really want us to, in the Caribbean, to really organize at least a good 14-20 crop of young fast bowlers and really maybe set up and have a school. And that may be something that Cricket West Indies will be looking at for the High Performance Center. You have the McSween and the Louise and the Lewis and company. I'm not talking about medium pacers, Sylvester. I'm talking about, the Odean Smiths and so, who's got some good gas. Waits away. As Lois in now to bowl to Lawrence. He's working up some pace here, Lois.
Yeah,
his rhythm, everything is right, and he's following through. He's hitting that deck consistently, and that's what you want as a fast bowler. Just want to see him attacking the stumps a little bit more. No line and length. When you come here, attack the stumps. You got a brand new ball in your hand. Keep going at that castle. That's what you got to do. He's got a good Yorker. Use it. 260 for 4. Lewis, 1 for 49. With 1 maiden to complement that. And he'd want to get some wickets here today. He's working up some speed. Oh, that's a beauty. That's what you want him to do. To be able to make sure that he continues to work down in that area. 260 for 4. Lewis will be looking to get early wickets here. They've got a brand new ball in their hand. And they'll be very disappointed that they took the new ball and didn't even get a wicket.
Well, I can say that they are, the lines and length that they are bowling, they are bowling aggressively and they are trying to create opportunities. It's not that they're bowling here and there and all over the place. I think they're bowling some pretty good areas.
Lewis in now to Lawrence. Bang on target. That's what I want to see. Keep attacking him. Keep coming at him. Nobody likes you coming at them. You're going to bowl balls where they're going to leave. They're going to be comfortable. You got a new ball. You never know what he's going to do. Keep attacking the stumps. 260 for 4. Quiet start here for England on day 2 of this Apex Test Series warm-up game. Something, Sylvester, which seems to have gone off the boil with international teams that are touring. Normally you look forward for a practice game. You players, whether it's Barbados, Leeward, Trinidad and Tobago, always look for that opportunity. Lawrence, bang on target. Now Lewis would have heard Coach Sylvester Joseph. He's attacking the stumps and making him play. Score remains on 260 for 4.
Yeah, myself and Marley Richards, we were talking about that yesterday, when even the local team like Antigua, I can remember that we played a few games against an Indian team, and so when those traveling teams now they come to the Caribbean, we have a President 11, a couple games in between, but you have so much T20 and lovely ball. Also the leagues these days, that deny players or it's probably thinking that they are overworking, but we need opportunities like these for the players that are on the verge, the young players, players that are trying to get their feet wet on the international circuit. So I'm really happy to see this opportunity, shows itself again.
17 overs for the big man, Mr. Lewis. 1 maiden, 49 runs, 1 wicket. To complement that, what an excellent job. The figures won't really show that, but he's bowled with heart. He's bowled like a lion. That's more or less what I'm very much impressed about. 260 for 4. England in their Apex warm-up game. 94 overs bowled and some 4 overs being bowled for the morning. West Indies looking for early wickets. Bairstow is on a long 4, you would say. His overnight score. Still yet to score. And he gets another dot ball, bang on target. And all he has to do is just defend.
Well, to be honest, he hasn't really had much of the strike. Dan Lawrence, for the morning, he faces a lot of the strike this morning. So Johnny's on the other end watching to see he picking up the line, the length, the pace, and watching. Sometimes it's good to be at the non-striker end.
I was just about to tell you that, Sylvester. You know that more than anybody else. You only need to ask Sonny Gavaskar. You check his book and he will tell you why. Bairstow looking for a single, so Nord had to scurry back because McSween came in aggressively there at short mid-wicket area to deny that single. The field from mid-on came forward. Cut that off.
You see, they have a change here in the field in terms of a deep backward square against Johnny Bairstow. I don't know if McSween is going to try a few short ones.
I don't think he has.
No, he's bluffing. He's bluffing. We saw the bluff yesterday. Is he bluffing?
He can't bluff. He's got a new ball.
Oh, he's not bluffing.
Just as Sylvester said, he tried one.
Yeah.
If he's going to bowl a short ball, bowl a proper short ball.
Yeah, that was a proper one. I think he struck him in the shoulder.
That's what we're talking about, Sylvester.
Yeah, man, we don't bluff here. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it.
The batsman out for England. Alex Lees bowled Brian Charles for 65. Zach Crawley bowled Brian Charles for 62. And Joe Root, he was also bowled by a beautiful Yorker from Sherman Lewis for 54. And Ben Stokes brilliantly caught by Alex Atenes of Brian Charles for 11. Lawrence is on 55. He just got a short ball, but his Bairstow in strike. And he gets his first one for the morning as he just turns it out to the square leg fielder who is deep. And it is Shamar Springer. You see, if I'm going to bluff, then my thing would be to just bring Springer 3/4 of the way. Because I don't know if he's got the pace that will carry to Bairstow. If Bairstow gets hold of that, that's gone based on his pace. But Maxwell maybe got other ideas up there. Maybe he's got some gas that we don't know about. Bairstow scores his first run for the morning. He goes to 5, to 61 for 4. This over so far. We've only just had a single. These two batters just more or less one boundary so far. Boundary to bring up Lawrence's 50. And he just works this one into the leg side area. And the big man himself, Colin Archibald from Nevis and the Leeward Islands. Oh, he has made some strides, Sylvester. Natural athlete, represented St. Kitts and Nevis at the Carifta Games in javelin. And
Yeah, he's also.
yeah,
I never knew that.
yeah, very good athlete. Studied in Jamaica, physical education.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, so he's natural athlete, beautiful. Out of the Brownhill area, Pompey Boy, Clifford Bumble Walwyn, so many greats. King Astro, come out of that area. An amazing village. Maxwell in out to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow looking to fight fire with fire. He wants to go hard. He wants to get away. But the West Indies bowlers have been able to contain him here this morning. Over number 5 for the day has been completed. England at 262 for 4. Lawrence 56. Bairstow is 5. And Maxwell's 15 overs so far with 2 maidens has cost him 34 runs.
Yeah, and I like the field placement. I think that Maxwell can be a little bit more aggressive, because you see now that he put in the deep backward square and bowl aggressive short ball to Johnny Bairstow. Now this one, the next ball, he tries to play a pull shot, which was the ball wasn't that short. That was not an intended short ball. It was a length going away, and you can see that Bairstow is thinking about that short one.
Well, he maybe thought he was on the bowling machine. But he has to understand that was a human bowling that one, and not the bowling machine.
So it's not automatic.
It's not automatic. Here's Lawrence just working this one into the square leg area. He'll get a couple of runs here quite easily, and he just conserves his energy, has a slight jog. And just for a moment, Shane Mosley chasing there. He's under a bit of pressure, because he would want to get some runs in this game to remind the selectors that he's still in their minds, and the mere idea that they're still considering him means that there's a talk that he could be still part of the West Indies cricket. There's some pundits who feel that a couple of the youngsters from the West Indies under 19 should have been given an opportunity. I'll come back to that. Lois comes in out to bowl to Lawrence, good outswinger, left that alone. Sylvester, I don't know how you feel, but I thought that Hayden Watts Jr. should have been playing in this game.
Well, it's something to think about in terms of a leg spinner.
I'm saying if West Indies are not investing in and when I say investing, I'm not talking about T20 and 50 over cricket. I'm saying whether it's Imran Khan, Hayden Walsh, whoever, West Indies has to invest in a wrist spinner. Whether we like it or not, I'll get your thoughts on it, Sylvester. Back of the length delivery, hitting the back rail hard here is Lewis.
Well, the thing is, sometimes you have to wonder if some of these white ball players are interested in playing the red ball format. You know, if these guys are interested, well, I think that they should be given an opportunity, also, you know, to play like in the first class tournament, to make themselves available if they are available. You know, he was on tour basically with the white ball West Indies team, so you know, in terms of Hayden Walsh. But I can understand your mindset in terms of getting a wrist spinner. But they are investing in the left arm spinner before we normally have the off spinner. But it's either the left arm spinner or a leg spinner. If you have a quality leg spinner that can get the ball to bounce and turn and, you know, be consistent and create opportunities, I have no doubt about that. We need one.
You know, the thing about the left-arm spinners, Sylvester, we have a situation where we started first with Carrie Pear, a break for like a while, 264 for 4, Lawrence is 58, Lois interball to Lawrence and bang on target again, he's got to defend that. I was saying that we started with Carrie Pear, and Carrie Pear has gone off the boil. So Hussein is now the big man. Then we had Fabian Allen. And if we looked at that series before Sylvester, you realize that I just thought that Fabian Allen almost was just like a fielder. In the consistency, because you had Hussein and Fabian Allen, but you had Hussein bowling more overs than Fabian Allen. And I'm saying Fabian Allen is a proper cricketer. He's a batter. And I think he's now been turned into a slugger rather than a cricketer. And he's like a finisher. And he's a much better player than that. Here is Lance driving down the ground 4 runs. That's a lovely on drive. That's a proper cricket shot by the young man. Beautifully pitched up. And he just eased into it. And the on drive is almost the hardest shot to play. He goes up to 62. And that's a lovely shot as we look back at the replay there. Good head positioning and lovely shot. Sylvester would love that as a player. Lewis, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 51. And he would know that margin for this level, you can't bowl that type of delivery, is going to be put away.
Indeed, he put away in tremendous fashion. Any batsman that can play a shot like that, Springs, and drive, he's a proper batsman. Anytime you see any batsman driving a ball in that fashion, in any form of cricket, that batsman has either good potential or he's a proper batsman. And drive is one of the hardest shot to play in any cricket. So he's a lovely shot. To me, the England batters, they seems like they are batting more on middle and off stump. So if you notice that they leave the ball very, very well. When the ball is outside of their eye line, they leave the ball very, very well. And when you come straight, they're pretty much in line of the ball and the head already, in line. So they have the freedom of playing the ball maybe from mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, mid-wicket. And, the back, even the back foot punch. They play the ball and punch the ball in front of square. Normally, on the offside and on the onside, normally what I see with our young batters, let me break for a while, with our young batters, even some of our experienced batters, they tend to play the ball too much behind, with an
which means that your head moves.
Yeah, behind, yeah. So if you watch the English batters, they are in control of playing the ball in front. I always like, and that's how I try to coach now, to let them play the ball in front.
Which is up the V.
Up the V, yeah. When
you
pick the ball up early, then you can, play different shots. But your setup is going to be very important. You have to get in line. You get your head in line with the ball.
Johnny Bairstow, space 1 so far for Maxwell. Dot ball. He's 5. A quiet 5 so far from 31 deliveries. He needs some runs. He could be under pressure. Again, no feet movement. But the thing about Johnny Bairstow is that he's batting off of his Chris Sylvester. And what has actually been happening is that McSween has not been able to give him anything where he can be able to get to free his hands. And so he's having a challenge. And I think he's just looking at Preston McSween ambling up and saying, oh, he has no pace. But McSween is really hitting the deck. And Johnny Bairstow is having a torrid time here. And I think one of the things which worry Johnny Bairstow, if you check his stance, Sylvester, he's more upright. He's not flexed in his legs. He's straight up. And he just had the head there, and he's just looking for that. See, he's looking for power. And McSween is really bothering him. There's a little tinge of green also on the track here. And every now and again, McSween finds one of those spots there. And Johnny Bairstow is just a little bit concerned, a little worried.
Well, the thing is with Johnny Bairstow, for me, I watched him over the years, and I think he's one of a key player for England. And sometimes a different management, different coach who comes in, and they never really have him settled. When you look at him throughout his career, he always produces. He have a few lean patches in between, but I think he's very versatile. He always look to score. One of the most positive player that I think that they have, and I don't think that they use him effective enough, because as you can see, if he's there, he's going to look for score. Either you create an opportunity if you're bowling well, but Johnny Bairstow, he's going to look to score, and you have to get him out.
He's under a little bit of pressure here, 5 from 34. He's only scored 1 run this morning, but it's a sort of situation where you have to maneuver situations like these. And big players normally step up on big days. Johnny Bairstow has done that in the past for England. 268 for 4. He's
many times.
And waits for McSween, who comes in now to bowl to him. Short delivery, and he's back and just help that around. to Shamar Springer. That's what I was talking about, Sylvester. No pace there. That really didn't get up. Even though he hammered it, he just sat up there and he was able to just roll the wrist around on that. Picked up his 6th run.
And they're having a chirp. He's having a chirp with the bowler.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he's an aggressive.
That other individual.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's like a bull. He's like a David Boone.
Yeah.
You know, big, strong guy that comes out and Lance Klusner type player. He's like a boxer. He wants to take you on.
He doesn't back down.
No, he's not going to back down at all.
That personality, I think, the English team it needs. You know, Johnny. Certain situation that they in, I know that Johnny will stand up and fight, and I don't know the mindset of the English management in terms of what Johnny, because Johnny's always there.
Always there. McSween around the wicket now to bow to Lawrence, and Lawrence stands up straight and just stares that out to backward point and can't score. End of another over, 7 overs bowled for the morning. And England at 269 for 4. Brand new ball taken by the West Indies. And Shane Darwish has called up his next left-arm seamer. I think he might maybe ask Colin Archibald to have a bowl. No, he's not thinking about that yet. He's having a conversation with Shamar Springer. Lewis says he wants one more. No, he's pulled Lewis out of the attack. So McSween, 16 overs, 35 runs have come off of him so far. 76 dot balls. Sherman Lewis, 18 overs, 88 dot balls, 55 runs, 1 wicket. Colin Archibald, 10 overs, 48 dot balls, 31 runs. Brian Charles, 30 overs, 137 dot balls, 88 runs, 3 wickets. Raymond Reefer, 15 overs, 73 dot balls, 30 runs come off him. Shamar Springer, 7, 29 dot balls, 24 runs. And Alex Atton is the 1 over with 3 dot balls, 5 runs, no wicket. Extras 9. The fall of wickets is something that will need to be updated. 269 for 4. And Shamar Springer will get his first bowl for the Cricket West Indies President's 11 here this morning. And he'll bowl number 8 for Cricket West Indies. He bongs away from the media centre end. Short ball, and Johnny Bairstow is on top of it. Just roll the wrist over. Springer's with him, not right here at all. There's something just off of him. I don't know if he's not comfortable with this end, but his rhythm just does not look right. He's a rhythm bowler, and I've seen him even this year against the Leeward Islands, and he sort of looked a different bowler, but that was at Kensington Oval. This is a Coolidge now. Nigel Duguid, umpire, waving to someone. Oh, you have the ICC official there who is just gliding across. He had to get onto his bike. Here is Lawrence back and punching one out to Jeremiah Louis, who is on the field. 270 for 4.
How you like the hairstyle of Shamar Springer? Your family?
Yeah.
Vernon Springer, Shamar Springer? You have dual citizenship. Are you a part of the Barbados citizenship?
Springer away in 50. Mally Richards is having a go at me. I thought he was my friend. Sneaked into the outside. Lawrence picking up an easy single. He goes up to 63. You know, I think we're going to have a competition with the hairstyles. Because I remember a couple of years ago, Louis had one. They're just coming fantastic now. Yeah. I think Cricket West Indies need to come up with a competition for this one. Yeah. You know, we thought only the ladies had hairstyles, but the men now are seeming to come up with something. When we check our good friend Raymond Reefer, I think he's going to have the longest beard.
So it's beard and hairstyle?
Beard and hairstyle now.
Oh, my God.
Springer starts from the media centre end. It's going to bowl to Bairstow. Gets a wide delivery. He's thinking about it, and he's rehearsing that. Hey, if that was in my arc, I would have hit that inside out over cover for 6. Springer say, not today.
Johnny wants to get on.
Yeah, he wants to get moving. He certainly wants to. Cricket West Indies President's 11 still attacking. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, a short mid-off, and a fielder down on the final leg boundary. They're looking for early wickets. The first slip sort of looks like a wide to me, Sylvester. Talk to me about that. Here's Bairstow back and flashing that, but can't beat the fielder at backward point was pretty deep. And so the score remains on 271 for 4. Bairstow is 7. And Dan Lawrence picked up his 50 this morning. He's 63. Coming into the hot seat soon will be Marley Richards. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. We're at the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The last time that England played here was for the Stanford 2020, where they lost 20 million. That was like a long time ago. Brought back some fond memories. Over-completed by Shamar Springer. The 8th over for the morning. 98 overs bowl. England 271 for 4. Lawrence is 63. Bairstow is 7. The current run rate is 2.77. More comments from you, Sylvester, and then we'll have the voice of Marley Richards.
Yeah, good start here by the West Indies President's 11. The bowlers this morning, they're bowling in the right areas. They're looking to pick a few wickets, but the England batters, they're beginning to get into their strides. We know I'm seeing yesterday with Dan Lawrence, and now this morning he looks even positive. And Johnny, the great Johnny Bairstow, want to get along with it. But the West Indies players, they just have to keep hitting those good areas and look for the opportunities and take the opportunities. I want to say good morning to my good friend Devon Smith, who is watching us and listening to us down at, I wonder where he is, Grenada or Dominica?
Grenada.
You sure?
Yeah.
He has his wife. He's from,
that's where the franchise is based.
Oh,
I don't know if they have a break now, but that's where the franchise is based.
Because if he has a break, he has to go and look up his darling, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Squeeze onto the outside. There, Dan Lawrence. He goes up to 65, 273 for 4. Say good morning to Henderson Springer and Adrian Donovan in Barbados. I know Basil Morgan is also listening. The Emerald Isle, Montserrat, the home of the late, great, hot Arrow. Here is Lawrence driving beautifully on the offside. Can't score. And the score remains in 273 for 4 as I welcome Marley Richards.
Good morning, Springs. Good morning to the listeners. Just like Sylvester was saying, a good start here from the CWI President's 11 fast bowlers, Lewis and McSween, both showing good energy. Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis have been, I would say, the most impressive of the fast bowlers here on show for this President's 11 team for the last 2 days.
Beautiful shot by Lawrence. And he's got a repertoire of shots. And he just punched that into the gap past Louis, down to the boundary for 4. And Lawrence, I think, he's moving into another gear now. He's deciding that, he's been there for a long time. He's faced some 105 balls. But I like the look of Dan Lawrence, Mali. I did tell you that yesterday.
Yeah, very aggressive player, proactive in nature, and we're seeing a lot of those strokes come out. He's very wristy in his play, supper wrist, maneuvers the ball, and on that occasion there, the ball wasn't quite there for the drive, but hit it on the up over that extra cover fielder.
McSweeney now to bowl to Lawrence driving beautifully. In the meantime, Shane Darwish has pulled out the second slip and put him, Solanzo, right into the short extra cover area, catching, and that was hit crisply to him. It's a lovely sound of the bat. Mali, you're a batter, you're a record holder for the Leeward Islands. When you get a good bat, you get a good bat.
You do.
And so far, Dan Lawrence just keeps cherishing. He keeps looking at this and saying, this is going to be my day.
Yeah, and Zach Crawley as well, that his bat was making a particular sound. It was just slightly different to everyone else. Just tells you how cleanly some of these guys hit the ball and just how good the equipment is actually today.
Bang on target again is McSween, but they sneak a single. And Louis can't stop the single. Nice soft hands, just played it up to mid-off.
How easy, though, has it seemed? Like Dan Lawrence has scored this 70 of 107 balls. Strike rate roughly 65, 68, something like that. He's gone about his innings with pretty much no fuss, hasn't he? And the odd occasion, it's something that's plagued him, the odd loss of concentration. But generally, he's taken like a duck to water to these conditions, hasn't he?
He's looked good. He's 70 from 107 deliveries. He's a non-striker now. And Johnny Bairstow, who's only been able to score 3 singles this morning, has struggled with 7 from 39.
He has.
Maxwell is going to move in now from the CIUN to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow gets 1. Ooh. He's worrying him. Look at tinge of green on the track there. You could see it. It's almost like a mindset game. Over-completed. And Maxwell has bowled with no luck so far. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 42 runs, no wicket. And the West Indies, I just need to hear a little bit more chirping. I'm not hearing the chirping.
Yeah, and you're right. He's struggled in particular to Preston Maxwell, hasn't he, Johnny Bairstow? He got hit on the head. With quite a quick bounce. I was at square leg at the time and it caught him by surprise, just lunging on that front foot a little bit too early. And since then he's just struggled, but he tends to at times, struggle to that ball just coming back to him just a little late. He gets bowled through the gate at times and also plays onto his stumps. So Maxwell just in the right areas there and just causing Johnny a little bit of confusion in terms of what to play and what not to play.
I don't know, just to get your thought process, Mally. Did the Cricket West Indies Presidents 11 miss a trick by not maybe playing another spinner today? I'll get that back to you in a while. Here is Springer with a wide delivery. Swidham certainly not looking right at all.
He's looking like he's a swing bowler, to be honest, more than anything. And I know he does get the ball to shape, but that action, it just looks like he's putting the ball there and he's looking for some outswing shape, but it's not the bowler that I know. I think he's more of a hit the deck kind of bowler. He's tall, strong, and I think he's got a bit of work to do in terms of his bowling from what I've seen from him in the past.
279 for 4. He's in out to both the Bairstow. Short delivery and Bairstow back and steering that down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. A wide delivery by Shamar Springer, and he's got to do better than this. He's offline.
Yeah, no real control actually since yesterday. You see him going for 31 runs off his 8 overs thus far, 8.2 overs thus far, but he hasn't provided that control that Captain Dorwich would have been looking for. Springs just providing a few too many scoring opportunities for the English batters.
It's pretty expensive, not for 31. Again,
There
he
we
bowls
go
a short
again,
ball.
wide.
And you can't set a field for that because Dorish now had to put a sweeper out there. And this is all just the 10th over with a new ball. And you really don't want to be putting a sweeper. You want to be getting wickets.
And why, especially with Johnny Bairstow on strike. Just before that, he was on 8 off the 41 deliveries or 40 deliveries. And to be relieving that pressure by bowling short and wide outside that off stump. And to have a deep point on the boundary to Johnny Bairstow seems counterproductive at this stage.
Here is Lawrence just pulling another short delivery into the mid-wicket area for 4. Springer has eased the pressure up really considerably. His bowling is certainly off.
Yeah, it just seems like he's not quite sure what he's trying to do as we see Captain Dorwich running down to have a word with him. It just doesn't, the objective just doesn't seem particularly clear from our vantage point. What exactly is Shamar Springer trying to do here? How is he trying to get Dan Lawrence or Johnny Bairstow out? It just seems like he's just running in and just bowling the deliveries, just letting it go out of his hands without much thought going into it.
Well, I don't like this change because I don't know what Springer said to Dorish, but the slip is gone, and I'm saying that Springer needs to come and put the ball into the right areas.
I think so too.
Yeah, there's no slip. You can't have a new ball and you don't have any slip. So if anything nicked off here by Lawrence, it's going to go down into an area. Don't like this at all. Springer comes in to bowl to Lawrence, into bowl to the short delivery. And
that's a half chance.
Half chance there, down to the boundary for 4. And that's what happens when you're just reacting rather than being patient. You have to be patient in cricket. Another boundary to Lawrence. He goes to 79. And so far, 3 boundaries have been hit off Springer's over. So far, 14 runs in this over.
Yeah, very inconsistent in his line. And length as well. Just pulling them down slightly too short. The field isn't set accordingly, and Shamar Springer just leaking runs here after a pretty good job from Sherman Lewis and Preston Maxwell early up.
Well, Louis now goes to third man, and you have a deep backward point. I am just more or less confused with this field setting here. 15 runs off Springer's over, none for 41 off 9. And I don't think Shamar Springer will see the ball for the rest of the day. England 293 for 4, 100 overs up.
I'm just looking at his approach to the crease as well. It just seems like he's cut that run. From what I remember of him, it seems like that run has been cut down, Springs. It doesn't seem like he's gathering the required momentum for a bowler.
I also feel to Mali that he's bowling from the wrong end.
I mean, that it could be that too. But I mean, what's not going to change is that it looks like his run is too short. It seems like he's made some adjustments to his in his bowling approach that just seem a little counterproductive, considering the kind of bowler that potentially we know he can be.
And talent. Lawrence, 80 from 111 deliveries, best of 12 from 42. The current run rate 2.93. Springer has been expensive. 15 runs off that last over, not for 41 from 9 overs. 293 for 4. Messages come out to Shane Darvish. I think he's just more or less, he's confused. And at this level, at this level, you could look at his body language. You know,
the arms flailing slightly.
Gotta be careful. I think even having him as captain of this team, I thought, you know, when you looked at who was the last West Indies A team captain, you know, to just throw him into the mix. He's just coming back from that break, 14 months break. I would have just allowed him to just come as a normal player, as a wicketkeeper, and then enjoy himself. But to entrust the role of having him as captain.
Who was the A-team captain, actually?
The last captain before, I think, would have been Jamal Hamilton, if my memory serves me right.
Okay. Right.
So we've had some different captains. The West Indies, that's an area that I think that they're going to continue to still look to improve on.
I think Hammy would be one of the first to say as well that he could easily have been here.
Well, we have a situation here, Mali, where Jeremiah Louis is going to have a bowl. So this is impressive. In fact, for a moment, umpire Gregory Brathwaite was asking him to remove his sleeve, and Dan Lawrence came down and said, "Don't bother, it's okay." So Louis will bowl with his sleeves. Bang on target.
I'm not sure why the sleeves are a problem.
Well, maybe to the umpire.
This isn't white ball cricket.
Yeah, that's true. 293 for 4. Louis gets a bowl here, and so he gets an opportunity to showcase his talent.
Yeah,
it's his first bowl,
which is good to see. You know, yet another player with the opportunity to stake a claim.
Here is Louis going past the bat of Lawrence. That has not happened frequently this morning.
Not often. He's played the odd false stroke. I can think of one where he got a little inside edge going down to fine leg, but generally he's been in control, Dan Lawrence, and it's his positivity that's been the main standout of his play, the standout aspect of his play.
What I like about him, Mali, is he looks like a model of a Michael Atherton. Just the way he glides across the crease and gets in line. You could see him concentrating deeply. Louis comes in out the bowl to Lawrence, and Lawrence defends nicely.
Right. I see what you're saying. The way he picks his bat up. And stuff like that. It's almost a hybrid version, you know, far more proactive in terms of scoring rate and putting pressure. Applying pressure back onto the bowlers, you know, he's not scared to move around the crease, create room. Like I said earlier, maneuver balls into gaps using his wrists. He's quite a wristy player, something you don't necessarily see generally from English players. It's the wristy nature, but he's almost subcontinent-like in his wristy play, which is you know, aided in his development.
Very composer like Lawrence just picks up the line there. That one didn't carry through to Shane Darvish. Died very early.
Rolled through to Shane Darvish. Good take, actually. I heard that thud, poof, into his pad. The wicketkeeper Dorridge. But just to go back to Dorridge, and even Hamilton, I think Hamilton would probably be one of the first to say that he hasn't scored the runs.
He's the best keeper in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but he hasn't.
He's just not. He's just not batting.
He hasn't scored the runs in comparison to just a couple other keepers.
And when you look at the ability of a Jamal Hamilton, at one point in time, Jamal Hamilton could have got into a West Indies team as a batter. Based on his ability. I thought he was one of the players who I feel gets out bowled too often. He's got all the shots. Jamal Hamilton has got all the shots.
I think sometimes we also misdiagnose these players. I think a lot of the time, I think Hammy generally as well his game is very well suited to the white ball game, and he hasn't had many white ball opportunities at all.
Certainly. Louis comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is back and just spanking this out to protection. They've got a sweep out there very early. Casey Carty was on the field today. Say good morning to the folks in St. Martin. And another over is completed. 11 overs bowled so far for the morning. Lawrence goes to 81. Johnny Bairstow is 12. And in a way, England just coasting along. They would have set their targets. They know they want to be able to give their bowlers a good proper run out if they get anywhere close to over 400 and to get an opportunity to back a second time again for some of those batters who would have missed out, the Ben Stokes and company.
And I think also, Springs, the English batters would have realized where the main threat would come from this CWI President's 11. No Brian Charles in the attack today. We've seen Sherman Lewis and Preston McSween, the two best fast bowlers, I'd say, on show. I said last 2 days earlier. I meant really the last day. Yesterday and for the morning session that they bowled today. They've been very good. Sherman Lewis in particular, but Preston McSween not far behind, Seems to be really fit, both of them. Look to be fighting fit and running in, and their intensity generally stays the same throughout the day. That's also something to keep an eye on. It's very easy to start the day bowling your quickest, but how is it going to go? Third session of the day, older ball, can you still manage to keep your pace up?
Bowling change. Colin Archibald from Nevis in the Leeward Islands comes into the attack, and his first delivery is steered out to Shamar Springer, who's over course 15. We are maybe a couple of minutes away from, maybe at least 6 minutes away from the first hour. And this young athlete from Brownhill in Nevis, Colin Archibald, played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. Got a bright future ahead of him. Also played some T20 cricket in the United States of America last season. He'll be looking to... He's also a decent batter, Mali. Scored a 60-yard against Jamaica in St. Kitts, 2019. Pitched up delivery right there. I just had a little moment of doing something. You could see it right there. Archibald. Before this, 10 overs, 1 maiden.
And that's what he's going to have to work on, Springs. When he does that, he goes that little bit fuller. He still has to have that aggression. He still has to be looking to hit that full length pretty hard. Just at times, just a little floaty. Just a little bit. But he's very, this is his 6th first class game?
Yeah.
Young into his career. Very green.
This will be an eye-opener. Impress everyone in Barbados. Again, pitched up right there. Big effort there from the fielder. Is it Mosley?
Yeah.
No, it's Louis.
What he has done, though, is Colin Archibald, he's shown that ability to take wickets. Generally, you check the scorecards. He's always pretty much in the wicket column when selected. He's chipping in with his 2, his 3 wickets, and along with Alzari Joseph and Raheem Cornwall, we're just seeing the nucleus possibly of a pretty decent Leeward Islands bowling attack.
Pitched up again, and Johnny Bairstow really struggling. He's not been able to. And once you bowl it between wicket and wicket, he's going to struggle. struggling in a very big way. Just to let you know that if you're in Antigua and Barbuda, the tickets office are open, so get your tickets. Come up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The tickets are as low as $20 or 54 EC dollars. Get your tickets. Don't say, I didn't hear. Get your tickets. Good one, good leave. Much better line there. So he's working up some pace. And in fact, his rhythm looks completely different to when we saw him yesterday bowling from this end.
Yeah, he seemed yesterday to just struggle slightly coming
from this
up.
end.
Yeah, it's, you know, from the Coolidge, from the airport end actually, struggled slightly just going up the incline.
CIUN?
Yeah. The airport end, pretty. His rhythm seems to be a lot better today, like you say.
Oh, that was doing something there. This ball is talking here. So good first up over here from Colin Archibald. Much better rhythm. You know, like I said, he's a natural athlete and somebody that you want to see what to think about. 102 overs bowled, 12 overs bowled for the morning. England at 295 for 4. Lawrence 82. Bairstow is 12 and Archibald 11 has cost him 32 runs with one maiden to complement that.
Yeah, not a bad start for young Colin Archibald here today. Two very good batters at the crease. One struggling slightly, Dan Lawrence, in pretty much complete control of what he's doing right now. Just making it look pretty easy, you know. Just waiting for the balls in his area. Even at times when they're not quite in his area, still having that positivity to go through with his stroke, and the off drive over extra cover comes to mind on the up, not quite there, but just through the hands at it, and just showing what a good player he is, staking a claim for that number 4 position.
44 runs. Sorry, Mally. No. 44 runs scored so far by England for the morning session. Most of the scoring has been done by Dan Lawrence. Overnight, he was not out on 46 from 73 balls, 79 minutes at the crease. And he's now gone on to score 82, including half century this game, 119. And he's booming in confidence and now thinking that it's time to really put the pressure back on the CWI President's 11 team here. But Jeremiah Louis would have other ideas.
And it hasn't seemed like he's really got out of first gear, to be honest.
It's just been a stroll in the park. Easy on the eyes. Here's him steering this one out to the white third man fielder. Casey Carty comes off the boundary very, very, very quickly. And for a moment, Johnny Bairstow was not interested. Dan Lawrence was, but Bairstow feels like he just needs to find his rhythm to be able to fire. And the West Indies bowling attack outside of Springer's bowling to him, Johnny Bairstow has not been able to really
get away.
Yeah. They've put a tight rein on him.
And he's a guy that likes to be proactive as well, likes to be positive, loves to feel the ball on the bat.
Back and punching that again.
That was pretty sloppy.
And then they get an easy single there. Brian Charles giving up a single. And they get 2 runs quite easily in the end. 298 for 4.
Charles got to do better on that one. Just trickled to him almost, you know, and that shouldn't be beating a fielder at this level at all.
298 for 4. 83 to Lawrence. Bairstow is 14. Here comes Jeremiah Louis. Comes in out the bowl to Bairstow. That one, a little out swinger. He picked up the line and no need for him to follow that one.
Just a little bit of shape here for both Louis and Archibald. Just a little shape, but not quite getting the ball in the right area. Maybe swinging from a little too wide, starting it a little too wide, Jeremiah. And the batter not interested. Starting wide and going wider away. Collected by Dowrich behind the stumps.
Louis from St. Kitts. Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Good carry. So we have Louis and Archibald in action here. And I want to tell you a little story, Mali. I remember the Ministry of Sports under head coach Stuart Williams, Robert Pemberton, and a couple of coaches, we took a invitational St. Kitts and Nevis team to Barbados. And now that I look at the formation
What
here to
age
see
group?
Louis was under 13.
Okay.
Now that you look and you see Archibald, in fact, Colin Archibald was on that trip, and so too was Louis, and so many other players. We had players from Dominica and also from Bermuda, combined with St. Kitts and Nevis and Anguilla, who participated. And Adrian Donovan was reminding me of that tournament. So it's good now to see, Louis and combination. Samar Springer also was part of that team for the Barbados team. The first hour has come up. And England at 298 for 4. Lawrence is 83. Bairstow is 14. And just before I take a little break here and take an altitude break, let me just give you some analysis of some bowling figures here so far for the CWI President's 11. And just to let you know that Preston McSween, some 15 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs, no wicket. Sherman Lois, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 49 runs, 1 wicket. And we have a situation here where Colin Archibald has bowled 11 overs, some 32 runs, no wickets. Raymond Reefer, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. We haven't seen him yet. We haven't seen a Brian Charles, who overnight would have bowled 30 overs, 7 maidens, 88 runs, 3 wickets. And Springer was expensive. He bowled some 9 overs, not for 41. He was expensive. 15 runs came off of his last over. But England, in the meantime, they have motored on in a very, 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 very big way. Dan Lawrence is certainly making a statement and looking to develop and take his game to a different level. So at the break, England are large and in control, 288 for 4. The West Indies women's team, they start their game on the 3rd of March. And so we wish the West Indies team all the best, and you can support the West Indies team in a very big way as we get ourselves organized. I'll take an altitude break, and then right after the break, we'll hear the voice of Denmore Roberts, the mayor from Liberta, will be here getting himself organized, and he'll be alongside Molly Richards. More comments from me and Molly as I get out and get a walk around.
Yeah, you were just mentioning the grassroots cricket program, that under 13s trip. And how many players here on show today would have been in that under 13 squad? And it just shows you the importance of grassroots cricket, and the youth are the lifeblood of any particular sport, and we need to be trying to attract even more youth into the game of cricket, as it can only positively impact Cricket West Indies on a whole.
Do you think, Raleigh, and good morning to all of our listeners, do you think that the youth tournaments need to come back as we knew them before?
100%, they definitely need to, because what we're seeing at this point in time is we're just leaving it up to coaches to just identify talent. We're not actually giving players the opportunity to pick themselves to perform.
One young player said to me very recently, Mali, that he's tired of practicing.
Yeah.
And he wants to actually play some games. How do we do that in this economic condition and with all of COVID and so on? Do you have any ideas as to how we could get the youth tournaments up and running?
Well, I think the model has already been set. We've seen the amount of cricket that's being played. I think what's going to happen is that the administrators are going to have to be a bit more creative in terms of where these tournaments are being hosted, how these players are going to be housed, and the length of the tournaments.
And my question is, does the fact that West Indies Cricket Board now own this facility here, should that work in their favor in 100%. Terms of trying to have youth tournaments?
100%. Even here in Antigua, yes, they own this facility, but we've got Saviv, we've got Barbeef, we've got Pickett, we've got Mac Pond, we've got quite a few grounds, police grounds as well.
Quite a few.
What, 5, 6, 7 grounds?
Yes.
Where these games could be played. So I think Antigua, we should be looking to really host these tournaments here. And give these kids an opportunity, because I think we just lose a few of them as well, when we just leave it up to coaches to just
I have a novel idea. I think that we could utilize a lot more of the interior designers or those people that know about allocating space and so on, and especially these buildings that we have surrounding this facility, that the ones that West Indies Cricket Board own, we could repurpose them at
And
least
how-
for the
yeah,
time being.
use them for the right
to
reasons.
use as probably the residences, save us some
100%,
money,
100%.
and still look to have the tournament. So I feel that there is a way. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue after the refreshment break. 298 for 4. We've had 103 overs bowled so far in the England innings, and no wicket yet for the morning. Dan Lawrence has progressed on to 83. Bairstow has struggled somewhat. He's on 14.
A bit unlike Johnny.
But you tend to feel that somebody like a Johnny Bairstow, once he's at the crease, at
He's
some
one
point,
shot away.
At some point, the confidence is going to come. He's going to get something that opens his eye, that causes him to, play one of those expansive strokes, and then probably, get out of the rut that he's finding himself in at the moment. This is Louis around the wicket. Left
Archibald, I think, yeah.
Is that Colin Archibald? Correction. Colin Archibald has come on. Colin Archibald left. I was wondering if
Left arm Louis.
If Louis changed his action. Colin Archibald it is that's coming around the wicket. He too sporting some sleeves.
Yeah, for real. Similar to Louis.
It was. I heard the comment earlier about the umpire asking him to remove the
I'm not
sleeves.
sure for what reason.
I was wondering what was the reason. Archibald is in.
That's a good one.
Good catch at first slip. It was a short of a leg delivery. Lawrence was on the back foot, pushed at it, thick edge found. Catch taken at slip. Looks to be Alex Athenes once again. And that's the end of Lawrence. The first wicket for the morning has gone down. Good bowling this by Colin Archibald.
And it tells you how good a delivery that actually was. The set batter in Dan Lawrence, who was cruising along on 83 of 121. It just shows you that Colin Archibald just made the slight improvement from yesterday. We talked about how he was just slightly floaty. Every time he pitched that ball up, he was made to pay. Zach Crawley in particular taking a liking to his bowling, but he's come back here today and he's found that back of a length and he's found that little extra pace and bounce, and that's been good enough to remove Dan Lawrence.
And yesterday I was making the comment in commentary that I felt that one of the Leeward Islands bowlers needed to do that, needed to hammer a few into the pitch and see what happens, especially when Joe Root, etc., was looking so comfortable.
And Alex Lees.
They were looking so comfortable at the crease, not getting anything. Alex Lees, I'm sure, didn't get a bumper at all in his innings yesterday. In all of his 200 odd deliveries that he faced, all of them were pitched up or just short of a length. Nobody hammered one into the pitch to see if he can pull.
And I think that's where Shamar Springer should really come in terms of how this this bowling lineup's assembled. I think that's possibly his role in this attack.
Right.
Is to come in and be to bowl short, sharp, quick spells, hostile, tall guy, find that bounce, pace and bounce, and just see what the middle of the wicket has.
Because if we look at this delivery there for Lawrence, it was a short delivery. It was angled back at him, and he found himself almost backing away
making
in his
room.
crease, just making room,
yes.
And getting a thick outer edge. So
not particularly behind it.
So when we look at it, look, short delivery, and he was just not ready for that kind of delivery. Genuine edge found, and it went straight into the hands of a gleefully accepting Alex Athenes. And when you find somebody as young as him that is that confident in the first slip position, that's also a good thing.
And that's the thing, Dan Lawrence at times does have that tendency to stay leg side of the ball, looking to play the ball into that outside, use his wrists. Very strong third man point area on that occasion. That was his undoing.
First delivery to the two folks is played down into the slip region, and Captain Dorich has decided, with a new batsman in, with seeing what just happened with Dan Lawrence, he's brought in the second slip and a gully. Good move.
Yeah, and this is the field you want to see to Johnny Bairstow as well, in particular. I mean, Dan Lawrence, you can understand maybe the deep point on the boundary, looking to get him off strike and really attack the struggling batter in Bairstow. But it's a very good move, I'd say, from Dorich.
Archibald is in. Good
he's found
delivery.
something extra here
Just
today,
about
isn't he?
outside the line of the off stump with a little bit more zip, a little bit more pace, a little bit more purpose. And he would feel buoyed because he would have just dismissed Dan Lawrence, who was looking as if he was set and looking to approach a century. And dismissing him, he would have his tail up a little bit now, especially with the new batsman in Folks.
And that's quite an encouraging sign here this morning from Colin Archibald. It's the quicker learners are the ones that are the most successful, especially at this level. The quicker you can get to grips with conditions and everything that this game entails, is the better off you'll be. And to see him here hitting that back of a length, going through to the wicketkeeper, shows that he's made that little adjustment.
That last delivery just shows us the two-pace nature of the pitch. That one hit about the same distance as the one that jumped at Dan Lawrence, and that one literally went all along the ground to wicketkeeper Durridge. So would that be a concern in the mind of the West Indies
for sure.
President's 11 batsmen?
And it being a concern in the mind of Ben Folks right now as well, just seeing that one go through a bit low. Just a little disconcerting.
He's getting a delivery that he's driving, but Devon Thomas tumbling in that extra cover region does the feeling and brings up the end of a successful over. The end of it, 298 for 5. Colin Archibald 1 for 32. Based on 14 folks yet to score.
And 2 wicketkeeper batters actually for England here at the crease. Ben Folks, the number 1 wicketkeeper in terms of who's going to be taking the gloves. But Johnny Bairstow definitely still has all ambitions to be a wicketkeeper batsman at this level as well. So it's going to be interesting going forward to see these two guys and how the results that they both have. Because what's for sure is that Ben Folks is the number 1 wicketkeeper. But in terms of batting, I think Johnny Bairstow is just slightly ahead. So it'll be interesting to see the combination, whether they both actually play in the 11.
And they've always had that discussion in England. I think they say that Folks is the better genuine glove man, whereas Bairstow is the better all-round batsman. So that's the decision. Here is Louis with a stifled appeal coming from the fielders as that one went into the pads of Johnny Bairstow, who remains on 14. No real purpose in the appeal from the fielders. So Johnny Bairstow, that ball just probably hitting him in one of those little sensitive spots that when it hits the pad, you still feel it very much. As Sylvester Joseph has come alongside me. Here is Louis, and he's driving Bairstow. A delivery on the line of the off stump. Again, I would love to see Louis hitting the pitch a lot harder. It almost looks as if he's just floating them in. Those deliveries, I would love to see him really hit the ball into the pitch and see what Johnny Bairstow and others are made of. Bouncing Joseph, good morning to you. Lovely day for the cricket so far. A very good day in terms of the weather and everything so far.
Yeah, good morning, Denmore. Indeed, it is. He started out really well. The West Indies bowlers, Sherman Lewis and Max Reen. This morning they started off pretty well. Bit unfortunate that they didn't pick up a wicket or two, but I thought that the energy was good, the line, the length, the aggressive way in which they came out and put the English batters on a bit of pressure. But the day is turning out beautifully. We got a wicket, so we got a wicket, so that is good. And the bowlers are looking like they have a purpose of getting a few more.
What would England be thinking right now? Probably about a total, or would they be saying to these batsmen, stay in, get some runs, just try to get a look in, get a sight in. Just checking some fans on the northern side has decided to go above the side screen to get a better vantage point, but they're distracting the batsman in Johnny Bairstow. And do you really see those people when you're batting and people that come across the side screen and so on? Or is it a mental thing for the batsman?
Well, if they walk in front of the side screen, sometimes it tends to distract you. But at the top of the side screen, so
because that
not
was
for me, but-
well above
Yeah.
where that's probably where the camera would be positioned.
Yeah,
and
but-
it was quite surprising that the batsman noticed that they were up there.
Well, that's the nature of the English players. They definitely don't want any distraction, anybody around. If you're there, you have to be sitting still. As possible. That is the way they I guess they grew up, and that is what they're accustomed to. So no matter what, they're not going to face unless that person move or they get if it's a issue with the side screen, they have to get it fixed. That's the way their nature is. So
Much better delivery that from Jeremiah Louis. That one hit into the pitch and moved away towards the offside into the gloves of wicketkeeper Shane Dorridge, and no run. And these are the kind of deliveries that I am hoping that we will see a lot more of from Jeremiah Louis, rather than just floating them up, hitting the pitch. Again, hitting the pitch and driven by Bairstow. He's going to come back for two and gets it easily in the end. As who's that fielder out there on the boundary? Is that
Casey
Salzano
Carty.
or Casey Carty, having to do a lot of work around to his right. The batsmen were able to come through for two and brings up the 300 as well for England. 300 for 5. Bairstow on 16 folks. They are on folks. He's there yet to score 4 deliveries.
yeah, I think the plan for the English batters, I mean the English team, is that for the batters to get as long knock as possible. They want definitely to get the bowlers in to get a good bowl as well, but. I think most importantly that the batters, they need to find a rhythm, get acclimatized to the conditions as much as possible. So I think all the batters that are playing will get a fair opportunity. If by the end of the day they have all day today, by the end of the day, I guess they will maybe declare and give the bowlers an opportunity to start their work.
Colin Archibald with a new over. First delivery is driven by folks, but straight to point, and there is no run.
So you reckon that these two players are playing for the keeping position, or I think
They are. I think they're competing again. But I think Bairstow in recent times have been picked just genuinely as a
batsman.
middle order batsman. Folks, I think it has been established that he's the better glove man, and the English have tended to go with him in terms of his glove work. But both players, though, would want to impress just to sort of cement their position in the minds of their selectors.
Well, in terms of Johnny Bairstow, I don't think he needs to impress. I just think Johnny Bairstow, they know about him. They know what he's capable of doing. I just think he needs to, find himself and get a few runs to get his confidence going. From the nature of the side where they left out 8 players, and mostly he's one of the senior players in the team. So I think from a cricketing perspective that he should be one that even start the series.
Colin Archibald is in again, and his delivery is steered away into the extra cover region. Finds Casey Carty. There's a run.
But Folks is a good batter as well. I think when they were playing the Sri Lanka series some years ago, he scored a test century. He plays the spin very well. These wicketkeeper batters these days are some pretty good batters.
Yeah, there are some pretty good batters. This is driven beautifully through extra cover. He's going to get runs here. Devon Thomas gives up the chase. The ball races into the extra cover boundary. That's 4 runs. That was a beautiful shot. Over pitched and given the treatment.
Yeah, another beautiful shot again. That one was over pitch, and they're not going to miss out on these. As you can see from even yesterday, those are the type of deliveries that half volleys they don't miss out too often on these. And Folks was really up to the task, even though he just got off the mark with a beautiful shot. That is one of the shots they're really looking for.
So in Test cricket, Folks has 8 matches, 16 innings, 3 not outs, 410 runs with the highest score of 107. He has 150 as well in Test cricket. So he is there. He has 6,214 runs in first class cricket as well. A better delivery outside the line of the off stop. He has 11 centuries and 34 50s in first class cricket. So that's Benjamin Foakes. And it says Benjamin Thomas Foakes is an English cricketer. Foakes is a right-handed batsman who is a wicket keeper. He made his international debut for England cricket team in November of 2018. So that's the statistics on Foakes. And I'll just look up Johnny Bairstow and give you his stats. And as you said, he is a senior cricketer for England. He's had 80 test matches so far. So he's had a lot more than Ben Foakes. To the end of the over, just a final delivery. A dot ball going through to the wicket keeper. 304 for 5, 106 overs gone.
Yeah, and as I was telling Springs earlier, Johnny Bairstow is the one that he's always around. You know, if he's not batting well, he's keeping. And he's a tremendous fielder as well. He's a very
useful cricketer.
Yes. And honestly, I don't think that England, in recent times, England use him or believe in him enough. They want to incorporate some younger players and so forth. And Johnny Bairstow was one, that I think was unfairly cheated in terms of his positivity and getting runs and in some tough situation as well.
That he's going to face up now. Jeremiah Louis. He's a delivery angle down the leg side. He's getting it down to a fine leg position. Colin Archibald rushes in. Limits the team to just a leg by. Johnny Bairstow, 80 matches, 142 innings, 8 not outs, 4,575 runs, with the highest score of 167 not out. He averages 34.1, and he's had 722 half centuries. So 722 half centuries. And that is in Test. In ODIs, he's had 89 matches, 81 innings. He averages 47.9 in ODIs. With 1,114 50s, so he's been more effective in ODIs, and he also has 1,190 runs in T20 cricket with a highest score of 86, 7 half centuries to his name. Foakes faces up, and again, poorly lined delivery, and this has been the problem in this over for Jeremiah Louis. He's angling that ball. He's pushing the ball. If we look at his technique, St. Joseph, he looks as if he's coming across his body and pushing that ball towards the leg side.
Yeah, Jeremiah Louis seems like he wants to be a swing bowler, instead of a seam bowler running and hit the seam. He tends to, watching him for Leo Allen as well, he tends to swing the ball a bit, and he's pleased, I think, in doing that. But when you have some flat wickets and the ball is not swinging, you have to come and hit the deck, and hit the seam and be consistent in your line and in length. And in this particular over, he has earned a few, down the leg side.
If we were to probably just examine his action, if we're able to get a replay of one of his bowling action, we would have to see if there is anything that we would want to probably look at that he could do a lot better in terms of tidying up that action, because every over he tends to push one or two down that leg side. He's hitting the pitch on this occasion, and the batsman is driving but straight to short extra cover. Devon Thomas is posted there. 307 for 5 the total remains. Sunshine is out in all its glory. It's a wonderful day for cricket. They would say lovely day for cricket. Blue skies and gentle breeze.
Sing it.
I wouldn't want to spoil somebody's lunch by attempting to sing. But it is a lovely day for cricket, and we're having good cricket here outside the line of the off stump this time by Jeremiah Louis. Just short of a length once more, and the batsman in Folks doesn't have to offer a stroke. So he's remaining on 6. Bairstow is 16. Let me just say good morning to all those who are following us on Cricket West Indies Facebook, YouTube stream.
Are you going to watch the ladies tonight? The Maroon?
I am a fan, and any time I get to watch cricket, Sylvester Joseph, I do take the opportunity too. So once it is available for me to see this evening, I will be watching the West Indies women, and I'm still backing them. I still feel that if we click, if we get people like Deandra Dottin, Stephanie Taylor, and the others who are there, Haley Matthew, and we're going to need some more contribution from Campbell, like the one we got in the practice match yesterday. But we need that consistently. If we get 4 or 5 of those girls to click consistently, I think that we can compete amongst some of the best. Third of March, looks as if we're going to be against the New Zealand.
Yep.
Then we play England on the 8th of March. The next match is the 11th. Then the 14th, 17th, 20th, and 23rd of March. And we encourage you to the ICC Women's World Cup 2022. Come support the women in maroon. So we want you to definitely
Maroon Warriors. We
the Maroon Warriors, and I just hope that they put on their warrior face. we probably need to put some paint on their face and something. Yeah, put on some Trinidad costume mask or something.
Oh my God.
To give them that little bit of pep that they might need to really go and fight in this World Cup.
Oh my God. Costumes.
I'm just saying, a little bit of paint, a little bit of, just
Are
something.
you sure they're going to play cricket?
Just something to perk them up, to remind them you're from the Caribbean, where, when we talk about warriors in the Caribbean, this is what we're all about. Just something to give them that little bit of lift that they need in an important event as the World Cup, because we really do hope that they do well on this tour. Here we watch as Colin Archibald is that's a beautiful delivery. Touched down just about the off stump and ruined past the bat of
Benjamin
Folks and into the gloves of wicketkeeper Dorich, and that's a good delivery.
Yeah, that was
Colin
a similar
Archibald.
delivery that got
Lawrence.
Lawrence, yeah, they're similar. Just that Folks played that one
a lot better.
Yeah, he played inside. He picked it a lot quicker. Yeah, but I think that in terms of the Maroon Warriors, I think that this is our best opportunity. I think our
beaten again outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, our 3 main players in Matthews,
Dutton
and
the captain.
Yeah,
Taylor.
They're right now at their peak.
I think they're at their peak.
Yeah.
I think so. I think they're peaking, and I think this is the opportunity. They really have to. I really would love, especially for Deandra Dottin, to just get her head in the game, because I've watched her. I remember when she made a century right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and that was an innings of class at that time. And if she especially gets her head in the game and gets us, some good runs, then we can compete.
Well, she's in good form, because in the practice games leading up to, before they go to, I think it's against South Africa, in one of those series.
Yes, she was in good form in one of those series.
Yeah, she scored a brilliant 100. And even the bowling department, with Afi Fletcher is back, and then our very own, the one who has the most wickets in women's cricket and so forth, who's always present, in time of need.
Even people like Anisa Mohammed.
I'm talking about.
Right. Anisa Mohammed, she has to really come to the party as well. So, best of luck to our Maroon Warriors. And again, driven. This delivery from Colin Archibald, and half volley, but just playing it straight to Devon Thomas, who tumbled over almost in slow motion and picked the ball up. So no runs. 308 for 5, Devon Thomas, and he would be thinking that when I get my opportunity to bat today or tomorrow, that I really need to take that opportunity and get some runs. Colin Archibald doing his part in terms of, and he would have been happy to have gotten his first wicket at this level. This is a poor delivery and put away. Smashed away back with a point for 4. There's a full toss outside the line of the off stump, given the treatment that it deserves from Ben Stokes. Brilliant shot, put it away, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the second one that we have seen that he released a full wide ball, which Ben Folks, take full advantage as a man on a mission. Those are the lollipops. You're not going to miss out there. So because he basically like he was trying, to get the ball probably into the black hole, maybe a Yorker length delivery, but unfortunately,
missed his leg completely. Yeah. Didn't pitch it. It ended up being a full toss, meat and drink outside the line of the off stump, and well put away by Ben Folks. Takes his personal tally on to 10. Bairstow remains on 17. 312 for 5 is the total for the English team, and they would be hoping for quite a bit more runs just to get the batters an opportunity to have a bat, put some runs on the board, get acclimatized. It's the Richards Botham Trophy in the Apex Test Series next week, Tuesday, starting at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And we encourage folks to go and get your tickets. If you've not done so, go to windiescricket.com/tickets and you can pick up your tickets. The tickets are $20 each, 54 EC dollars. And if you're a Caribbean national, we understand that you get it at 50% off, which is $10 or 27 EC dollars. And so we encourage you, go and pick up your tickets now. You can pick them up online, or you can visit the ticket booth, which is here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and you can also get tickets at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So Jeremiah Lewis continuing, he's bowling to Johnny Bairstow, who remains on 17, 2 deliveries so far in this over. And
Louis' line of attack is a bit straighter, like a middle and leg stump.
It's driven beautifully through the offside. It was pitched up and dispatched, 4 runs. That was a brilliant shot there by Bairstow. We were just speaking about his line being about middle and leg. That one was pitched up just on or about the off stump, and just a short stride and driving that one through the extra cover region was Bairstow and picking up a boundary.
A brilliant shot there, by Johnny. We have noticed, on a regular basis that these batters, they don't normally miss out on a half volley. So you definitely cannot miss your length. Maybe you stand a better chance if you bowl back of the length and miss your length with a short ball. But
probably.
But the fuller length, the fuller deliveries, they are really, looking and pouncing on them.
He's driving again up on the onside and gets it past the mid-on fielder for more. Just a checked drive this time. Pitched up, angled in onto the leg stump, and he just drove it, and it looks as if, who was that? At the mid-on region?
That's Lewis.
Sherman Lewis. And he thought about diving and then gave up on it, just went to retrieve 4 more runs to Johnny Bairstow. He's on quickly to 25, 320 for 5, 2 shots of good class from Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, and in terms of the bowling this morning, it's surprisingly that we haven't seen Brian Charles yet.
We'll have to look and see is he on the field this morning.
I think he's here. I saw him early on when I was on commentary. I think he is.
So Brian Charles on the field, and he would have been the pick of the bowlers yesterday, getting those 3 wickets towards the end of or in the afternoon session. And interesting. But with the new ball, maybe captain just wanting to give the seamers an opportunity. This time, not timing it and driving. His BSO hits it straight to mid-off. Preston McSween is the fielder who is posted there. And there is no run. Still with a slip in place, trying to offer some support to Jeremiah Louis. Captain Dorwich.
Who's that Gully? Is that?
Gully is in number 6. We'll identify him just now. Okay, watch as this delivery. The batsman is just dabbing it down to third man. Lots of work for the fielder coming around. He has having to throw it back, and before he went over in Casey Carty, but did so successfully, and the batsmen were able to come through for 2 more runs. So end of the over, 321 for 5. We just have another look at it. Mali indicating that he thinks that that boot might have just touched the rope. So we'll see what the umpire has to say about it. 321 for 5. The batters in Bairstow and Folks just getting some refreshment, just getting a drink. It's a hot day out there for the Englishmen and of course for the West Indians, so they just refreshing themselves, just making sure that they stay hydrated. Bairstow is on 26, Folks on 10. Marley Richards has come back alongside me. 321 for 5 is the total for the
What did
English
you think?
team.
What did you think looking at that replay from Casey Carty?
I would agree with you.
Yeah, I think his foot just
Yes,
touched the
just
rope.
touched the rope before he released the ball. It did look as if it might have well just did. They're just giving us another look at it. He came around, did the hard work, got there, picked it up.
That was good.
And that was good.
Right
but
there.
then right there, just at that moment there, and he and they're just trying
That
to show
one,
us
yeah.
that one right there. Might have well. Well, I think it goes down as runs saved.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll give him the credit at least for the effort. But had we had DRS, it
Oh,
would
yes.
have been something slightly different. We've been just asking about Charles, and he's now into the attack. His first delivery is a flat delivery that was angled into Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow playing it defensively. So Charles is into the attack in the 110th over of the innings. He's in again, a little slower than probably we saw him yesterday. That one, the batsman having to just wait before he works it into that onside field. We're being carried live on radio, so if we sound like we're a little bit descriptive, we're just trying to accommodate a little bit for the folks who are listening to us on the radio. An undriven delivery from Charles, who's on that leg stump line. No run still. He's in, right arm over again, and turning this one and getting an easy single into the mid-wicket region is Johnny Bairstow. And one more to the total. So Charles, 3 for 88 so far in his spell. He would be happy with those 3 wickets. But it was very interesting yesterday when we noticed that when he was bowling to Ben Stokes, he had stopped flighting. And you see, this is a delivery with a little bit, a hint of flight, not as much as we would have seen him do yesterday. And again, he's bowling to Ben Folks. Or is that Bairstow? Bairstow. So he's probably also knows of the reputation of Bairstow. So he's just keeping it a little bit flatter, faster. That one is on the line of the stumps, and Bairstow just plays it defensively down into the onside field, and there is no run. End of Charles's first over of the day. The total 322 for 5.
just seems like Johnny Bairstow is just settling into his innings now. I think what would have happened at the Ashes is he would have missed the final test because of a broken thumb. And I'm not sure how long that would have kept him out, but he just seemed a little rusty here early in his innings. But he's bided his time, and that fluency is now coming to him the longer that he bats here, Denmore.
Certainly, and I did say that earlier.
Yes,
that once
he's one shot away
he's at the
almost,
crease,
yeah.
and once he starts to get into his swing of things, you tend to think that he's going to start to score and start to come back to his natural game. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Folks, is also there, what kind of pressure would somebody, when you have two players that you know you're competing for the same spot, are they friends?
I'm not quite sure how friendly it would be. I know there will be a competition, definitely, but it would never get personal.
You never get personal,
yeah,
and it should
yeah.
be. It should be that
healthy competition.
Yeah, you know that, and we've been calling for that, especially in the Caribbean. And in Antigua, I know that we've said that many of the teams, a lot of the players get complacent because they don't have anybody who is there to rival them or there that is potentially pushing them out of the side.
Yes. But I think the good thing here in Bairstow's case is the fact that he can also play as a specialist batter. Right, yes. Whereas Folks not so much. For Folks to play in this 11, he'll have to don the gloves.
Yep.
Whereas Johnny Bairstow can make this 11.
I was saying earlier that I remember the discussion on English, in the English media, about the who is the better glove person as compared to who is the better batsman. And
it was between three of them, wasn't it?
Between three, yes. Here is a delivery that is dropped because from the discussion, the person who is actually the absolute better glove man is not one that is selected anywhere in the team. I'm not remembering the third name, but there was a third person, and everybody was agreeing that he's the glove man.
And if you think within the last 2 years or so, the amount of the different wicketkeeper batters that have actually played is, I think of Bracey, who made his debut against New Zealand. Was it last summer or a couple of summers ago? And you think of Bairstow, you think of Butler, Josh Butler has been dropped.
Yes.
And then you've got Ben Folks here as well.
You do. Here is Bairstow whipping one away into the mid-wicket region, 4 runs.
Yeah, we're just talking about that fluency. The longer he spends at the crease, the better he gets. And Johnny Bairstow just building into his innings nicely. It's a bit of a lesson if you're a young person watching or listening to this game. Johnny Bairstow definitely had a bit of a struggle here early. Took him a while to really get going and really start feeling the ball off the middle of the bat, but he kept fighting. And he's still there, and he's now on 31 from 68, and that run rate for Johnny Bairstow is just steadily increasing as he's getting more comfortable, more acclimatized to the conditions here.
Certainly, the captain has pushed a man back into that almost forward square leg position, not necessarily a deep mid wicket, but more of a forward square position. And this time he's cutting outside the line of the off stump. Just a single. Casey Carty is down on the point boundary, and he has a good throw back to wicketkeeper Dorich, and the batsmen were able to cross for a single. Shamar Springer just signaling to the captain if to come in now that there is Ben Folks who's going to be on strike. The captain just indicating to him, I want you to stay back as well for Ben Folks. As on that deep, square leg boundary.
He's also
gets a creeper outside the line of the off stump. Ball bouncing almost twice before it got to wicketkeeper Shane Dorich. No run. 6 overs for Louis for 24 runs. 300.
Really analyze the records of these wicketkeeper batters that we've spoken about, Denmore and Folks, Bairstow, Butler, and even a Bracey. They've all got pretty decent first-class records. They're all pretty good with the bat as well. You've got Ben Folks with a first-class average of of just under 40, 38.4. You know, it just tells you the quality. It's almost an embarrassment of riches. They haven't necessarily gotten the best out of these wicketkeeper batters, I'd say, over the last few years, but they've definitely got a few to choose from.
Certainly, and an attempted reverse sweep on that occasion by Bairstow to Charles.
Which tells you he's feeling a bit more confident.
He is
well,
feeling a bit more confident because he's beginning to probably look to push on. Gets a flighted delivery that he's driving out to the long on region. Carty trots in off the boundary, picks up both hands, and the batsman walks through for another run. So Bairstow and the folks, they're at the crease, they're warming into their task here. Bairstow is a lot more confident now that he's gotten a couple of boundaries, he's gotten a couple of balls on his bat, and he's feeling much better about himself. And Charles is in again, starting on the line of the stumps, angling towards the leg side, and there is no run.
Just looking at Ben Folks' record, he's got 11 first-class hundreds there, Mo.
He has.
Tells you quality player.
Yes, he is. He is. We were looking at his stats a little earlier as compared to Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow, though, has more experience at the test level.
Yeah,
whereas Ben Folks has 8 test matches. Johnny Bairstow has 80. So he's had a considerable more. He has had considerably more experience at the test level than does Ben Folks.
Ben Folks had quite a memorable debut. I can remember him scoring 100, I think, against Sri Lanka.
Yes, against Sri Lanka. Sylvester Joseph brought that up as well.
Wow.
In his, he had a very good start.
Yeah, very good.
You would
start.
want that kind of start to.
I think he was quite unceremoniously removed from the England setup. To be honest, he could have said he was a bit hard done by. In terms of his performances were okay. Not quite sure why he was left out for this long.
Not sure?
Well, I am quite sure. I think they thought that possibly Joss Butler had a higher ceiling as a player, you know, his destructive nature, the way he bats, and he's adequate enough glove work, but it just hasn't proven to be the case.
333 for 5. We'll continue this. Do you think, especially at the test level, that the ability to wicket keep and wicket keep properly should trump the extra batting or the batter, or should we go, because there was a discussion at one point in the West Indies that somebody like a Shea Hope with his
wicket keeping ability as well,
not necessarily seasoned wicket keeper, but with a good enough ability that he should possibly wicket keep in the test in test matches as well. What's your take on it? Do you think that those people who practice the art, that they're genuine wicket keepers, should be given an opportunity?
Yeah, I think so, Demo. Personally, I mean, it's called wicket keeper batsman, which tells you the first job is to be a wicket keeper. But what has happened is that most of these guys, the batting has trumped the wicket keeping.
Is it a result of the fact that let's say, like for West Indies, that the top order batsmen have not necessarily been delivering the goods? We remember in the days when Jeffrey Dujan and others got an opportunity to bat, they would take it because it didn't come as often.
Yeah.
Brilliant stop that by Devon Thomas in the covers. It was a ball driven by Folks along the ground. It was pitched up to him by Jeremiah Louis. He drove it along the ground, and tumbling to his right and making the stop was Devon Thomas. Good job by him.
Almost pierced that gap. Not a massive gap to find there, Ben Folks, but timed it quite sweetly. But there was Devon Thomas diving away to his right to save at least 2
what would have certainly been runs.
Yeah.
Louis is in once more, and this time he's cutting this one out to deep cover. Point is where Casey Carty is on the point boundary. He comes around very quickly to his right and has the ball back into
it's not as if these guys are even the wicket keeping isn't adequate enough. You know, it's just the varying degrees are just who's better at the actual wicket keeping skills, because the batting they're all pretty much as good as each other when it comes to the batting aspects. But that wicket keeping, like I said earlier, it's wicket keeper batter, and I think the better wicket keeper should just trump if all things are equal.
Louis is in, and his delivery is cut away once more by Beast. It's racing down to the point again. Casey Carty.
He's had a bit of work to do there.
Down on that boundary, sliding around again, picking it up and just releasing it as his legs were very close to the boundary rope once more.
That one was clean. He's got a bit of batting to do as well, possibly later on. Starting here today.
He's really motored around, got it. And yep, as we just had a look at it again, clean. That
very
one
good.
was very good on the part of Casey Carty. Bairstow is on strike, and he's on 36.
36 now. Almost seems like he's rushed to 36, isn't he?
Yes.
Considering his start.
When he was struggling to get going. You see again, just trying to dab this one down to that third man position once more. Finding Charles, who is at that gully position. No run.
Brian Charles. Jeremiah Louis into his 7th over, 1 ball left here to complete the 7th over, and he hasn't been quite as impressive as he would have liked. He's been steady though, but not really causing that much trouble for these English batters.
Delivery that is driven once more by Bairstow, but straight to Devon Thomas at cover, and there is no run. The end of another over 113, 336 for 5.
Yeah, and he's the kind of bowler as well. The ball in the condition that it is, he tends to get a little bit of late swing later on in the day when the ball's older. He also can reverse it. Not sure the conditions are in his favor at this point in time, but he's still doing a pretty steady job here, but not really causing too much alarm for these English batters. They're seeming here to be set. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Fowkes in particular, just looking very good, very settled, finding the gaps, timing the ball quite nicely. And it's going to take a bit of work from these President's 11 bowlers to remove these batters, in my opinion.
So the England batting card: Lees 65, Crawley 62, Root 54, Lawrence 83, Stokes 11. Stokes seems to be the only one that has probably not gotten a start in this game so far.
Not had an innings of substance, you know.
Bairstow is there on 36. Ben Fowkes is on 15. We see Fisher, Leach, Mahmood, Overton, and many other names. We'll see who comes next. Flighted delivery from Charles. You could hear almost the brain of Fowkes just now when he saw that one. Hit it
tossed
away,
up high,
and then he decided, I'm just going to play it quietly. But you don't think that he's going to be seeing too many of those and play them in that fashion anytime that much today.
The good thing about that one, though, Denmo, is that it kind of fell out of the air quite quickly as well. It was there and then it wasn't. Just forced Fowkes to just check his stroke.
Fowkes faces as Charles with a flatter delivery. He's going to get a single as he works it out to Carty at mid-on. Pretty deep at that mid-on position. So once the ball gets to him, it's always going to be a single.
Ball's finding Casey Carty a lot the last few overs.
Brian Charles just wants an adjustment to the field, done to the field. You see Carty just going back a little further, closer to the boundary as he's floating that one up. And again, this time it's Fowkes just working it down to Carty on the long on boundary.
What's your opinion? I think. What's your opinion on the President's 11 players all wearing the uniforms of their regional teams as opposed to one set uniform?
I don't like it.
Okay.
Personally, I feel. Maybe I understand it. If you understand what I'm saying.
I get it.
Maybe I understand it. But I personally feel that in this day and age, it probably would give them a little better feeling had they all had,
Donning
a
the
fresh
same.
shirt, a fresh hat, a fresh cap, or floppy, and looking the same and feeling as if I'm just not
Even the warm-up gear and stuff.
Yeah. So I don't like it, but I probably understand.
I get it.
The reason for it.
It's a representative.
It might be a representative team, and it might have been even
territories,
easier if you come with your own shirt that already has on your name and number
franchise, yeah.
and so on, and
I get
life
it.
easier than give you a blank white shirt and then makes it difficult. So I could understand it, but I'm also saying that in
seeing
future
different,
planning,
yeah.
we need to probably look at those things.
A little bit, yeah.
And what I'm saying, whoever it is that is the shirt sponsor for the West Indies has to also include that we're going to have representative teams.
Matches
we're going
like
to have
President's 11.
President's 11. We're going to have A-team matches. All these people have to factor into the
When
to the
providing
sponsorship,
the kit.
into the sponsorship of the kit. So
For sure.
So
It's interesting though.
it is. We're gonna have. We've had a change.
Sherman,
Shaman Lewis is back.
he's got a bit of an engine, isn't he? It's quite impressive to see him just keep coming back, spell after spell.
Spell after spell, and doesn't look as if he's complaining. Looks as if
At all. And,
as soon as he's called upon, he's very
right
happy.
there, and that energy's up. Let's see what the pace is like in this spell. But generally, his pace has been pretty steady throughout all his spells that he's bowled thus far.
18 overs. He's bowled. This is his 19th. This one is right up to right-handed Bairstow, who's driving up on the onside out to the mid-on region.
I think what I'm seeing different here today is that the hats actually, we're seeing almost all the players actually wearing a
West
maroon
Indies
and
cap,
yellow hat,
Yeah.
floppy or whatever. I think it's just Dowrich that's still wearing
Somebody
his-
listened over to the
to
YouTube.
yes, because I saw a few comments about that as well.
Yeah, and at least it sort of gives a little bit more representation. Like I said, I can understand with the shirts. They already have your number on. They already have your name on. It makes it easier even for us, for our job, for identification
For sure.
purposes.
For sure.
But like I was saying, give them a floppy then.
Yeah.
And if everybody gets one,
Or
it
even
sort
the
of-
training
right?
kit,
It
they
sort
should all
of
be
it sort of
uniform.
start to look, like
Yes,
we
more-
all belong
more of a team.
now of a team.
Yep. But I've seen similar in like India and the like,
Yep, we're approaching lunch, and this is day 2, and almost playing onto his stumps there. Bairstow looking to force that one away, much too close for him to cut, and that ball almost going back onto his stumps. He survives. He's on 37 off 80. He would be probably just shutting up shop, saying, look, face these last 2 deliveries, get into lunch, have some fruits, come back out and look to build the innings this afternoon.
And we mentioned that inside edge, how he's particularly susceptible when looking to play that ball at times into the offside, and it just comes back at him a little late and takes the inside edge and plays on. He's just got to be presenting more of a full face.
He'll get a run as Shaman Lewis gets one that angles back at the right-handed Bairstow. He just worked it into the mid-wicket region and picked up an easy run.
And that's good batting there, just sensing maybe the threat of a Sherman Lewis and just getting an easy single and just going to the other end.
And probably
We're
just
approaching
coming
lunch.
down and having
Yeah.
a word with folks saying, look,
Trying to make sure
lunch,
this is the last one.
delivery, make sure that, you survive. We go in, we come back, we look to have a good day.
Good day. They've still got another 2 sessions left in the day.
Lewis is in and deliver with good pace on the line of the off stump. Just getting on top of it was Ben Folks, playing it out to that mid-off region. Umpire flicks the bails off, and that's the end of the first session of the second day. Just the wicket, just one wicket falling. England won the toss and elected to bat. We just had the wicket today of Dan Lawrence, who went for 83. England going to launch on 339 for 5. Wickets for Charles, he's a 3 for 95, 1 for 41 for Archibald Lewis with a wicket for 56 runs. And of course, Alex Athens just having that 1 over, and he is there. Alex Athens is there with the 1 over. He's there. Stats for Root, Crawley, Lees and Lawrence for England. No one carrying on to get a century. Maybe Bairstow and folks might have other ideas for the afternoon session.
And the good thing from the English perspective is that most of their batters, Ben Stokes apart, would have faced well over 100 deliveries. Just looking there, Dan Lawrence 122 deliveries, Alex Lees 214, Zach Crawley 106, and Joe Root 105. So in terms of preparation for a test match, they'll be very happy with the time out in the middle. From the Cricket West Indies President's 11, very steady stuff. I think Shamar Springer just releasing a little bit of the pressure in his spell, but well fought back by this President's 11. Sherman Lewis, Brian Charles, these guys will be looking to come out after this luncheon break and make further inroads.
Lunch on day 2. 115 overs bowled by the West Indies, 339 for 5. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back for the post-lunch period in about 40 minutes. Denmo Roberts, on behalf of all the commentators here, saying goodbye.
Justin Asbert. Okay, when you're ready. No problem. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's live coverage of the West Indies YouTube channel Apex Test Series warm-up game, which is also being carried on Platinum FM 97.9 FM, and we're just coming off of the luncheon break. The umpires are out, the batsmen are out, and so too the CWI West Indies President's 11 team. At lunch, England 339 for 5. Dan Lawrence scoring 83, Alex Lees 65. And just to give you an idea in terms of what has happened so far, England has lost just 1 wicket for the day. Dan Lawrence caught Alex Atten's ball, Colin Archibald for 83, 121 balls, 142 minutes with 7 fours and 2 sixes. And the wicket taker would have been Colin Archibald with 14 overs, 2 maidens, 41 runs, 1 wicket. And the not-out batsman was Johnny Bairstow on 38 from 81, and Ben Fowkes 16 from 40. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon again, Springs. Very good session there for England. But also I thought that the West Indies President's 11 bowlers, they work tirelessly and they try their best to create opportunities, but the English batters were really up for the task.
Charles starts his 38 over 3 for 95. He starts down the onside and straight away. Johnny Bairstow just works his one into the square leg area, gets the first one after lunch, and so we're off and running very quickly. 339 for 5. I did say Johnny Bairstow. In fact, it should be Fowkes, who goes up to 16. Bairstow now comes into strike.
No, in fact, right.
I was right. They are following the score here. They're taking a long time to switch around, so they caught me off guard there. So 340 for 5.
You have to follow your eyes. You see, I see you have an extra pain.
I certainly do. Here is Fowkes on driving down the ground. And a little tangle there between Charles and the big Johnny Bairstow. And Fowkes picking up his 17th run, 341 for 5. 341 for 5. Current run rate Sylvester 2.95. On average, even though they've had to toil, they've really not gotten away at all. Another single being worked into the onside. And I think that Brian Charles just needs to start that ball a little wider of the off stump. If he's going to come down between middle and leg, he's going to be worked away there. Because as you rightly said, Sylvester, the English batsmen tend to bat between middle and off, or more or less off stump. So they're going to really frustrate him because they want to get that paddle in. Charles, an off spinner. He's bowled well. This is an experience that he'll remember for a very long time. So let's see the field placing. They've got a slip, short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover. And I feel at backward point. Charles he wants something else. What does he want? He just needs to put the ball into the right area.
Yes, he wants a feeler more square of the wicket.
Well, he gets his wish. Raymond Reefer, comes around, is wearing lots of hats because of COVID. Can't give the umpire a hat these days. Can't give him your glasses. Fowkes comes quietly forward. Couldn't help but listen to the discussion between you and Denmore concerning the wicket-keeping position for England, but I think England has made their minds up that Fowkes is going to be their keeper. Johnny Bairstow will have to go on bat.
Yeah, well, I don't think Johnny minds that.
Lovely on drive, easy on the eyes there. As Fowkes just clipping that one into the mid-wicket area for can't save it is Raymond Reefer, did he? No, and it hits the rope now. So a boundary to Fowkes after lunch. And Charles will have to understand that the English batters, they have worked him out. So he has to start that ball a little wider of the off stump. That's just because they're batting off stump. An easy clip there for him and picking up a boundary. So 21 to Fowkes. First boundary after lunch. 346 for 5. England piling on the agony here on the CWI President's 11 team.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things that puzzles me in terms of the bowler and the captain, he was the batters were playing the ball just square wicket and pick it up a single. But they opted to bring the man from short mid wicket and bring him around to save one, and now they gave away 4. So in trying to save one, you're going to give away 4. I don't understand the logic. I have seen it most recently in local cricket, and I thought, in Bush League, it's frustrating, but much less now you come at the international level. And
the bowlers have to be patient, Sylvester.
Yeah.
You
have to know when a single is a single, Spence.
Yes, so you can't stop that.
Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, you don't give up a boundary. It's better. And what I find, Sylvester, is that everybody is like almost every ball they want to change.
Yeah.
You go to the plan. The skipper wants you to bowl to a 7-2 field. Go and put the ball in the area there. That's what you do. Sherman Lewis is back, and his figures would read. As we come back to that, let's see what field placing that Shane Darwish wants here for Lewis. He's got a slip, a gully. He's got a fielder who's a white third man in Shamar Springer. Cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. And Johnny Bairstow just works this into the square leg area. The fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary comes in, but there's no need for him. Looks like Colin Archibald. Raymond Reefer runs across and stops that. Down on the fine leg area, looks like it's Shane Mosley. He will be thinking about trying to see if he can get a bat sooner rather than later. Can't wait to see how he will deal with the England pace attack. I want to see Mark Wood. I want to see what sort of pace he's going to get out of this. And I see the tinge of green coming up here. So that is going to be interesting when the England bowlers, Ben Stokes and company, steam in. Lewis is bang on target, and folks is coming across with a nice, lovely straight bat using his top hand, playing it up the mid-on. Rubbing away. There is Devon Thomas. He's in rich frame of form, but I don't want him to be just in a rich form. I want him to enjoy batting and come up with some big ones. When you get to 70 and you get to half centuries, you have to convert those consistently into big hundreds. Get an appetite for scoring hundreds, because it's going to come a day when you can't even get a single. Lewis comes into both the folks. Folks is driving, caught in two minds there. It was a well pitched up delivery. He sort of played around it, but because he was coming down with a nice straight bat in his top hand, he was able to just play that out quietly on the offside. The score remains on 347 for 5. 116.2 overs have been bowled. Second new ball already taken by the West Indies.
Springs, when you're in a rich range of form, you have to score big hundreds.
Big hundreds.
Yeah, I can remember Chris Gale. A lot of people now know Chris Gale as a T20 universe boss. But when he was much younger, if you check his first class record, when he gets in,
he's cashing in.
He's cashing in. He makes some big hundreds and double centuries. He has a big appetite. And some of our batters these days, they have to, sort of relate to those kind of situations when you're in form. Just like Craig Brathwaite. When you're in good form, real form.
Especially against this kind of bowling. This is weakened bowling right now when you look at it compared to, you're the West Indies Test captain, you have to send a statement. Lewis is into bowl to folks. Folks gets a back of the length delivery and just defends it. It's kind of amazing that a lot of people really not paid attention to, let's say, Chris Gale's even own test record. Scoring 2 triple hundreds. You just take it for granted, but he had to have some appetite and some hunger to score big runs, and that feat doesn't normally happen. Where you play test cricket and you come up big all the time. Servant for West Indies cricket. The name will ring on for a very long time. Folks is looking to establish himself and to get a name like Chris Gale in the next 10 years. He just plays the ball into the offside, can't score. And in the meantime, the Cricket West Indies President's 11 toiling away here. Lewis 1 for 59 from 20 overs. England are 349 for 5. And if you're wondering what's happening on the West Indies YouTube channel and Platinum FM 97.9, it's the Apex warm-up game. England practice game against the CWI President's 11, and it's all happening here. Just to let you know that the West Indies women will be starting sometime this evening against New Zealand in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 2022. We wish them all the best.
It's 9 p.m.
I think it's, something close to that. So we wish the ladies in maroon all the best. They've lost 2 games, 2 warm-up games, Australia, India. And so they will have to be able to come up and surprise the hosts, New Zealand. They're quite capable. Here is...
Their name is the Maroon Warriors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here is 350 up for England as down the onside, Brian Charles just thought that the selection panel in Sir Desmond Haynes and Ramis Sarwan, along with the head coach, they missed a trick here. We could have had another spinner playing here. Hayden Walsh should have been playing in this contest right here. It's been good practice for him. Folks.
He played against my village last weekend. I played a bit of golf with him.
All right. I say congratulations to you, Sylvester, and your son. I see him making strides. He's getting tall. So that's a good sign.
He has his voice getting deeper. So I have to remind him sometimes, that I am the man.
Well, he's just copying from his daddy.
Is that so?
Yeah, when you got bigger, you started once you became stronger and you went down with Dave Joseph and company at Antigua Recreation Ground. By the time I saw you again, you were 8 and 6s.
Yeah.
First time I started with you were timing the ball, and you said, "No, Mr. Springer, I'm a little stronger now."
Yeah.
So I can hit the ball out of the ground. Brian Charles wearing the number 6 for CWI President's 11. So Trinidad and Tobago, he comes in now to bowl to Johnny Bairstow, who's on 42. He's toiled for these runs, Johnny Bairstow, but he's determined to spend some time at the crease. And the game plan would have been for him to just occupy the crease and bat. He's getting out the broom, and because of where Sylvester indicated that the English batsmen are batting, that was hit outside the line of the off stump. You realize you saw the middle and leg stump there. And that's what you were talking about there. Charles just has to be patient. Pull it back a little bit more. That's a good flighted delivery, but on drive down to Shamar Springer down at long on. And maybe the traditional Raymond Reefer should come to a little bit to his left and force Johnny Bairstow to have to hit
much squarer.
Yes.
Yes.
End of another over, 352 for 5. Bairstow is 43, Folks is 24. Charles 3 for 105 from 35 overs.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the batsmanship I'm seeing here by Johnny Bairstow and Ben Folks. I mean, in rotating the strike against the spinner. And some of our batters here, if you can, copy shamelessly. When I went to the Shell Academy way back when, those are one of the things. That is one of the things that we were focusing on. If you see an opponent or even a teammate doing something, good, and you can, emulate or copy shamelessly, and this is a good thing. If you see how they rotate in the strike, they bat and like middle and off stump for the off spinner, and give yourself an opportunity where they can hit down the ground or you can sweep. Different options, and these are some of the things that you have to learn as a young player.
Lois into ball to Bairstow. Bairstow is getting delivery. It stops on him, and that little tinge of green in front of him is just playing with his mind all the time. Every now and again a ball just touches down into that area. Yesterday, Sylvester, I was talking about centuries scored by the respective franchises and the players. And, our good friend Devon Smith is the leading run scorer. And this is in the professional setup from the time it started. 54 matches, 101 innings, and that is before this year. Folks, I'll get back to that and give you Devon's record. Here is Johnny Bairstow playing a loose shot. Looking to go square, before he was playing the ball up in front of him. But his eyes opened up and he saw that pitched up delivery and missed it completely. Yes.
A bit wide, isn't it? A teaser.
Still remains on 43. So we're talking about Devon Smith's contribution, Sylvester. 12 not outs, 4,641 runs. He's faced 9,383 balls, high score of 199, 1,500s and 1950s. Here's Bairstow just punching that square, getting a single, having a little talk with Lewis and saying, hey, anytime you pitch up again, I'm going to hit you by the scoreboard. Johnny Bairstow is trying to look for some energy. Lewis is not interested in the conversation. Lewis is not interested in Johnny Bairstow's conversation. No. Johnny Bairstow is looking to get some energy. He wants to get going. You know, sometimes some players come out and you just don't say anything to them.
Yeah, but
Winston Wade was that sort of player. He wanted Wade wanted to get G'd up. You know, and you say, "Come on, let's bounce him out." You know, Wade got G'd up. If you said nothing to Wade, then he felt lonely. And there are some players like that. Lewis comes in out to ball to Folks. Folks gets a wide delivery and spanks it square, coming around the Shamar Springer, making good ground. When he gets there, he fires a return into Shane Darwish. Both umpires acknowledge that there are 2 deliveries left. Gregory Brathwaite and Nigel Duguid. There's no Carl Tuckett in this game. I thought that Carl Tuckett would have got an opportunity. Leslie Reefer being the standby. Thought it would have been a good game to give Leslie Reefer and Carl Tuckett an opportunity. Duguid and Brathwaite has been going for some time. 3:54 for 5. Lewis from the CIUN comes in now. The ball to Bairstow. He's driving that one in ducker. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Lewis is
2 loose shots.
Yeah, because he wants bat on the ball.
Yeah, you know, Johnny want to hit his strides. You know, he plays a lot of shots.
He does,
yeah,
but he's not been allowed to get away today.
Yeah, he plays a lot of shots.
With the exception of the Shamar Springers, where he got to free himself and he got a couple of boundaries.
But I could understand the ploy in Shamar Springer's little short spell. I thought that, you know, you have to basically try something to get them out of their comfort zone to see how it works. So I didn't feel too badly with the way he came on, and, you know, he tried to rough them up a bit. But the pitch was too classic.
Folks gets a short ball. He's out. Got! Brilliant catch. He got a short ball. It sat up on him. That little patch there. And Folks tried to, rather than go over, try to hit it down. But Shane Mosley took an excellent catch there at the short mid-wicket area. And England have lost their first wicket after lunch. And Lewis, who's toiled tremendously hard, picks up a much-deserved wicket. Excellent catch there by Shane Mosley. England lose their 5th wicket, 355 for 5. We almost said 3-5 cigarette.
Well, you could have said that, but I guess you have to differentiate that it's 355. If it's 3-5, you may think it's a Benson and Hedges.
Yeah. So
but I think that was a good ploy by the captain, and because if you notice, the over before they had the deep backward square, and they brought him in. They brought him in to a shot just in front of square, and, you know, it worked.
Yeah, certainly. So I was going through the stats for you for some of the other run getters. Next in line is Leon Johnson from Ghana. 3,022 runs from 56 innings. High score of 189. And listen to the difference. He's only had 4 centuries and 18 half centuries. So you see Devon Smith is by a wide margin, and that would come with experience in terms of what's happening. Monson Hodge from the Leewards, 48 matches, 2,889 runs, 4 centuries and 21 half centuries. At least 10 of those half centuries could have been hundreds. Might have been up there at 14. Vijay Singh, 2,794 runs, 6 centuries and 14 half centuries. Shamar Brooks, 2,478 runs, 5 centuries and 14 50s. His highest score of 166. So I'll get back to that, Sylvester, in terms of what's going to be going on. The CWI President's 11 team, they're now looking to attack Brian Charles. They've called for a helmet, so that means that they're going to put somebody under the helmet. So that's a good ploy. No, they're not.
Well, I guess they're going to use it for the
new batter.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait. Chris Wokes walks out for England today. So let's see what's going to be happening. Charles starts from the media center and into ball to Johnny Bairstow, who's approaching a half century, 45 from 94 deliveries. It's not the typical Johnny Bairstow innings, and it shows that he's maybe not got into his rhythm here. Loose delivery, and lucky to get away with that, Sylvester. Johnny almost preempted that, and maybe just deciding that he wasn't going to go hard, but if he'd maybe just a little finer, a little finish like Carl Hooper, might have given the feeler a long run. But he got a single, and that was important to Johnny. He goes to 46. Chris Wokes, who is a good all-rounder, a good cricketer, he comes in to strike.
Yeah, very good all-rounder, well established. I think he would cherish this opportunity in terms of the senior bowlers in James Anderson and Chris Broad, and that he is not here. So I think that he will.
Bowls a heavy ball.
Yeah, he will cherish this opportunity to be one of the main, experienced bowler in this team.
Just would like to see Brian Charles, rather than trying to get up to the popping crease, just deliver from right there. Give it, Wokes especially a little something to think about, because Wokes is also a big guy. So you got to mix your variations, get close to the stump, get your angles right. What do we have happening here? Nigel Duguid, he thought he saw somebody behind. It was only a bird. Charles in out the bowl to Wokes. Wokes comes quietly forward. 356 for 6. Quick with CWI President's 11 picking up a wicket after lunch, the first. Back and just whipping this one, but can't beat the short mid-wicket feeler. In fact, they have 2 short mid-wicket feelers. Over completed. 120 overs bowled by CWI President's 11. England 356 for 6. Johnny Bairstow is 46. Wokes, who's faced 4 deliveries, is yet to score. And Brian Charles, not Brian Charles Lara, but just Brian Charles, and although he's from Trinidad and Tobago, 3 for 106. As I say, good afternoon to President Assam Basarat. Sylvester is next to me.
But judging from what we've seen so far through the game is basically, you can say, like a cat and mouse. There is no team that really have the advantage, 100% advantage in terms of the scoring rate. It has not gone out of control. I think that the West Indies, the cricket West Indies President 11, bowling very consistently, and another opportunity.
So a little
Opportunity for a run out,
but missed in the end.
Yeah, but overall, I think the game, is well balanced. Not anybody, yes, they have total advantage over any team,
Well, on a flat track to
Yeah.
get 6 wickets. You have really 4 half centuries. Here is Johnny Bairstow approaching one. The England management team. The only thing that would be missing, you want to get someone to get 100, and Lawrence certainly was on his way for that till he got a peach of a beauty from Colin Archibald. And Alex Atanez, who will relish himself, has taken 2 excellent catches so far. He maybe can't wait to get out there. Lois, he's got 2 wickets today, 2 for 63 from the CIUN. Comes in now to bowl to Wokes. Wokes is driving, can't beat Raymond Reefer. In fact, it's Louis. Short extra cover. The score remains on 357 for 6. This is a period of play which is going to be critical, Sylvester.
Yeah, Atenez, I'm looking forward to seeing him. I played a charity game some years ago in Barbados with him, and he looks at ease, man. The way he bats, he has a real time. Hopefully that he can get a good knock here.
Here is Wokes just sneaking a single, and Shem Lewis is saying, "Come on, we have to be tighter than this. We can't relax there. You can just allow the man to just get off the mat there." But he played with nice soft hands. Johnny Bairstow responded. Louis couldn't stop the single because it was to his left.
I agree with him. I thought that he just came in facing you for the first time. Probably they could have brought up the deep.
The sweeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a wasted man there.
Yeah.
Even the deep back was square.
For him, bring them up and let him face some deliveries. Don't let it become so easy, because it's not as easy as it looks. You have to get in.
Johnny Bairstow leaves alone a delivery outside the line of the off stump. Could carry to Shane Dawes. 358 for 6. You're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the Apex Test Series warm-up game. CWI President's 11 against England. I don't hear the chirping from the West Indies team at all.
Springs, they've been out there for a day and a half now.
So you don't chirp?
Yeah, they chirp, but I mean,
You have
it's not going to be as consistent. Springs.
No, you got to find somebody.
The sun is beaming
You
down.
know, if Ronaldo was here between me there, so you know what would be happening.
Yeah,
he wouldn't stop talking.
Yeah, I mean, normally the keeper is the one. The keeper is the captain as well. So
Here's Bairstow pulling this one away into the boundary for 450 for Johnny Bairstow. Short delivery. He acknowledges the small Barney army here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He goes to 51 off 98 deliveries, and on a big day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the last time that the England team played here, they lost US 20 million. Johnny Bairstow making a statement, picking up a half century, much needed half century. Short ball from Sherman Lewis. It didn't bounce enough, and because Johnny Bairstow has been in there for such good time, he's seen the ball as big as a breadfruit. That was easy pickings for him.
Easy pickings. And the placement is superb because they have one at deep, like forward the square, and the fine leg is a bit squarer, but you know he picked that spot right between them.
Bairstow is on driving, can't score, thought about a single, sent back quite rightly by Wokes. Over comes to an end, and over in which he picked up his 50. Lewis is now saying to him, "You're lucky." Johnny Bairstow say, "You wait until a couple of overs and I will deal with you." 362 for 6. Bairstow 51, Wokes 1. Lewis 2 for 68 from 22 overs.
I didn't know that you were such a good lip reader, Springs.
Well, it's all in the game. You know, knowing Johnny Bairstow, I'm sure he's giving him some lip. He's not going to back off.
Johnny Bairstow looks like one of those players. You know, you have some players, as you said earlier, that they will pick a fight with you just to get motivated. You know, Johnny Bairstow looks like he's one of those players that he will challenge and pick a fight with maybe a bowler, a fielder. You know, he looks like he up for a challenge.
Try and get under your skin. Dot ball here by Charles to Chris Wokes, who's on 1. So Sylvester, I was going through the regional stats, 4-day stats, batting, and you know, you were talking today about folks coming up and scoring big hundreds, big double hundreds. We now have the West Indies Test captain who scored 276. Jermaine Blackwood, I'm sure you remember that. Sylvester scoring 248 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against the Leeward Islands. Sonny Lambris 231 and Shea Hope 215. So during the period of time, Sylvester, we have only had 3 double centuries, and this is just between the professional setup. In fact, that's before Craig Bradford scored 276 here. Nice flighted delivery. Wokes played at it. There was appeal for a caught behind, but umpire Nigel Duguid wasn't convincing. I don't know what you think. Normally the keeper would have gone up with more glee. What you thought, Sylvester?
Yeah, we just stifled the appeal. The real, I guess because he beats the bat.
He went past the bat?
Yeah, for the first time in a long while. But he was a good delivery. I want to call it a ball, but that ball is illegal now, so I won't mention it.
You mean you're talking about what? The deucer?
I thought that was a doshy.
Just maybe might. But he did touch a little bit. He bowled it a lot wider from the off stump, and you really picked that one up. In the meantime, his next delivery was hit down the ground for a single. And so the score quietly going on. England just more or less just building. Johnny Bairstow. What mood he will get into. Whether he'll be the aggressor. CWI President's 11, they have to keep pushing. They can't ease up.
I think the plan, it seems like the plan for England now is you bat 2 days. You know,
I think they'll bat until tea.
Okay.
Yeah, they want to give their bowlers some time to really go after the West Indian batters a little later this evening. Short shot music playing out from Cheeky Hi-Fi here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
So you were to say only 3 double centuries from the time that
the professional setup.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, and the one this year, and this is before
So
this
that's
season.
4, okay, that's 4 then.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That's what you were talking about. You know, the attitude to really get in and really get big scores. And, you know, that has to be the hunger. Because, Sylvester, there are some leagues around the world where players are scoring runs, you know, and they can't get into their national team. But the consistency of just making runs, it has to be consistent. It has to be an appetite. Because one day you might just get a call. So you can't just say, well, I'm just going to get 100 this year. This season, I'm just going to score 200s. You know, if you get in, you get in. And you come up with big ones. Lois to Wokes. Wokes is driving through cover. Shamar Springer, who's sweeping, coming around, but he can't stop the second. There's another style I'm seeing, Sylvester, where the bowlers now have, like Shamar Springer, you can see his socks almost look like he's a soccer player.
Well, I mean, that's the style now in terms of the pants. The pants are not long like before. The shorter the pants. You know, before time when you wear pants like that, you see people walking over with their hands up. Yeah, they're sticking them up. But this is the style now. You know, so you have to get with it, Springs.
It's hard for me to get with Sylvester. you know, I'm grappling with that, Sylvester.
You gotta get to the program, innit? One of the hallmark of Sir Alex Ferguson, that why he's so, in my opinion, why he's so such the best manager that we have seen in the Premier League is the way in which that he go with the time. He always looking for that next youngster coming through.
So you think that's a good thing with going with the time? I don't want to see your socks.
Listen, that's the.
I want you to get wickets. I don't want to see your socks.
Oh my God! Maybe it's a distraction to the batsman.
I certainly I don't know, but like I said, it's changes are nice. It took some time for us. Kerry Packer brought some color into the cricket. I understand that, and sometimes you need that. But I think just the traditional way, Sylvester, when Sylvester walks out and you look at him and you see him in his cream or his white, he looks like a test player. That's what you're sort of looking for, a short ball.
Oh my God.
And that's meet and greet. Sherman Lewis maybe getting a little tired. He pulled that down. And Johnny Bairstow just quickly walked across and said, I told you if I spend some time here, I'll be coming at you.
I think Johnny Bairstow is toying with those short balls, because if you notice, he played one when the fielder was forward of square. And now the fielder he came to the back. He went to hit it. He hit it forward of square. I think
the art of batsmanship.
The art of batsmanship, and he's really looking good.
That's why I feel that ploy is not working on this pitch. If I was Sherman Lewis, he's got a good Yorker. That's why he should be thinking about bowling. And that's just my thought process.
That's the Yorker.
He's got that.
But in terms of the short balls, those are short balls. Those are not short lifting deliveries.
They're just short balls.
Yeah, just short balls sitting up to be
hit anywhere.
Yeah, if you're bowling a short ball, you got to get it over the shoulder, or about head height. But those short balls, basically waist height and belly height, those are balls to get some serious licking. You have to get it up.
370 for 6. CWI President's 11 toiling away here. Go and get your tickets. Don't tell anybody that if I had known I missed the West Indies winning or missed England winning. Go and get your tickets at the Coolidge Cricket Ticket Office right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And it's half price for Caribbean nationals?
20. The price is.
I think I heard Demo says that.
Yeah, there's half price.
Oh my God.
So you can't miss that. 2 for 75, Lois. The music is being toned down here. Chicky Hi-Fi playing away. The legendary Chicky. Charles on target.
What do you think of Charles? How your assessment of Charles so far?
We'll have to see him again.
You have to see him again?
Yeah, I don't think
you saw him yesterday.
I don't think he's doing enough with the ball. You got to give it a rip, Sylvester. And it's a work in progress for him. There's good opportunity. This, I think, would test him. So his coach is talking to him, telling him, hey, got to pivot a little bit more. You could give it a little bit more rip. And he just has to be patient, because as a spinner, Sylvester, you have to be patient. One of the things I picked up from him is that, he wanted to make adjustments to delivery after delivery. You just have to be patient and just put the ball in the right area. Sometimes your role is just to hold. Here is Wokes with the offline delivery. There's no square leg and a boundary to Wokes very quickly. Just got up the long handle and picked that one away quite easily. Goes up to 9. The score goes up to 374 for 6. Just as Sylvester was talking about, because the English batters are batting anywhere between, especially to Charles off stump, anything offline, they're going to pick him up. And this is something that he's going to have to understand. Regional cricket, the batsman will just be coming forward.
Yeah, probably batting on leg stump. Allowing the ball to turn back in. But you got to, these guys are in line and they know the area, scoring areas. There is not any mid wicket. When you're batting an off stump to an off spin and there is no mid wicket, man, I'm surprised that they haven't gone over there more often. Yeah, I mean, take away the point now. We're going to bet we're going to see the reverse sweep.
Of course, Johnny Bester is going to get that broom out. So we now have what?
Well, it's Wokes and
Wokes and Johnny, yeah.
But I don't think they're going to have this feel for Johnny. There's no way going to have this feel for Johnny.
Well, I this is what I would want to see. If they're going to have this feel for Johnny.
No, they would never have this feel for Johnny.
374 for 6. Wokes is 9, Best of 55.
We can have a malt on it.
No, I'm not going to try and bet that one. The captain won't be so crazy. If he is, something had to be wrong. He should be captain in this team. End of another over, 374 for 6. Sylvester, trust me, we'll see what happens when Johnny Bairstow comes on strike. Because if he decides to have this feel, then something is wrong.
Johnny's going to take out that boom.
He has to break up that grouping.
Yeah, but in my opinion, I think...
no, you're right, Sylvester.
Yeah.
And nothing is wrong with your thinking. You certainly have to think that way.
Sherman Lewis is taking a break.
He has to.
Casey Carty, get your young self out and get some sun.
Well, he's lucky to be still sitting in the pavilion.
Yeah, you see, that's another tradition. I know the old English folks would be. Put
your shirt in your pants.
Yeah, these will be.
Put your shirt in your pants.
Turning in their seats.
Put your shirt in your pants. Gotta look like a cricketer. He's not trying to put his shirt in his pants after the fact, but put your shirt in your pants. Have to be ready.
Some teams right now, because the shirts are so close and the pants are so.
Well, they tell me about science and biomechanics.
With clothing too.
Yes, everything is skin fit. That's Mali. Mali has on his sleeve. Everything is fit to the skin. It's almost like an athlete. You put on your bodysuit.
Oh my God.
All sorts of things that I hear. Science. So I'm not going against the science. And Sylvester told me I have to move with the time, so I'm moving with the time. 374 for 6. You're listening to live ball by ball coverage on Platinum FM 97.9 and Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in. Maxwell is back, and I think that whenever, whether they bowl out England or England declare, Maxwell needs a week off.
A week?
Trust me.
But they have no. You see, you may think that he needs a week off, but you're talking back about the science now. They have that ice bath that will get you fresh and ready to go again.
He needs more than an ice bath on this spell here. On this flat pitch, Maxwell must be saying, "Come on, man, Sylvester, this is what you prepared for me."
Oh my God! I think.
Here is Bairstow driving through cover. Shamar Springer making some growth, coming around quickly. They're thinking about 2, but they have to scurry back because he made valiant effort there. He got out the long levers and got around quickly and stopped Wokes for coming back from a second. Sylvester Bunks and Joseph will have a double change. This will be my last. We'll have some comments from you. Then Denmore comes into the hot seat, and then it'll be the voice of Mally Richards. You see, Sylvester, when you're out there for almost a day and a half, or you tell me when you go to bat, you're in a hurry. You get out for 20. And you see the man, those players have you out there, and they're sunning you. Something has to be wrong with that. You got to go out there and sun the guys also.
Well, you know that.
You're in a hurry.
To be honest, Springs, man. Sometimes you spectators look and say, "Oh, he doesn't want to. He just give away his wicket," and but man, that is the intention. After someone sonning you for
that's you,
so long,
Sylvester. Everybody don't think like you. 375 for 6.
But sometimes it just doesn't work, man. Sometimes you go in, man, and come on.
That's you, Sylvester. Everybody don't think like you.
You can imagine you feel for 2 days and then go in and get a 1 ball, Springs.
Well, you have to prepare yourself for this mentally. That's why Muhammad Ali. That's why he ran the extra miles. Even when he couldn't go, you have to find that gas. So you're out there for 2 days, Sylvester, and there's one thing you're thinking about. They can't get my wicket when I go in there.
And then you go in and get 1 ball? That would disturb you mentally. I mean, it happens to me a few times this week. To be honest, man, that is a mental. Oh man.
Nerve-wracking?
Nerve-wracking, man.
Here is a delivery pitched up and squeezed away past the first slip, down to the third man boundary for 4. Wokes goes up to 13, 379 for 6.
You don't think they can be a little more aggressive or attacking against Wokes in terms of the field placing?
That's what I was saying, and I find that the regional captains. In fact, I'll give you a story before I get off, Sylvester. I remember Antigua playing against St. Kitts, and Dave Joseph just came in, and Hiskett Benjamin was the manager. And for some strange reason, I don't remember who was the captain for the St. Kitts team, but Dave is a big, strong guy.
Yeah.
And mid-on and mid-off went back, and Hiskett Benjamin shouted from the pavilion. He says, "The man ain't face a ball yet, he's a knot." I'll never forget that. I was in the dressing room. Hiskett thought it was just madness. Dave Joseph just come in.
Reputation. I guess his reputation went before him.
Yes. Squeeze onto the outside. Shema Springer coming around. No, Hiskett Benjamin said no. Sylvester walks out. He's a nervous wreck. You got to put pressure on him. Yeah, man. Hiskett shouted out, man. He's not faced the ball. He's a knot.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody has to start. It's nervous. You have a bit of nerves. Your coordination, your eye coordination not working the way you're sitting in the pavilion.
Your eyes, you haven't got accustomed to the adjustment of the light.
It's the best time. I mean, it's the best time to get someone out. You have to. It's when they come out to bat first.
Maxwell about to Bairstow, turning this one up there. So that's it for me for this little spell. 380 for 6, 125 overs ball. Bairstow is 56, Wokes is 14. More comments from you, Sylvester. And then Denmore will step into the ball by ball, and Mally Richards will be in the comments position.
Yeah, but I think we have some interesting sessions going so far. I can see that the President's 11 bowlers are really tiling away and trying to get this team out so that their batters can get a good knock and they can have a bit of rest, ice bath and a rest and stretch and massage and all these things, Marty. But you can't fault. I must say we can't fault for what we are seeing here, the energy, the effort, even the feeling of the guys. They're getting to the ball and getting it back in. So it's a good showing, I think, so far.
380 for 6, 125 overs bowled, 125 overs of toil. The West Indies President's 11 could say. Maxwell, 18 of those overs, none for 48 is his total. And Brian Charles, who's had some success, he's had 3 wickets so far in the innings. But I just remember Springer and Sylvester Joseph, they were talking about your reputation preceding you. And we saw that yesterday with the way that Charles bowled. Was asked that man at that short leg position, might have been a half chance. Balls left in the air. Not sure if how close it got to the short leg fielder there. Charles looking a little bit disappointed.
It was Mosley,
but he was very flat when Ben Stokes was at the crease. He stopped flighting. He was flighting all day. And then when Ben Stokes came to the crease, he got flat and fast, almost recognizing that if I flight to Ben Stokes, I might find my balls disappearing.
And he just did slightly, and Ben Stokes put him away. He came down and hit him just over mid-off, one bounce.
Certainly, almost the one time that he did
just a hint of flight.
Just a hint, and he was struck away. So, just wanted to bring up that point that sometimes your reputation
does precede you for real.
Charles continues. He's in on the line of legs. Some tickled away. They're going to look to sprint through for a couple. They're still interested in coming back. Good throw coming from the fielder in the deep. Who's that all the way down?
Looks like Jeremiah.
Looks like Louis. Jeremiah Louis down there, hitting the stumps at the wicketkeeper's end, but Bairstow had rushed back for 2. He's on 58 over 108 walks who've come in. He's on 15. So England continuing to progress, 383 for 6. What do you think England would think is a decent enough total or a decent enough time when they said all the batsmen would have had an opportunity to have a knock?
I think it's more that as opposed to a total or even time. They just want to make sure that their main batters manage to spend some substantial time out in the middle.
Certainly. And Bairstow gets his 58th run. As Wokes comes on to strike. Here is Brian Charles. Delivery that's again just on the line of the stumps, and the batsman covering all of his stumps and playing it nicely down into the short leg region. Very comfortable.
Quite surprising, no real turn though here on day 2.
He's turning this one down to a long leg position. Is Folks for another single. Brings Jeremiah Louis in to the picture once more. Yeah, it hasn't really turned on day 2. As a matter of fact, if anything, it has flattened out.
It has flattened out remarkably.
Gotten better to bat on.
We saw a bit of turn yesterday when Brian Charles was actually bowling with a harder, newer ball. But here today, the wicket has just completely gone flat. But what I must say, though, Sherman Lewis has been impressive. You spoke about the 125, now 126 overs of toil by this CWI President's 11. But I think Preston McSween, firstly Sherman Lewis and Preston McSween on quite a flat dog have managed at times to just create chances, half chances, to just find a little penetration, that little added extra at times, just troubling Johnny Bairstow. You see a few inside edges, especially when Sherman Lewis was trying to duck it in quite late to him. But I think from a West Indian perspective, those two in particular have emerged from this innings with a bit of credit.
Start of a new over. First delivery played away into the offside field, just to the left of the fielder. So for a run.
And their fitness as well, Denmore, has been quite impressive, to be honest. Sherman Lewis, he's just bowled spell after spell. Whenever he's called upon, he's coming and he's running hard. We see Preston McSween here. I mentioned just how fit he looks compared to when I saw him last in the regional Super 50 here. He's looking so much fitter, and we're seeing the fruits of his hard work. Yeah,
he's around the wicket, and Bairstow is driving beautifully through the offside. Doesn't time it though, so he has to rush back for a second run.
Found that gap nicely though, Johnny Bairstow. Timed it maybe not as sweetly as he would have liked. The outfield not quite as quick as we've grown accustomed to seeing it here, but still managing to pick up 2 runs. Lovely shot. He transferred the weight onto the front foot really well there, and that tells you just how comfortable he is now as well. It's something that he at times struggles with, just transitioning from back foot to front foot play, but on that occasion, lovely executed shot.
McSween with another delivery, short of a length. Bairstow gets on top of it, drops it into the gully region. No run. So, Bairstow and Wokes, the recognized all-rounder for England, 388 for 6, 33. This partnership that they've been able to put on so far.
Just to add to your to answer your question as well, I think possibly sometime this evening, England will be looking to have a ball at this President's 11.
The short delivery smashed away into the mid-wicket region, 4 runs.
Beautiful, beautiful shot there by Johnny Bairstow. Picked up length really quickly. We know him to be quite a good back foot player on that occasion. Not an overly short delivery, not that short, but he pounced on that one and hit it way in front of square. Johnny Bairstow just growing now into his innings. He's on to what, 65 of 112, and possibly looking to bring up 3 figures here in the next half an hour or so, just based on his intent.
And he's moved the run rate to over 3 runs.
3 runs per over now, yeah.
So another net positive for the England team, getting that run rate up. Johnny Bairstow looks in good form. Faces up now, and he's just pushing one. Good comeback delivery from Maxwell. Last one, just dropping it a little bit short, and Bairstow was quickly onto it. This one pitched up a little more with a little check drive. Bairstow pushed it out to the mid-off fielder.
And this is our valuable experience as well, you know, for this President's 11 team here, especially the bowlers. You know, they're bowling at international standard batters. We've seen a lot of these England batters struggle on the international stage, but this is a step up for these players here, and they're just learning the levels of this game, you know.
Maxwell, a little bit more effort. That one bounced a little bit higher above the shoulders of Johnny Bairstow into the gloves of Shane Dorridge. And so the end of another over has come. 127 overs. England 392 for 6.
Possibly, you know, Preston McSween, he would have been bowling in a regional match, and even in batting conditions such as this, you know, batters possibly would have contributed as well so much to their own downfall, as opposed to here where you've really got to bowl wicket taking deliveries to get these standard of batters out. And it's a hard lesson to learn, but a valuable one. It is
valuable lessons that must be learned at this stage, so that the cricketers understand that maybe if life comes easier for you at a level below, it's definitely not going to be the same once you step up in class, or you step up in, they would say, step up in weight.
Yes.
So once there. Brian Charles again will try. Wokes just coming forward and just turning that one past the man at short leg. So they're giving Brian Charles just a little bit of support in terms of putting that man in at the short leg position.
No real fizz though, no real turn and bounce that would
I think with the man there at that short leg position, he would want to bowl a mile or 2 per hour, a little faster. Maybe just give it a little fizz, allow the ball to spin a little faster. Quicker delivery on that occasion, but outside the line, on the line of the off stump.
It's just a little too slow, yeah, and it's just, you know, Wokes, it's giving him time to just adjust by going back onto that back foot. As we see it there again.
Just the opportunity to adjust because the ball is a little bit on the slow side.
And no real fizz to it. You know, he pretty much knows how it's going to behave.
Flighted delivery. This time, just getting it into straightish, short mid-on position. Straightish mid-wicket, as you would say. Devon Thomas is there. Devon Thomas has had probably a full day's run out so far today on the field. Yesterday we saw him in spurts. Today he's on. Shamar Springer sprinting in. He too has had long days in the field. He's patrolled that boundary. Those boundaries for long periods, having to do lots of work. 393 for 6 at the end of 128 overs.
And I was here a bit early this morning as well, Denmore, and Devon had quite a good ball this morning as well. Quite a good workout with the ball. So physically, you're seeing him pretty much in his peak condition at this stage. You know, he's been out there all day, and he's going to be asked as well to bat for long periods. And his powers of concentration are going to have to come to the fore, and it's one of the things that we want to see our players take more seriously. You think of a Shimron Hetmai, even a Rustin Chase. Some of our better players have all fallen foul of the basic required fitness levels over the past year or two.
And that brings up the argument. Should we consider the talent of somebody of a Shipman Hetmeyer and maybe not as be as strict with the total fitness in terms of you must meet this target or else should there be a little bit of a leeway, do you think, or no?
I think you definitely make leeway, but you make leeway in exceptional circumstances, if you see what I'm saying. So if you consider Shimron Hetmeyer an exceptional talent that the part with a player such as that, then yes, but
and do you think that we need to have what I am calling, is my term, a player audit in the Caribbean?
100%.
Meaning that we ask all the players in the Caribbean, what level of commitment do you have to what type of cricket in the Caribbean? What do you want to play? So that people like myself, so we can know, look, when we look on the list, we see an Evan Lewis, and Evan Lewis is only wanting to play white ball cricket. Or we see a Shimron Hetmeyer that says all versions.
Declare your intention.
Declare your hand. And because we keep calling names, and maybe we're calling names of people who are not necessarily interested in the format that we're calling them for. I heard the name Nicholas Puran being called.
But we never hear them say that they want
to. So we need.
Yes.
So I'm just asking. Do you think that we are at the stage
100%.
where we need to do that?
Yeah, we need to audit not only the players, but we need forensic audits of a lot of the decision-making processes and the things that happen on tour and during a World Cup, and selection processes and policies and things of the like, you know. Then more we tend to just sack a few people and not really get to the root of the issues. And like even for instance, even after the World Cup, we didn't even have a forensic audit of the T20 World. It was a shambles.
It was a shambles. And
and
we didn't look and see what were the reasons why we performed that badly.
We got rid of two selectors, and that was it. Everything else stayed the same.
We watch. Max Sween continues to battle here for the President's 11. You listen to Denmo Roberts and Marley Richards. We're on the West Indies YouTube streaming coverage of this President's 11 warm-up match between the West Indies President's 11 and England. And remember, they're preparing for the Apex Test Series, which starts next week, Tuesday, the 8th of March, at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium in North Sound in Antigua. And tickets are available. Go to windiescricket.com/tickets to get your tickets. This is driven again out into the offside.
Like for instance, then more sorry, we're not even sure, or we haven't really come to a conclusion on the selection of that team for the ICC T20 World Cup that was just finished.
Yes.
Was it Roger Harper, the chairman of selectors, that decided to bring back a few of the old guard, or was it a directive led by the captain or maybe even the coach? We don't even know.
To me, I saw a lot of influence from my own personal standpoint.
Just from the outside,
I saw a lot of influence from the captain.
100%.
I saw it even early in his. I remember after the Super 50, they were in Antigua. And we played a couple of one-day matches.
And T20s.
And Anderson Phillip, who was not selected, showed up and played one of the matches. And, the reports that we got, that it was almost a captain's pick.
Right.
And we've seen a lot of influence from Pollard since he's been captain of the West Indies. He seemed to have had a lot of influence in terms of some selection, but nobody has said anything.
Yeah,
if you understand.
Even the planning leading up to the World Cup, I think if I remember correctly, there were 15 T20 internationals before the World Cup. That's more than enough games for you to even bring new members into the squad and get them acclimatized to international cricket. But we chose to go back for some reason, and I would actually like to know whether that was a directive from these selectors. It makes it seem that way, considering that they lost their jobs.
Bairstow is down the track and smashing one into the mid-wicket region. That's Wokes, actually, who's down the track and scoring a boundary. Just seeing a little bit of flight from Brian Charles and using his feet and working that, whipping it into the mid-wicket region, picked up an easy boundary.
I make no mistake, Chris Wokes is a proper batter as well. Yeah, fantastic first class and test record with the bat. Actually would probably make the West Indies cricket team as a batsman, if asked, considering how poor we've been with the bat. So the CWI Presidents 11 definitely have a tough task on their hands here.
Certainly. And while we're discussing it, should we have made any changes to the setup, or we've made all the changes that we need?
I think we did.
We had a disappointing
T20
series, even when we went to India. We didn't compete. In my mind, should we just allow excuses to be made? We heard the coach making comments, the captain making comments. Are we at a stage where we need to establish what is it that we're doing?
I like the captain, don't get me wrong. I know what he brings to the game. I know just how much of a leader potentially he can be when everything's going and everything's working in his favor. But I just sense a little bit of arrogance at this point in time, just a little too arrogant in terms of our results. It's not like if we're getting the best results, and just his indifference to certain questions being asked, and not really fronting up to the media the way you like. I think I expected him to be more of a man and more of a leader than what we've just recently seen, from him. And also in terms of his performance, just sometimes just shirking responsibility. Just shirking responsibility. At times I remember seeing Akil Hussain and other players being shunted ahead of him.
Right.
When he's known as the international finisher.
International finisher.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
It's baffling. Baffling.
And even some of the decisions that we would have seen in that series, especially in India, where we had a series where Powell, made 100 the match before, and then couldn't find his way to the crease the next match.
Early enough
all sort of
to make
other
the
players,
impact. Yes,
came before him and so on. And we, understanding where are we going to use these players, and what kind of players is are we going to use Powell as the impact man that comes in early, as we used to call a pinch hitter? Is he going to be that kind of guy that you send in early? If he works, he goes magical. If it doesn't work, we have backup. Those are the kind of thinking that I'm expecting to see at that level. And to me, I didn't get.
Not seeing it.
I didn't get the fact that we had it all planned out as to how we were going to
be making
approach.
it up.
It seems as if as we go along, we were just making it up.
Yeah, and that's not the Kieran Pollard that or even expected. As a leader, vastly experienced. He's played in every league, probably one of the most capped players at T20 level.
At T20 level.
Yeah, him and Dwayne Bravo, they played the most games out of anyone ever, and we're just not seeing it. More than anything, his form is quite worrying to me. Like you say, I think what we're seeing at times in these press conferences as well, what I'm calling arrogance, is that maybe he's feigning confidence and being just a little bit over the top with it, considering that he's not as confident in his own game, considering the decisions that you're seeing being made, especially in where he bats, when he comes in, what times he comes in an innings. A lot of the times the game's already gone too far for him to make the impact necessary. So if that's the case, what's the point?
You're not really missing any cricket if you're listening to us on Platinum FM. They had a drinks break, 398 for 6. Bairstow is not out on 65, Wokes on 23. And then Mo Roberts and Mali Richards just having a little chat. And should we settle, Mali, on
Yes.
on what when you look at it though, the West Indies team, we see the talent. We've seen some people come through. We know of the Fabian Allens. We know of the the Rutherfords and so on. Shafin Rutherford is another case because he's not been given an opportunity because we're hearing that he has failed the fitness requirement. And when you look at him and the teams in the franchises, they're picking him up and using him, and then we're here battling over his fitness rather than we need to find a way to force him to get fit or something to make it happen.
And it goes both ways. The player has to want it.
And
well.
that was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
What responsibility does the players have?
I think first it's on them.
For their own, because Kenny Benjamin said something at one time. They're all individual business owners.
Yeah, and their brand is them.
And their brand is them.
Yes.
And so he's saying, because he remember him commenting, he says Hetmeyer is a brand.
Yes.
And Hetmeyer is a personal business owner. And the personal business that he owns is Hetmeyer's Cricket.
Married man responsible to his family,
And if I don't do my cricket well, then I'm going to have a problem with my family and all of that. So,
how much
of a responsibility is him?
Yep. I think a whole lot.
McSween is in. He's striking the batsman on the pad. There's a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
You think that pitch done? I don't know.
I'd love to see that one. Again, umpire signals leg by. Just probably a quicker delivery that caught Stokes Bairstow not moving his feet.
And that's what I was talking about. Every now and again, they just find a little extra penetration, McSween and Sherman Lewis, which is good to see. Just going down.
Because of the angle of that one looked as if it might have been going down. So again,
round the wicket as well.
Round the wicket, pushing it in, angling towards the leg stump.
That breeze
good
going
decision
across
once again by the umpire. You don't normally give the umpires credit. They say you don't hardly ever give umpires and referees and those people.
I think they've been good in this game,
but they have been. They have been solid in their decision making. The few that they've had to make.
Yeah.
They've made. Look, if we've seen it again, just showing that it was angled in and looks as if it was going down. Just from the angle of that delivery there, you can't fault McSween for wanting to, for shouting, but clearly looks to be a good decision given by the umpire. McSween is.
A lot of the time you gauge off the wicketkeeper, and Shane Dowrich actually wasn't going down the leg side, so I think he's probably just a little closer than we even
probably thought,
but still just going down slightly.
So we'll give the benefit of the doubt to the official.
And
399 for 6.
Just to go back to your point about the responsibility, how much is on a player. I mean, you think of a case of a Zion Williamson. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the basketball player.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
good Leoria shot. That is sweet. That was beautiful. Just strayed, and he just leaned on that one. Played an exquisite on drive, clearing Devon Thomas at that mid-on position. He only turns to retrieve. That was sweet. That was beautiful from Wokes.
Wokes, expertly timed. Fabulous balance, head position, not falling over, not getting that foot too far out in front. Good transference of weight. Just a fabulous cricket shot. And I did say earlier, Chris Wokes is a proper batsman. Even at this level, test level, very good, very productive bowling all-rounder.
Faces up once more, McSween around the wicket, and he's flirting with one outside the line of the off stump, looking to probably cut it away, the ball keeping low. He's now rehearsing that leave alone stroke that he might have offered. But he played at it, the ball keeping low into the gloves of Dulwich to end the over. 403 for 6 at the end of 131 overs. Bairstow is on 65. Wokes is on 27.
And I mentioned Zion Williamson for one reason. You know how much the New Orleans he was drafted number one.
Number one, yes.
Yeah, by the New Orleans Pelicans, and you know the investment made by that franchise in him. But what we're seeing now is that regardless of that investment, if the player doesn't want it himself,
correct,
there's nothing that actually can be done. He seems to be having a few issues in terms of his rehab coming back from that foot surgery.
Yes.
Yeah, and just a bit of bumping of the heads between the two parties for some reason. And a lot of it is coming from that Zion Williamson side in terms of not being available and not just showing that commitment necessary.
Another loud appeal as Bairstow was playing a sweep stroke to a delivery from Charles. Quickly, umpire Nigel Duguid says not out. More of a stifled appeal though. Charles, this time a delivery. This one turned slowly, bounced slightly as well as Bairstow played it off the back foot up to Devon Thomas at that short mid-on position. No run. Charles quickly in again. And Bairstow just almost walking into that stroke, just on the back foot, playing with the full face of the bat, gets it up to Devon Thomas at mid-on. No run. Charles, just a very short run up he has, a couple of paces, and then he's in. See him just walking in and then bowling, and it's funny. I smile because I remember when Raheem Cornwall was just walking in a couple of paces and then into a delivery stride. Much was made about the fact that he didn't have a run-up. I don't hear the same type of comments made for somebody like a Brian Charles.
Yeah,
but
I think the best thing is though we're not asking Brian Charles to bowl out any to win us any test matches at this stage. But like you say, just interesting to note the different criticisms and for who and why.
And is that part of the problem that we're having in the Caribbean, that the criticisms are based on who it's directed at or where you're from?
A lot of that.
Or something of that sort?
There is a lot of that, you got to be honest.
How do we fix something like that? We've been talking about this for eons on end, and we don't seem to be coming to a solution. Kenny Benjamin has a novel idea that he's, and I mention him because I speak to him often about cricket. He's of the opinion that, especially now that we have the franchise system, you should pick the best available players, matters not where they come from.
Yeah, 100%.
So Leeward Islands should have a mixture of the best players from Leewards, the best from Windwards, Trinidad, maybe somebody that's not getting into a Trinidad team but good enough to still play in the regional competition and so on. And in that way, if you have a real proper mix of players, people would start to look at the players
rather
as one
than from where they come from.
As players rather than where they're from. And I tend to think that is part of the way that we should go.
Yeah, it's a massive issue.
This is
Colin
Archibald, who has come back to replace Preston McSween, who had some overs from that northern end. And Devon Thomas, we can look, and he's one that has benefited from that. Remember when he was going through a rough patch in the Leeward Islands, he went and lived and played in Jamaica and came back, many of us thought, a better player.
Right.
Making better decisions and batting better.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen it open up around the region and it has its benefits.
Pulled away into the mid-wicket region, a short ball, not hit as hard as he might have wanted, but it has enough legs to get into the boundary 4 runs. Again, pulling it down to Wokes, Colin Archibald with really no pace, and Wokes just pivoting and smashing it through mid-wicket region and picked up a boundary.
A bit of a nothing delivery here from Colin Archibald. Seems to not be fully warmed up yet, just coming back here for another spell. But and we've seen Wokes struggle with that bouncer on the other occasion, but I don't think Colin Archibald possesses the pace just yet in order to trouble a Chris Wokes with such a delivery. But just to go back to what you were saying about maybe, the insularity at times around the region, I think what I find though as human beings is we do just find ways to separate ourselves more often than not.
Correct.
Even when we're from the same country. Maybe even if we're from the same village. I may be from country and you from town.
Right.
Yeah, or I may be from Liberta and you from All Saints. Just little things. We find ways to divide ourselves more often than not.
He's driving at that one. The ball. This was bouncing. Look as if
It looked like it took the
going
edge.
to the edge of the bat. I thought for a short while it was taking the
You're
edge.
not alone.
but
You're not alone.
It took the outer portion of the bat.
I thought so as
And
well.
went into that short cover region where Casey Carty is posted.
That tennis ball, he kind of bounced
Yes.
there from that.
Getting it to
Archibald.
bounce, but no real pace
Slowly,
on it.
yep,
It's
yep.
maybe he was caught. Seemed to be ready. Colin Archibald, another delivery that is short of a length and just covering up. No real pace on the delivery, playing it back quietly on the pitch. No run.
And at that pace, he's a bowler that relies heavily on whatever movement may be available through the air and maybe even off the pitch. But like we were saying, batting conditions really, really flat here, Denmore. And these guys are learning the hard way. But like we say, it's valuable, all valuable experience in these conditions and against such opposition.
Archibald in. Again, short of a length delivery. Batsman in Wokes covers up and plays it into the offside. Carty is the player there once more. No run.
Yeah, and how did we even get onto that conversation? Oh, we were talking about the fitness aspect and what's going to be required of a Devon Thomas and a Casey Carty, and we've seen it. I mean, we saw Guyana, I think, in that first game, be out in that field for a little bit, and Hetmeyer struggle to really show that concentration, even against the Leewards as well. Just struggling to show that concentration after being out in the field for 120, 130 overs. It's more than just coming and batting for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 overs in a T20 game and 20 overs in a 50 over. I think if you've got that red ball fitness, then from there you're now fit to play every other format of the game.
407 for 6. Do you think it's because these players still make money
It is.
from franchise cricket,
100%.
whether or not they are, in superb conditions, because they possess the ability, the batting ability to excite a crowd in over a short version for four or five overs, where 30, 35, 40 is considered to be good in that format of the cricket. Could that be part of the reason why we don't see here is Bairstow driving one right back over the top of Charles 6 runs.
Yeah, brilliant.
He's had enough of that from Charles, floated in and just struck straight back over his head for 6 runs. Brilliant shot by Johnny Bairstow. He moves on to 71.
We see
413 for 6.
That intent then more, possibly maybe, a declaration on the cards coming up if Johnny Bairstow can get to his 100,
His 100
pretty quickly.
He's getting a delivery that he's playing defensively from Brian Charles, Johnny Bairstow. They've pushed Maxwell back on the long off boundary. So you have a long off and a long on. Maxwell and Casey Carty just tickling this one around the corner and picking up another easy single. Raymond Reefer having to do the fielding. We haven't seen Raymond Reefer for the day.
Today,
Did he
no.
bowl today? No, we
I
haven't
don't
seen
think
him.
Maybe just carrying a little.
Maybe he's
injury or
carrying a
something.
little niggle.
But just to go back to your point on the IPL franchises and these franchises around the world and what they require of these guys, and you're right. They don't require them to be in peak physical fitness because of the usage. You know, it's not like they're going to have to be out there all day. More often than not, Hetmeyer comes in at the most 10 overs to bat.
Yep.
So, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily benefit his game in the longer formats, you know, the 50 over and red ball cricket, test cricket and 4-day cricket. It just doesn't aid that development.
Brooks is defensive to delivery that was pitched up to him on about the off and middle and off stump. No run. Brooks continue. Again, he's covering up from delivery from Brian Charles. Ending another over. 414 correction. 414 for 6. Would the audit that we talk about and declaring your hand then solve part of the problem that I've declared my hand, that I am interested in playing all 3 formats of the game? I am now handed this document that says this is the requirement, this is the fitness levels, these are the things that you have to go away and come back with in order to play the 3 formats of the game. Would that make a difference to a player?
I think what first and foremost we have to recognize that as a profession, cricket's no different to being a teacher or being a. I mean, if you were offered a job at one prestigious institution in America or England or somewhere around the world, you'd probably look to take up that opportunity.
Sure.
And I think it's a lot of the similar. It's very similar for these West Indian cricketers, you know.
Short delivery pulled away by Bairstow. He would think that he would have missed out on that one. The sort of length that he would have been pulling just a little bit late on that occasion. The ball hustled onto him from Colin Archibald, so he got it much finer than he wanted to.
Didn't quite bounce as much as well.
For a single.
Well,
Still a picturesque condition here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Lovely conditions here.
Haven't seen a speck of rain anytime. Delivery is driven into the offside, out to deep cover. Again, good work by Shamar Springer, picking the ball up and releasing it quickly and preventing even the thought of a second run. Listening to the weather report this morning, the weather reporter indicated that they've not recorded any rain for the month of March so far.
Wow.
And so it's one of those situations.
We're 48 hours in.
We're 48 hours in and they haven't seen anything named rain.
A drop of moisture.
Nothing. Again, Bairstow would be disappointed. Short delivery, but again, not with the pace, nothing. So it just looped up a bit and he was into the shot much earlier than the ball got there and had to settle for just 1 run.
Suggests maybe that ball is getting a little soft as well. You know, really dry conditions out there and not quite timing the balls when they're really hammered into the pitch.
Would the opposition request the type of team they want in a warm-up match, or is it purely down to the selectors to select? I'm asking that on the notion that the President's 11 chose to only one spinner in the lineup, and maybe somebody like a Rakeem Cornwall who would have been left out, a Hayden Walsh Jr. Who would have been around, or maybe one of the other spinners like Gudakesh Moti or one of those other guys could have gotten a looking. So I'm just asking. I don't know what the arrangements are. Sometimes in the warm-up matches, sometimes the team that the warm-up match is for could request, we want seamers rather than spinners, or that kind of thing. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I know. It's
because
good for conversation.
it is sort of strange that we picked one spinner. We really don't even have anyone else in the team that could carry over their hand.
And in the test squad as well, there's
right.
one spinner.
So I'm just wondering if it's a mindset that we've had that, we're not going to rely on any spin against England.
Interesting way to look at it. I know England wouldn't really have a say in what would go on the other side, apart from just requesting a quality fixture in terms of aiding them in their preparations.
They're going to get another run. They've run well between the wickets, these two. Bairstow and Wokes. Bairstow's moved on to 75. The partnership continues to go. It's now at 64. The end of another over. 419 for 6.
Yeah, and the President's 11 as well. It's also, I think, used by Cricket West Indies as an opportunity to develop their own players further, giving them an opportunity to play against high-level opposition, just in preparation for a test match as well.
What's your number?
And in preparation for a test match as well, I think it's used by both boards, but different intentions. But England preparing for a test match, and Cricket West Indies here just giving valuable players an opportunity to showcase their skills.
Start of a new over from Brian Charles. He's had 3,428 and he's in his 44th over. He's going to need the ice bath for that.
Oh, for sure.
Yes, we are seeing the reverse sweep coming out from Johnny Bairstow.
Sylvester was calling for it a while ago now, but now
he was calling for it, especially with the field placements that they've had for Brian Charles. He's working another delivery up to the short mid-on region. Devon Thomas scurries across, picks up, no run. Here we see Brian Charles again in. This time, good stop by Devon Thomas. Had to move a little bit quicker on this occasion.
Good energy.
Made the ground. Still, after being in the field for a long time, providing the support that Brian Charles require.
I was going to say well over 130 overs, but he wasn't out there at the start yesterday.
He wasn't at the start yesterday. We understand he might have had a net in the morning and spent some of the afternoon on the field. He's been in action this over on both sides of his body, but he's done well with those deliveries. 419 for 6 at the end of 136, the 136th over. So England moving along at a slow rate. The current run rate is 3.08. The partnership remains at 64 between these two batters here for England. 419 for 6. 25 runs is what Johnny Bairstow would need if he's going to get to that century.
And Vernon was saying that Brian Charles would probably need a week off after his toil here in this match. But looking at the schedule, there's no competitive cricket for anyone in these franchises for the next 2.5 months or so. So he'll have a lot of time to get his rest.
To get his rest.
Yeah.
And I would suggest to him that at the end of this game, should go in one of our 365 beaches and have a proper soak.
Proper soak, like that.
One that you relax and really move all those muscles about. Get a almighty soak in. One of many.
That salt water is so good for the muscles, You've heard about it from your grandparents all the way through.
Salt water has been the cure for everything.
Everything.
Anything that you have. Here is he steering one down to wide backward point position, rushes back for the second.
Even COVID-19, then more.
But they've said that it's the beauty
natural.
about it, the natural. I know that I've heard doctors tell folks that if
it
you're
makes
feeling
sense
like
logically,
this, head on down there and get some of that
keeps
natural.
The nasal passages clean and with that almost natural saline solution. The same things that they use to try and clean the nasal passages. We've got 365 of those.
We have,
here,
and yesterday I heard Springer or someone asking to name them.
There's
no need to name them. We know that they're there.
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to tell him.
Yeah. There's no need for you to name them. We know that they're there. And if you if you want, and you say, look, I'm tired of this one, I can find you another one at some other point. And
Easily.
if we reach the 365 and you need another one, we go offshore.
Exactly.
And we start to find you more.
More, we can get them.
we
by land
we
or
can
by
get
sea.
to them by land,
Yes.
sea, air, anyhow
air,
you want.
yes.
We can
Submarine.
find you one. So it's something I remember somebody asked. By the way, have you guys ever counted them? I said there's no need for
No
us
need.
to.
No
we just
need.
know that they're
I
there.
just know they're there.
Here we
100%.
watch this is Archibald, and this is well played. A little deliberate edge, just showing some class, just getting enough bat on it, running it between that gully and slip fielder and down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. That was a little inventive stroke.
No third man as well. Johnny Bairstow just approaching. Well played 100 here. He's on to what? 81 now.
81.
Of 138 deliveries. No third man now. Just finding that gap between that wide, well, we call that second and third slips, and picking up 4 easy runs.
4 easy runs, you would call them, as he would be very happy with those. Here we watch as his delivery is driven in the offside as Colin Archibald is right up to Johnny Bairstow. He's just punching this one into the offside field. No run.
A lot of talent, though, Colin Archibald. You know, you can see the makings of a very good bowler. He's big, he's strong. Seeing him a few years ago, he's actually put on a few yards, and he's put on a bit of weight, just looking stronger, looking more of an athlete. You know, and still got a bit of a way to go in terms of his development, but the talent's there.
Down the leg side. Bairstow coming inside and not making contact. That one probably just brushed the pad on the way through to a tumbling Dorwich. End of the over, 426 for 6. Bairstow is on 81. Wokes is on 34. After more thoughts from you, Marley Richards, we will invite back Vernon Springer.
And just talking about the one spinner, Denmore, or maybe Vernon can spinner. It's a bit different from what we're used to in the recent past, isn't it? At times these wickets have really aided spin bowling. We've seen spin bowlers at the top of the regional charts in terms of wicket taking, and I wonder if the venues of these 3 test matches has anything to do with the only one spinner in the squad.
Well, if we look at the practice game here, and just say good afternoon to my compatriot Marley Richards, and next door to us is Desmond Haynes, and I can't wait for the break to go and have a conversation with him, Marley. I want you to be there so I can ask him what's the thinking. I know he said that the last time England was out here, they used pace. The tracks are completely different. The last time, 2019, as compared to now, I'm sure they wanted to use pace here today, but somebody took off the grass. So that's another discussion. We can see the tinge of grass now coming back out. So that's going to be key. 426 for 6, but it's like a method, Mali. What you know is what you do. So if grass is on the wicket, the gongs run around the Caribbean, all them take off the grass.
I know, but it'll be interesting to see the England spinners.
But they're only using one spinner.
Yeah,
and well, plus, Root is going to bowl.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see just what they get out of this wicket as well, and whether it's a thing of their spinners actually getting more revs on the deliveries and really looking to give the ball more of a rip. Because what we did see in the Under-19 World Cup here is that these wickets at Coolidge and even at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it did spin.
And that's why it was so important that you and Denmore was talking about this, because on day one, as we see over number 138 is being bowled, 45 overs for Brian Charles. I was trying to go through his stats, and I'm sure he would have done a lot of work, but this maybe might be the hardest process for him. 3 for 128. You remember this for a long time, and to match it up, he has 10 maidens, so that's a good thing. 426 for 6.
Valuable job.
Well,
he's done as well in terms of a crucial, vital job. He's allowed Captain Dorwich to rotate his fast bowlers from that northern end, and he's he's picked up 3 wickets. All those wickets came yesterday. He hasn't managed to pick one up today. But to bowl 45 overs in these conditions tells you that he's really put the hard yards in here in this match thus far.
We were talking earlier about the 13 and under. Colin Archibald, another product of that competition. Devon Thomas also. Kyron Powell. And the West Indies Test captain, Craig Brathwaite. Carlos Brathwaite. Shamar Brooks. And I was rushing, kind of going through my thoughts, Mali, and I was saying that maybe we have to revisit the structure of West Indies cricket in terms of
whatever
structure.
happened to the under-13 structure that seemed to be growing, and it just seems to have lost momentum, hasn't it?
Well, that was actually a governmental Ministry of Sports
initiative
program between Dominica, Anguilla, Montserrat, Bermuda, Barbados in particular. Trinidad also participated. Antigua and Barbuda, So you had a number of Ministry of Sports initiative. I think that is somewhere we need to go back, Mali. And I'm saying that if we can establish primary school cricket and then have a organized zone 13 and under cricket competition, that could then feed into a Cricket West Indies under 17 competition, which will then step up now to the under 19 and then give support to have a schools. We support the Sir Garfield Sobers competition by mainly having an under 15, get most of the countries to go to the schools tournament in Barbados. Flashed hard over the second slip, down to the boundary for 4. Wide delivery by Colin Archibald. Alex Atenes would have needed to be a superman. He jumped, but I think only more or less in reaction effort as Wokes went hard at that delivery. Boundary to Wokes, he goes to 38, 431 for 6. And Archibald just maybe saying the luck just not going his way there at all.
And they say when flashing, flash hard.
Yeah.
And on that occasion, Chris Wokes flashing hard at that delivery. Bit of a wide half volley-ish delivery from Colin Archibald, a bit floaty, but Wokes not quite getting the middle of the bat on that one, and it took a thick edge over that slip. Alec Athenes for 4 runs.
Here comes Colin Archibald from Nevis and the Leeward Islands. He's in out the ball to Wokes, is driving but can't beat cover. And the reason why we was talking about that, let's look at the situation. We've been hearing a clarion call that when you leave the under 19 level, you seem to be off the ball for a while. And I want to use one example. Let's look at this young fast bowler from Nevis, Kim Pemberton, who played for the West Indies under 19. He's been only managed to play like maybe 2-3 games for the Leeward Island Hurricane franchise setup. What is going to happen to Anderson Amadon and Kelvin Pittman and Akeem O'Geese and those young guys if we don't establish to have an under 23 competition to bridge that gap? Or even if it's not under 23, beautiful shot. This guy is a proper cricketer. No doubt about it. One bounce, inside out over cover. And already Wokes is showing his intent here. 42 of 71 deliveries.
Yet another substantial innings for an England batter. Chris Wokes come in, looked in no trouble whatsoever. It seems to be taking a liking to the bowling of Colin Archibald at this time. That shot, top order batsman would have been really pleased with a shot such as that, smoking it over that extra cover. A couple bounces into the boundary for 4 runs.
I also still feel, Mali, that Colin Archibald has some gas in him. I think he can bowl faster.
I said so as well.
I think I just would love him to.
But that, just to go back to your Kian Pemberton point quickly, that's where the Leeward Islands tournament comes in.
Yeah, but even if we had the Leeward Islands tournament, Mali, he's still going to. Yes, but he's still going to go back to the franchise system and sit on the bench.
No, well, would he make the franchise system? That's the thing. He'd be playing matches, and it will be against everyone else, and there'll be other fast bowlers as well, and we'd be able to stack them much against each other and actually see who are the ones to go forward with.
Yeah, but hear what I'm saying. If you only have 10 matches, there's only so much cricket that you can play, Mali. You still need a bridge gap for some of those youngsters, because most franchises are going to pick their best players. When you have all your test players at home, you're going to be able to make sure that you pick your best players to win.
And that's the thing. Sometimes the best players aren't even at the franchise. We don't know.
So who is the best? No, but your test players are your best players.
we still, I mean, I understand that, but how many test players are there? I'm talking for the Leewards in
Well,
particular.
you got Powell, Hamilton, you name it, Joseph as well. If you have all those guys, the Leewards have never been able to play their full strength team because most
Because
of the guys
of
have been
them
away
are
on duties.
And that's the thing. We'd be able to properly analyze these guys by seeing them in competitive cricket. We'd know. But at this point in time, we're not really that sure. You know, at one time, you remember, it was a policy of if a player made, an under-19 player made the West Indies under-19 squad, he would automatically be drafted into to his territory.
It still happens. It still happens. But the point that I'm making to you, the Leewards would have 6 players from the West Indies under 19. None of them are going to get an opportunity, Mali, based on the one-rung system that is put in place by Cricket West Indies for the red ball competition, which means those guys have to wait another year before they can play.
Leeward Islands tournament.
Yeah, but the tournament is not going to help because the West
it
Indies
has
selectors
to.
are not going to pick you from the tournament.
No, what you're thinking up too far ahead. You're
No,
thinking
it's not
West,
that hard. I'm
you're
thinking about playing.
No, you're thinking West Indies.
No,
it was good enough for Viv Richards and Andy Roberts. How is it not good enough
Mali,
for Anderson Amadan and the rest?
We have had Leeward Islands tournament.
We
but
have
you
not. We
you
don't
to
play
see-
red ball cricket in the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, but Mali, who is are you going to take off some time? Are you going to give off Denmore Roberts to go and play 5 rounds of matches for
That's
a
an
month?
excuse.
No, okay.
Massive
all right.
excuse.
436 for 6.
Okay, so who's giving them the time to go off for one day?
Because the tournament is shortened and it's about money.
So we're using short. So we shouldn't have any complaints then. The
It's-
players are what they are, and they can't bat long because we help them to be that way.
Mali, every territory is responsible for their own players.
Exactly.
Good. So here my point. If you're in charge of Montserrat's cricket, it is your job to develop Montserrat cricketers, not the Leeward Islands Cricket Board. The Leeward Islands Cricket Board facilitates what happens, right? Remember, we're in a different situation. You have 6 territories. Same thing happens in the Windward
We're
Islands.
trying
You
to
have-
reinvent the wheel.
Okay, you tell me.
We are trying to reinvent the wheel. It's obviously not working, is it? It used to
437
work better.
437 for 6.
All the information's there, you know. It's right in front of us. It's nothing overly complicated, Vern.
The players who came through from Leewards who made it didn't make it only from the Leeward Islands tournament.
No, but we need
Okay,
the
thank you.
Leeward Islands tournament in order to gauge just how good these players are, rather than just taking a coach's opinion. Exactly, with different
437
islands.
for
That's the
6.
difference in our region.
3 for 110. What's the solution, Mali? When we play Leeward Islands cricket, only 4
You know, when we
countries
play
will participate.
No, exactly. When we play Leeward
Hear
Islands,
me,
cricket,
hear me.
we know
When
who the
we play-
best players are.
Hear me. When we play
Simple.
Leeward Islands cricket, only maybe some countries will be able to participate.
We know who the best players are.
But-
Simple.
Does playing produce the best players? I'm asking you a
It
question.
helps. It helps. It's all a part of the system. So it goes hand in hand with the franchise system. That's where they identify the talent. Where else does the talent come from?
Mali, I'm saying to you, does playing produces the quality that you expect?
I mean, that question, you can apply it to anything. Does playing
Okay.
a regional, does playing the 4-day tournament help?
That is what is provided for us. This is one of the categories that Cricket West Indies have set up.
Right.
So that's how you move up to
So
the
I
next
ask
level.
you, does it help?
It certainly is because we have test players.
Exactly, and but that's where our first class players used to come from. Where else did they come from apart from Leeward Islands tournament? Where else in our region?
Mali, if you tell me that we're not having 3-day tournament cricket, I will hear you. But I'm also saying to you, how many other territories around the world play 3-day cricket?
We're not playing red ball cricket, period.
Okay, but how many other territories
We're
around play
preparing
red ball?
for red ball cricket with white ball. Everyone else.
But Mali, it doesn't matter whether you play red or white. You're a cricketer. That's where you have to get prepared from. Because everybody's not going to play red ball cricket. Everybody's not going to play red ball cricket. You're seeing what is happening now. Cricket West Indies have white ball contracts and red ball contracts.
Everyone does.
Okay, good. That's what I'm saying to you. So it differs, right?
But-
Whether we like it or not, Mali, and I understand your debate. More and more people are moving away from red ball cricket to play white ball cricket because it's an easy fix to be able to earn some quick income. Is that a fair assessment?
The good ones are. 100.
So what about
There
Puran?
were 7. I mean, how many?
Puran is a good cricketer.
How many players how many West Indian players in the CPL? More than 17, right? They're only 17 in the in the IPL. That's my point. The good ones the exceptional ones will always get bought out wherever. We're not talking about them necessarily. We're talking about overall.
Okay, so let's have a debate. We're back with the cricket. Devon Thomas is back into the action, and he was bowling this morning, as you said, for practice. Many people feel that Devon is converting himself into an all-rounder. He had a good spell at Bridge on Kensington Oval in Barbados. He's now here.
Overs,
How many overs do you think he bowled in that game?
About 15. I watched it. I think Nino Henry went down and he had to pick up the slack. He bowled quite a long
Surprise many folks.
for sure. Picked up the wicket.
He didn't surprise you.
No.
Because you know his ability.
And his love for bowling as well.
Thomas is pitching up, driven on the offside, and it is obvious that Bairstow and in fact Wokes is looking for a half century here, and Bairstow is also looking to make a statement and to remind the selectors that hello, I need that number 6 position spot.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and Devon has a bit of a golden arm, so I think Dowrich has just thrown the ball to him to try and remove one of these batters, because this partnership. Wokes is on to 45.
You see why we needed Hayden Walsh in this game?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's a practice game. His option might be more valuable here. Beautiful shot by Wokes. This guy is a good all-rounder. Sort of, you know, when you look at Mitchell Marsh, you know, they're molded into that area. Yeah, he's not flamboyant, but you know, you could see that he's worked on his batting.
And I get your I get the reasons that certain things, you know, are cut back, like a 3-day tournament or whatever. But we've just got to find ways, you know. We got to get creative and really find ways.
Like, send me, if you know, I've been around Mali. I'm trying to make sure that I can raise money for the Leavers, right? Is not easy, especially the high cost of raising tournaments. Hotel bills are not easy. People have been excellent in terms of guests. Denmore, we can't put anybody to stay in school. So, well, Denmore, it is not that easy, Denmore.
Airbnb
is not as Denmore. The cost for Airbnb is almost like you might as well go into a hotel. 4:30. We do negotiate, so don't come with that then.
Okay, so hear the thing.
So don't make it sound like nobody negotiates.
No, we understand.
4:39 for 6.
We understand. We just need to. Who we failing at the end of the day? Failing the youngsters.
4:39 for 6. It's always I put you in the hot seat then one. You tell me you pull it off for me.
Shot boy.
You see what we were talking about with Brian Charles compared to Bairstow? The same feel that you were talking about. They can't have that feel for Johnny Bairstow.
That reverse sweep, that white ball game, you know. How come though that the Johnny Bairstow can bring aspects of his white ball play to the red ball game, and our players?
Because our coaches, Mali, have us playing with one mindset.
Yeah.
Yes, because we have coaches who are not willing to go into the nets and develop the players in terms of the art of batsmanship. So their first movement when they're teaching a young player is to come forward rather than teach a young player how to sweep.
Interesting.
Well, I've been around, Mali, so I can tell you.
I hear you. I know you're a former coach.
Here is it again. You check some of the practices of the net practices and you see what happens. Another boundary to Bairstow, and straight away he's going to ruffle the field around.
That's where the gap is, you know. With that deep mid wicket now on the boundary. No real turn.
You and Sylvester were talking, right? Let's look at even the present day cricketers who play for in some of the franchises around. How many of them sweep?
Not many.
When you came up in the era between from the Viv to the Hoopers and the Laras coming up and the Jimmy Adams, all those guys, they were sweeping. Every single one of them, because that was the option. Already Shane Dowrich has a headache just by what has been happening here, because Johnny Bairstow has just ruffled the field again, and he's going at it again, and he knows that he can beat that man Mali because he practices that.
Yeah.
Once he makes contact, that's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, it's a shot that they play all the time, and like you said, they're backed by their coaches to go out and express themselves.
Bairstow is 91, comes quietly forward. You could see that he's got his eye on 100, and he's not going to give that opportunity up. He wants that number 6 England spot. He knows that England has already decided that Folks is going to be the keeper, and he wants that spot. And he's having a heave at it. And he's gone to square leg for 4. So he's really toying with Charles now. He's toying with the field. 3 boundaries in this over, and Charles is confused. Because one, he's born into a class player who's brought out not only the paddle, but he can reverse sweep. And so his line now is completely, he has to change now the mindset.
Yeah, he's showing the full 360 there, Johnny Bairstow. He can play down the ground, and both the reverse and the conventional sweeps.
450 up for England, 451 for 6, and Johnny Bairstow moves closer to 100. He's 95 from 148. And as Mali was talking about that, just look at the transformation. As he started, he struggled, but the most important thing, he stayed at the crease.
Didn't give it away.
Knowing very well that he's had his eyes set on a big 100. And if you look here, you would see that Lee's 65, Qualley 62, Joe Root 54, Dan Lawrence 83, Stokes 11, Bairstow is now 95, Folks 25, and Chris Oakes 45. The England acting coach, Paul Collingwood, would feel very pleased. What he wants to complement the score here would be somebody scoring 100.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Johnny Bairstow approaching that milestone. But just to go back to your Kean Pemberton point again, Springs, I have a question for you. After that under-19 World Cup, or being a member of the under-19 squad, what competitive cricket would Kean Pemberton have played? What competitive cricket would be available to him coming from Nevis?
Then was just raise the
I ask you.
He played local cricket in Nevis.
Local cricket in Nevis, St. Kitts and Nevis. Is there a red ball?
He also had a stint in Argentina.
Is there a red ball? You see? See, this is my point.
Bang
There's
on
no
target.
real cricket being played in the region.
What's happening? He can't score. And already Devon Thomas working up some steam here. Trying to see. And as Mali said, he's got a golden arm.
He does. He's got
Can
that
he
ability.
stop Wokes or Bairstow from getting to a 50 or 100?
I fancy a little played on here from Johnny Bairstow, to be honest. If Devon Thomas can get his little induckers going, a little reverse, he's got that little ability. Oh, just holding in on those pads. I fancy a little played onto the stumps by Johnny Bairstow.
I want to remind folks that Devon Thomas also scored a triple century in local cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. So for someone, he's got class, is no doubt about that. And I can remember his first century at the 13 and under level, Mali. He was about 11 years old. Kyron Powell would have scored one about 9 years old. Craig Brathwaite would maybe been about 11, 12. But these are you identify talent at that early age. Oh my God. Shamal Springer looked like he got himself into a little tangle there. He wrong-footed himself there, chasing that delivery. I think there's a little foothold over there into the practice area, and he landed awkwardly. Luckily for him,
got caught.
Yes,
in the turf.
Let's look at it. Little one up right
on
there.
The practice pitch.
Practice pitches area there. I think maybe they'll have to kind of just roll out that. I think maybe where the stumps are maybe being placed is maybe might have caused that. But thank God he's okay.
Yeah,
and the new style now is that you wear black socks.
He looks like he's got the black skins on. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Get with the times.
Get with the times, Mali and bouncing. Here's a tickle around the corner for 50 to Wokes. Offline delivery by Devon Thomas. And you don't know, in fact, not Devon Thomas, Johnny Bairstow. 99. Just a little tickle. Mali says he feels that Devon Thomas has the golden arm. Let's find out.
Start it just a little bit further outside that off stump.
Can he stop Johnny Bairstow, Devon Thomas? Let's find out. He's 99.
Drive.
Good delivery. That one was tailoring in. A little inducker there. This is going to be a good contest. Thomas is into his second over, not for 7. And Mali fancies that Devon Thomas has got a golden arm. He certainly does. Sometimes you don't read him, and then he surprises you with one that you don't know about.
A little quicker.
but Johnny Bairstow is making him wait. He's 99, Johnny Bairstow. Waits for Thomas, comes in out to bow to him, and he just tickles this one round around it. 100 to Johnny Bairstow. Goes and hits the rope now. A deserved 100. He looks up to the heavens, and the little small Barney army that is here. The dressing room, they stand to applaud. Johnny Bairstow is back in form on a flat pitch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 100 of 152 deliveries. What a knock.
A couple hours ago, when me and Denmore were on, we couldn't really envision at that stage Johnny Bairstow waving his bat. The man, and also the class and the skill. You know, he just gradually grew into his innings, became more comfortable with every ball bowled, and at the end of the day, 152 deliveries, 103. Gotta say, well played, and along with Joe Root, probably the two standout players for England going into the first test, this first Apex test.
245 minutes, 12 boundaries and 1-6. Strike rate of over 60, Mali. Johnny Bairstow, 100 here. This important practice game. Well-deserved 100. And he's worked so hard on his cricket. He's had to face off a lot of the media attacks. Some folks felt that he really should not be in the team. He's a big boomer.
Ashes 100 as well, just the other day, to answer the critics.
Before he got injured?
Yeah, and along with Ben Stokes as well, England will be looking to those three actually, in Root, Stokes and Bairstow to score the bulk of the runs.
Dan Lawrence is in that conversation as well there.
Yeah,
so
he would have played his way into that.
But I'm very much scared, Mali, because if we continue to prepare these flat tracks, especially I don't know what track we're going to get at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but if we get in a flat one here, and England has already gone 461 for 6, driven down to long on, Casey Carty coming off the boundary right there and just lobbing it up to Brian Charles. If someone told Brian Charles that he would be out here on a day like this bowling, he would say no, based on what's been happening.
They always say it's best to make assessments after both teams have bowled. And so
okay.
We'll
Thank
see.
you.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see just how flat this wicket is when England take that new ball or not. You know, so we'll get a pretty good indication after England bowl quite a few overs.
I think that's a very big point, Mali. In terms of what's going to be happening, we are maybe a couple of minutes away from tea. We got folks listening. Carlos Strauss in Canada, Mr. Leader, got a number of guys. Got even a call from some folks in England, Stedford White and those guys from Montserrat. And we got Tricia Fox also in the United States of America, in New York. We got a lot of folks all over following the cricket. A little tickle around the corner by Johnny Bairstow, picking up his 104th run. And the transformation here of this innings, Mali, he just fought and kept, he couldn't, he wanted to get bat onto ball.
Took him like 40 deliveries, you know, to really start getting into his groove. Maybe a bit more than that, a few more than that. But it just shows you've always got more time than you think.
I want to pick your brains. You remember when you broke the Leeward Islands record? What you were overnight?
190.
190. Did you think about the record, or you just batted?
The record never came into my mind.
So at what point in time did you think about it?
When I was approaching 300.
So you went into a shell?
Yeah, no, not into a shell at all. I've never actually played cricket for records. You know, I never worried about records per se, or owning individual records. But the closer I got to 300, and I didn't even know what the record was up until, you know, approaching 300. They said, well, yeah, you're getting pretty close to Alex Adams' score. Are you going, you know? So I was like, why not? Go for it. Wow. It didn't really, my motive, I think I brought up the record with a 6, either a 4 or 6. I just played the same way. Didn't think about the individual record.
So Shane Darwish has a headache because he's now gone for Alex Atenes, who maybe might just bowl the final over. He sort of has a look like a Tonito Willett, right?
Well, we're looking at the he does, yeah, with that hairstyle, doesn't he? He does. His body stature as well.
Yes. like a tickle down the onside.
The way he
Cathy
walks.
coming around. Yes. For a moment when I looked up and I looked on the screen, I was like, is this Tombo?
But he's apparently he's Justin Athens' cousin.
Oh, he is?
Yeah,
Oh,
their
okay.
family.
So something must have rubbed off.
Rubbed off there.
Yeah,
but
just never know. But even the same way in terms of how, Tonita moves, just how he looks to pick up the ball and looks
the
around.
sleeves as well.
Yes.
Tombo is a big fan of the sleeves. Yeah.
Alex Athens around the wicket is going to come in now to bowl to Wokes. Wokes is on driving. He too is earmarking.
And the way he walks, man, it's
the
almost uncanny.
achievement. I know you didn't pick that one.
I didn't.
But I've been watching
I
him all the
did
time.
it. You know, Tonito's my guy as well.
Of course I know. That's why. Comes in now to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow is on driving.
Oh, a bit
Devon
lazy
Thomas
from
should have
Dev,
done a
yeah.
lot better with that. Let that one slice away.
But just looking at the England camp here in their dressing room, we're seeing a bit of activity. The bowlers coming
I
out.
think, remember I told you they're going to bat until
Yeah, getting a bit loose.
loosened up. Yeah,
Maybe a
Athens.
declaration on the cards.
Certainly. Wokes is saying I should have hit that over by the scoreboard era. He has 2 deliveries to get his half century. He's 48. And he really will be a deserving half century. Wokes. Alex Acton is around the wicket. He comes in now to bowl to Wokes. And Wokes is just working this into the short final era. Casey Carty can't stop the single. And the score in the meantime musters up to 466 for 6. You ever seen a score 666 for 6?
No, I haven't. Have you?
No, I should do some research on that.
It was the other day.
666 for 6.
On, what was it? What was it? A couple of Tuesdays ago. It was the 22nd of the second month,
Yes.
2022. So it was all twos on the calendar.
All twos.
I say it was Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's what they were calling it.
Tuesday, as in one Tuesday.
So here at tea time, England in this Apex Test warm-up game, CWI President's 11 against an England touring team, 466 for 6. 466 for 6. 145 overs have been bowled, and just to give you a slight indication of the score, the man himself, Johnny Bairstow, not out 106 from 158 deliveries. What a knock by Johnny Bairstow, and Chris Wokes not out of 49. This guy is an interesting cricketer. Just to give you a recap on the scorecard, Alex Lees, it seems like a long time ago on day one, he was bowled by Brian Charles for 65. Zach Crawley, who really looked good, bowled Brian Charles also for 62. And England captain Joe Root was promoted to number 3. He was bowled by an in-swinging Yorker by Sherman Lewis for 54. Dan Lawrence, who I think is a player to look for in the future, he was caught. Alex Athens bowled Colin Archibald for 83. Ben Stokes, a long time ago on day one, caught Alex Athens. Good sharp catch. Bowled Brian Charles for 11. Johnny Bairstow, not out 106. Not out 106. Ben Folks was caught brilliantly by Shane Mosley. A catch that you really want to see. Coming up very quickly. Caught Mosley, bowled Sherman Lewis for 25. Batted for 52 balls, 67 minutes, 3 boundaries. And Chris Wilkes not out 49. 91 balls, 98 minutes, 7 boundaries. Johnny Bairstow so far, Mali, he has hit 13 boundaries and 1-6. The bowling figures for the Leeward Islands. Not the Leeward Islands, sorry, man. CWI President's 11, but we have Leeward Islands.
You got
players on.
Leeward's on your mind. That's the thing.
Preston McSween, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 60 runs, no wickets. Sherman Lewis, 23 overs, 2 maidens, 75 runs, 2 wickets. Colin Archibald has put in some work today, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 67 runs, 1 wicket. Raymond Reefer, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. He didn't bowl today. Shamar Springer, he had a poor start this morning, 99 overs, 1 maiden, 41 runs, no wickets. Alex Athens, 2 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, no wickets. Jeremiah Louis, 7 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. Devon Thomas, 2 overs, cost him 11 runs. But the man of the moment and the man of the day, Brian Charles from Trinidad and Tobago, not Brian Charles Lara, just Brian Charles, 48 overs, 10 maidens, 143 runs, 3 wickets.
He put in some work, man.
And let me tell you the wickets, so you will appreciate and understand who he has picked up. Alex Lees, Zach Crawley, and Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, 3 very good wickets there. Particularly, you say Joe Root? You got Joe Root?
No, Ben Stokes.
Ben
You
Stokes.
got Ben Stokes.
Yeah, the Ben Stokes
Yeah.
wicket in particular.
Yeah.
Crawley as well.
Yeah.
You know,
3
both
big
established international players. Alex Lees.
If somebody told him that 10 years ago that he would be playing here for the President's 11 and picking up those wickets, this is a dream start for him. But I think he can only just get better at his game. So
yeah,
Ali,
Alex Lees just trying to make his way at this international level. But good start for him as well.
certainly. So, folks, it's tea time here. Go and get your tickets. Please, I'm appealing to you. Go and get your tickets. I don't want nobody meet Mali and say, you know, I came to the cricket and then they told me that all the tickets sold out. You know, we don't need that, right? I just want you folks to also know that the West Indies women's team, they'll be starting this evening 9 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time against New Zealand, the White Ferns. So the West Indies Maroon Warriors, they'll be coming up against the New Zealand White Ferns in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup, which goes off tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. You can check out windiescricket.com for live scores ball by ball, and make sure that you support and rally with the women in maroon. Their next game will be the 8th of March, 11th, 14th, 17th, 20th, and 23rd. We have to support West Indies cricket in a very big way. On behalf of the entire team, Sylvester Bouncing Josie, Temo Roberts, Molly Richards, and myself, I'm Vernon A. Springer, taking a break, and then we'll come back at tea time. Hopefully when we come back, England will be bowling. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We're live from the home of Cricket West Indies. It's the end of the tea break and we're getting ready for the afternoon session. And we just have to let you know that England has declared 466 for 6 declared of 145 overs. And the West Indies openers are walking out. The English are already there. England captain Joe Root. And this is going to be an exciting period of play, joined by the former West Indies captain, former Test player from Antigua and Barbuda, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. And for the folks who are wondering what's happening on the West Indies YouTube channel, yes, it's cricket action and Platinum FM 97.9. It's live cricket. And for the folks, because some folks have been calling me Sylvester, yes, the West Indies women will be playing tonight, but you also have to understand they're playing in New Zealand. So at that point in time, it will be Thursday in New Zealand. So
Precisely.
don't worry about anything, right? West Indies will be playing. Tune in 9 p.m. tonight and support the women in maroon. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon again, Springs. Good afternoon to the viewing audience, wherever you are in the Caribbean, in the world. And it's good to see that the West Indies President's 11 get a knock, and hopefully they can really use the opportunity. They tiled for basically a day and a half, a day and a quarter, a 3/4, sorry. And they deserve to get a good knock, Springs.
Seems as if everybody has been caught off guard that England are bowling. And just to let you know that the big man himself, we've started here. 466 for 6 declared. Solanzo and Mosley have walked out. I almost for a moment thought that I was looking at a guy in a batting lineup with all of these left-handers moving around. England starting with 3 slips, Sylvester. 3 slips, very close. A gully, a backward point, a cover, short mid-wicket, and a mid-on, mid-on, mid-off. And feel it down on the fine leg area. And another delivery across Solanzo. He's not been able to get himself organized here. And the England team starting very quickly. Sylvester did predict that he thought that England would declare the innings. I did mention that they would be batting up until tea. So indeed they have lived up to their expectations. Exciting times. 466 for 6 declared. Delivery more or less staying down. In bold, we have Ollie Robinson, who started from the CIUN for England. Big, strong lad. Wearing the number 57, Ollie Robinson. We're going to see the interesting period of play here in terms of how the seamers around. And yesterday, Sylvester was talking about a bowler coming around the wicket, Ollie Robinson. After 3 deliveries, he's coming around the wicket also.
Yeah, the first 3 deliveries were very wide outside the Austin. And this one,
Now he goes the other way.
he compensated, and hey, that reminds me a bit about golf. Sometimes you hit it so far to the right and try to concentrate, and you hit it even further to the left. You compensate, you overcompensate.
How was your game?
Huh?
How was your game?
It's coming on nicely. I must say, it's coming on nicely. Golf is a lot of practice and dedication and time. Since cricket started back, time is not there anymore, Springs.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, Sylvester, why I didn't play golf, because I don't like to lose, so I can't go now and don't go now.
Yeah. I understand, because golf is a game. It's very catching, when you get into it. Because I guess as athletes or professional people, you want to be the best that you can be, and golf.
Bragging rights too. You
of
can't
course.
come off and go into the and you listen to those guys teasing you and and as Viv would say, they can't come and take from me every day. Down the onside again. So Ollie Robinson is having a torrid time. First over, 3 on one side
And 3 on the other.
and 3 on the other side, because he started over and then he went around. So first over up, and Ollie Robinson would have got that one out of the bag. Solanzo and Mosley are the opening batsmen. And some folks said to me that Shane Mosley has never really batted in his position that he is accustomed to. So we'll see how he looks here. He's opening today for the CWI President's 11.
So what's his preferred?
He's an opener.
Oh.
For the West Indies, when he made his test debut, he would have batted at number 3.
Yeah.
So this time around, he'll get an opportunity to open, and we'll see how that works out today.
You have his record, first class record.
I will certainly. I think I've
because to be honest,
I'll pull the file for you.
To be honest, I've never really heard much about him. I don't know his record.
Certainly we get
the
that
little
for
time
you.
The little time that I've seen him, it has been a very little time because he never really spent any quality time in the middle. So, but he seems to have maybe something that the selectors are keen about because he's been given a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. Wokes already bang on target with his brand new ball, and already Shane Mosley had to get across on top of his stumps to defend that. And just for a moment, his football skills might have been needed for him to get going. Big moment here for a number of these West Indian players: Devon Thomas, Casey Carty and company. Alex Atenez, who most likely I think will bat a 3. This way coming down. Another Wokes delivery going across the left-hander.
3 left-handers.
Yeah,
The first three left-handers.
They might break it up. We don't know. We'll wait and see. Sylvester asked me to put up some stats here.
But the chuck is not a bad one to get some runs on, but you have to really get in, You have to get
application.
In. Yeah, application
and
is
you have to dedicate your mind. You have to want it. They will be tested here. Here is Mosley whipping this one away for 4 into the vacant square leg area. Lovely shot. Nice little risky player there. And he just whipped that one away into the square leg area. The West Indies are off the mark, 4 without loss. Mosley's 4. And a good cricket shot there by Mosley.
Indeed, it was. I mean, that one swung in, but he started about leg stump, still going down leg side, and he got in the line and whipped it beautifully over the deep square leg bound with just 1 bounce for 4. A lovely start.
So good start by Mosley and by the CWI President's 11. That one was pitched between middle and leg, and just for a moment, Mosley caught in no man's land. In fact, the feet position in there. You see where he was going, Sylvester? Going more or less to mid-wicket area rather than up mid-on area. He's got to have to be careful with that. He's got to play the ball a lot more straight, especially the new ball.
Well, he basically tried to play the similar shot to the previous one where he struck for 4. But that one, kept a little low as well. So he has to be very careful and watchful for the start.
Bang on target, bit squared up there. And playing that one. But the most important thing is that he would say with me that he kept it out. Just looking to.
I see England opted to go with the 2 seam bowlers, not really Wood, who has the real pace.
The genuine pace. Yeah, good observation, Sylvester. Didn't see that one coming. Wait for a while. Ooh, that really squared him up around there. Mosley's is age 27. His last test would have been February 2021. And that's when he would have graduated into the West Indies test team. End of over number 2, 4 without loss.
That's in Bangladesh?
Yeah, in Bangladesh. And some players said they made themselves unavailable. It was a winning team during that period of time.
So what do you think about Sololano? You think he's a bit unfortunate because he got struck while he was feeling, and then he wasn't really selected in the test squad again. I think that was kind of unfortunate.
Well, Mosley's stats, and I don't know you asked me for this, 34 matches, 65 innings, 1,827 runs, high score of 155 as Solanza just leaves this one alone. Average of 29.95, 400s and 1150s. So that's Shane Mosley's stats for you. And you quickly asked me that, so I had to deliver because I know that you would get down my head. Mosley comes from a rich cricketing background. He's the nephew of Halman Mosley, the Somerset cult hero who took 557 first-class wickets and attended Cumberland School in Barbados, the alma mater of the likes of Wes Hall, Clyde Walcott, Carlos Brathwaite, Chris Jordan, and Craig Brathwaite. So, also, pop star, national hero of Barbados, Rihanna. So he's come from good stock. He's come from a good school. Shane Mosley. He now has to convert all of that stardom into something special.
Well, he's on his way. I mean, he's on his way. He has to, continue to build on what he has, the foundation that he has. I think his record in the first class is similarly to most of the batters in the West Indies. So he deserves his chance, and he just have to use the opportunities that he's getting.
Solanzo is defending a nice delivery. In fact, Mosley in 2017-2018, he finished third on the tournament's run charts with 643 runs. Total over 400 first-class runs in the 2 following seasons. So you'll have to say he's been maybe a quiet unknown.
Yeah.
But he's here, and we have to deal with what we have in front of us. And we wish him all the best. He's not. He's 4 right now. Solanzo is not. And he'll be looking to try to see if he could be able to get some runs on the board. As Sylvester said, he was a little bit unfortunate in his first test. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. He gets his first. Oh, no. He's thinking about it, but had to scurry back into his crease. And the CWI President's 11, therefore, without loss.
It's a sight to see these days that our open batters, most of our batters, they have all the gears that you have in cricket. You have the chest guard, you have the arm guard, and you have all the guards that you have in cricket. It's something that for us,
You didn't have that?
no.
But one
Well,
thing
they
for sure,
were
you
there.
guys, you guys had heart.
They were there. You have maybe 1 or 2 players that use them, but most of our batters, man, most of our batters never really think about using these stuff. We go out and play. I mean, back then, the faster the bowler, the better for us. So.
That was the mindset. In fact, you coming upon the people like Taddy Arundel, up at factory, you didn't have a choice. You certainly know that you had to go and, get yourself organized. Solanzo is back and just opening the face of the bat and steering this down to the left of backward point, Colliera, picking up 2 runs. So he's off the mark. He'll feel quite comfortable, knowing very well that he at least is off and running and ready to go. So at the end of over number 3, the folks are 6 without loss.
Yeah, and as I said, I think this is a great opportunity. Conditions here are superb for cricket. You have the odd delivery that may keep a bit low, but overall and consistently you have a good batting track. But you have to apply yourself. The scoring is not going to be, as easy or as fluent as you would like, but the application and the rotating of the strike would, will pay great dividends. So it's up to these young batters here, to stay in and and bat for a good long period and accumulate their runs.
Here comes Wokes in out of bowl to Mosley, and he will say that he picked up the line of that one. I don't know if you realize, Sylvester, the England slips are a lot more closer as compared to the West Indian slippies.
And their bowlers are much a tad taller than ours, and they're getting a little more bounce. So that is something. They were off the field watching, so they observed that they had to be a bit closer. That is important because some of our players know, when they're outside, they're not watching and picking up on these things, especially the younger ones. These are the things that you watch and observe, and when you go out now, you make those adjustments that you need to, because you assess situation and circumstances.
6 without loss. Shane Mosley is really looking to get himself organized right here. Let's see what's going to be happening from the young man. He's on 4. And he's just been able to play around 1 and then sneak onto the offside and get a couple of runs here. So he's off and running. He goes up to 6. His partner Solanzo is on 2. The score goes up to 8 without loss. Wokes is into his second over. England declared on their innings. 466 for 6 declared with Johnny Bairstow getting a big 100. Something I'm sure that the coaching staff would have worked ahead and wanted. And Paul Collingwood would be very much satisfied with that. But we're back with the action here. Here's Mosley driving and a lovely shot to cover for 4. Half volley and put away nicely by Shane Mosley. Second boundary of his innings so far. He goes to 10 and the score is up to 12 without loss.
A beautiful shot again, presenting the full face of the bat and executing a wonderful drive. A slight misfeel, I would say, by Stokes.
A real misfeel.
Yeah, at mid off. Mosley has to be very careful. Sometimes it seems to me like he's trying to play on the onside, when he should be playing the ball a bit more straighter. So he has to be very careful of how he's playing, across those deliveries. As we can see when the English batters were batting, they look to capitalize on the mid-off, mid-on, extra cover.
Which is playing the ball up in the V for a very long time.
Yeah.
13 without loss. Mosley is 11. Now brings Solanza in strike. Let's wait and see what's going to be happening. Walks in out to both to Solanza down the onside. That one died on Folks. I think they'll come through for a run. With the signal a bye by the umpire Nigel Duguid. Sure did get that one right. So the end of over number 4. And for a moment there, West Indies picking up an extra one. 14 without loss. And this is just now over number 4 here. Alongside Sylvester Bungs and Joseph.
Yeah, and a watchful start here by Cesarano and Mosley. They're pretty watchful and making sure that they give their team a good start, and I mean indeed for themselves that they want to have a good long knock and get some runs behind their name.
So Lanzano is on 2 from 13. Waits for Ollie Robinson, who's bounding away. Sort of looks like a Angus Fraser-like sort of mood. Ambling up, except that he's running a little more faster than Angus Fraser.
His line is a bit all over the place at the moment. He's not really getting that line. He started over the wicket and pitched a few very wide outside the off stump. Then he went around and then he pitched a few down the leg side, and now that he's back over again, now the first one went down the leg side. So he's in a bit of shambles in terms of his line.
Maybe having a challenge in controlling the new ball. But this time he gets that one bang on target. Just maybe focusing and concentrating a little bit more. This is going to be an interesting series with England and the West Indies. England would have lost the T20 series 3-2. So the test team under Joe Root will be coming back with a little bit of vengeance. And the West Indies test team, who's not been performing well, they would also know that. 14 without loss. So Alonso is on 2. Down the onside again. And Robinson's really having a tough time. Sylvester just not being able to get his radar right.
Yes, indeed, and he's struggling with something. I don't know if it's run up or what, but he normally is the one that himself and Stokes and Woke, those are the guys that can come and hit that area consistently and get some bunks and some seam movements. But on this starting here in this game, he's struggling.
So Lanzo is getting the delivery, squaring him up more or less, but just playing a little bit from his crease. Gonna have to be careful, especially with the England bowlers, because they tend to swing the ball a lot more, and you don't want to end up in a position where you're being squared up. You gotta stay side on to the ball. 14 without loss. Solanzano is on 2. Mosley is on 11.
What's Solano's record?
Just a minute.
You put it up? You're the stats man.
Again, that one dying. Yeah, a little strange. I don't know how you feel, Sylvester. I find a lot of balls have been dying here, especially to the keeper. Don't know, especially from that end. But but then also there's a little tinge of green, and you could see already the England feelers really stepped up to make the adjustments. Sylvester was saying, well, listen, they would have had a look from the dressing room and would have realized what was happening with the West Indian team. And the little tinge of green, Sylvester, is on a good length also. Oh, that one kept low. Part of life. These are the circumstances that you have to come to. Over number 5 is completed. 14 without loss. A maiden over there from Ollie Robinson. And England declaring their innings. Brilliant 100 from Johnny Bairstow. You couldn't ask for anything else better. And I'm sure the England management, they will be pleased with that knock.
Yeah, Johnny, Johnny always find a way to pull something out of the hat. He started pretty well in terms of him being positive and looking to score, but he had a torrid time early on, playing a few shots, wasn't scoring freely, but he persisted and concentrated and just do what Johnny does and score runs.
Here is Mosley looking to expansively to go to cover, but I don't think the head and the shoulders really leaned into that ball. He was more or less in a standing up position, just needed to just get out, push that head forward and just stroke it. Score remains on 14 without loss. Mosley's 11. Going to over number 6 is Wokes. Big strong lad comes in out to bow to Mosley. Mosley is quietly coming forward. There was a better head position in there from Mosley this time around to that delivery.
Yeah,
Mosley
that's the
sometimes he tends to walk into the deliveries
and try to play across, but that's the way. If he wants to be successful, I think that is the way he should look to play. Start, especially with these bowlers that does a bit with the ball. You have to try and play as straight as possible with a straight bat, as much as possible in order for him to be successful.
Wokes comes in to bowl to Mosley, and Mosley is back and looking to work that. So Sylvester said he just feels that he just needs to play up the V a little bit more longer. And you could tell that the England captain Joe Root has worked something out. They've got a short mid-wicket and they've got a feeler on the left side of the square leg area of umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So they know he likes to clip that ball into that area.
You look at him and you can see that he has a tendency of going to that area and he can create an opportunity for the fielding team.
England would have done their work. Walks in out to bow to Mosley. Mosley's driving. And again, even when he drives, head doesn't go past the front knee. He just drives the ball, really. Needs to just step out, just easy on the eyes, even if you have to shorten the stride, but just get past that front knee and just push it. And they've done some work, Sylvester.
You can see they're employing 2 short fielders, short mid-off and a short mid-wicket for Mosley. It seems like they spot, that he's susceptible of those full pitch delivery. Maybe he may push one in the air.
In the air.
Yeah. So they
in the middle are pretty close to.
Yeah.
I know it's with a new ball, but they're really trying to embark on him very quickly. Again, he has to do nothing but just defend. That short mid-off fielder just cuts that out very quickly. So England have dispelled very early with their 3 slips. They've got 2 slips as more or less an attacking option. But the video analysts would have done some work on Mosley. They would have seen him before. And you could tell that they're working towards a plan. 14 without loss. Mosley's 11. West Indies trail by 452 runs. Around the wicket comes Wokes. And Mosley comes forward. Can't score. The end of another over here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. 6 overs being bowled. Cricket West Indies President's 11. They are 14 without loss in reply to England's total of 466 for 6 declared. And a small Barney army is in position here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And they're enjoying themselves having some more Dadley Bear.
Yeah, that's good.
Had a chance to go around, and the lady over there on the top, I don't know if she's have enough room. She's because they've been having a feast day.
Well,
lots of flags have been lined up here.
Well, she should have a good day, a good match, because you don't have much vendors up here, and If one thing you know about these English fans, they're gonna support the bar.
Here is a Ollie Robinson delivery going across Solanzano. And he just picked up the line right there. But I don't like where his left foot is, Sylvester. He got to stay side on. His left foot is pointing to cover, which means that he's squaring up himself. If he gets on a bouncy track, he could be in trouble.
Yeah, even that ball, I mean, you have to, he play basically a nothing shot or a get out shot. You have to, if you're not playing an attacking shot, you can leave that ball. That ball is outside the off stump and, making a bit of height. You don't have to fib at that ball.
Here is Solanzano looking to try and just tickle and work that one out. But the England captain, Joe Root, he's brought a real short mid-wicket, very, very close. Almost, I would say, 10 meters away from a short leg. Because they maybe feel that Solanzo, because he's squaring up, could just fend that ball. Both to the short square leg, which is on the left side of the umpire, Nigel Duguid, and the ball can just pop up there.
Yeah, and you see they employed a similar feel to Serrano now that they had to Mosley with the short. Oh, lovely shot.
Here is a lovely shot here by Solanzano. He just stood up. Easy shot on the eyes. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just used the pace and just punched it past cover and raced away here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies for 4. That would give him some confidence. He goes up to 6 and the score goes up to 18 without loss.
Beautiful back foot punch. He waited on that, and that was, right in the slot in terms of back of the length and just below the waist, and he just used it. And the timing, the balance that he had was really good.
Robinson in out of both of Solanzano. And that one had a little extra bounce, a little extra nip on him. So he had to ride it, hit the bat a lot more harder.
But these two players, I mean, the opportunity is before them, because we know that John Campbell, has been drafted back into the team, and the opening position, the last time he played, he didn't do too well. So
yet to score Test 100.
Yep. So I mean, these two, if they get a good score, you never know if circumstances present themselves again with him not taking the opportunity in terms of Campbell. And one of these players get a good score. They may be in the reckonings. And as I said, Solano, he should, I think, should be the next in line, especially if he gets some runs.
British Airways flight just pulled out from VC Bird International Airport. And we'll have a number of English fans coming in. They've already started to come in already. Virgin, you name it. So it's just more action. But we're back with the cricket action as Robinson comes into Boto Solanzano. He picks up the line right there. No need for that. So over number 7 is completed. CWI President's 11 after 7 overs. They're 18 without loss. Mosley's 11. Solanzano is 6. And is in reply to England's score 466 for 6 declared. I'm alongside Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, former West Indies player.
Open batters here for the President's 11 side, and they're having a good look, and they are making the English fast bowlers work hard. They're not getting anything easy, and even the captain also a lot to think about.
Round the wicket is Wokes, and again Mosley just playing that ball right into that short mid-off area, more or less mid-wicket. And the fielder there, it's a big tall guy cutting that one off. Just going through some stats. We did speak a little bit about Jeremy Solanzo, and he's played some 39 matches, Sylvester, 1,500 runs, highest score of 110. He's got 6 centuries, not 6 centuries, 2 centuries and 6 half centuries. So by his standards, just needed to just give you the average. And this is his average really is 22.39. He's got
22.
Yes, 39 matches. He's got 206 half centuries, 22.39. We break for a moment. And here is Mosley falling over, more or less, at one there, down about that area there with Wokes coming around the wicket. In fact, it signaled dead ball because played no shot, more or less as we would say. Yes, Sylvester. I'm sure my eyes are good. Jeremy Solanza, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 39 matches, 67 innings, 1,500 runs, high score of 110, 206 half centuries, average 22.39. And this is before this season.
Wow.
Here is Mosley again. This is what Sylvester was talking about. You know, when to play, when to leave, when not to play. He's in the standing up position there rather than leading out. You got to look to get onto that front foot so you can play the ball. He's looking for a drive there. Caught in no man's land. He's going to have to concentrate. He's under some pressure, Mosley. And he's just trying to get his composure right. He's 11 as we speak. Walks in down to bow to him and hustling him more or less. He's rushing. He's sort of going hard at the ball. He just needs to relax himself. Just allow the ball to come to him. As an opening batsman, your hands, you don't want to have your hands going. You want to just wait. 18 without loss. Quite period of play here.
At the highest level, you have to be disciplined, very disciplined in your approach. You have to know exactly where your half stump is. You can't be guessing at this level. So you have to know where the ball is outside of your eye line. You have to be positive in what you're doing. You know.
Here's a lovely drive down the ground for 4. A better executed shot this time. He was in good position in there. You could see that movement there. Every now and again he plays a lovely shot, but he has to be consistent in his approach. Let's look at it as we look for it. That time his head did get past the front knee of his right foot, and a good cricket shot there played by Mosley. Goes up to 15, and the score goes up to 22 without loss.
He has to be disciplined and wait and allow the bowlers to bowl where exactly he wants. If it's too wide, just allow it to pass.
Mosley waits for walks around the wicket. Oh, that one squared him up completely there. Just as Sylvester said, he's in two minds. That one also kept low, but it was a good thing he was off the wicket.
Yeah.
So he got away with that one. Over number 80 completed. 22 without loss. Cheeky Hi-Fi ringing out some music here for the local fans and also for the English band, the Army. So much trouble in the world. Bob Marley. How relevant that song is based on what's happening. We had a little shootout today with some of the NATO forces in the Soviet Union. I hope we're not heading for another world war and that common sense will prevail. 22 without loss. It's wonderful in this part of the world where we live. Here is Ollie Robinson working away and just going across the left-hander. Look at tinge of green there, Sylvester. When we look onto the screen, we could see it, the grass just bubbling up, just exactly in line with the stumps, and those areas. And they.
So Zalano, what year he has a good year, because he's average at 22. I mean, that left a lot to be desired. You know.
I don't have 2 centuries if you can think about a good year.
I probably made 2 centuries in 1 year.
Well, cricket. When you played and this, I was looking also through at Jermaine Blackwood's average 36.34 in this period of time, and you know it's amazing, Sylvester, because in the nick of things, Shivner and Chandapal, I'll get back to that, Sylvester, down the onside again. So Ollie Robinson is certainly having a torrid time. Shiv Chandapal would have played some 27 matches, and this is under the Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League. Shiv Chandapal would have played some 27 matches, scored 1,823 runs, high score of 143, 4 centuries, 14 half centuries, and average 46.74. You see what we're talking about, Sylvester? Ruston Chase, he's got 33 matches, 1,880 300s. Another defensive delivery being penned here by Ollie Robinson, coming around the wicket. I want to have a conversation, Sylvester, with those folks. They have to tell me why they're going around the wicket.
Probably need to talk to the bowling. Right now, yeah, you can only talk to what you can. It happens so now that you can talk to as a bowling coach.
Well, I'm not talking to the bowling coach. I'm talking to the bowling coach is who telling them that's
I mean, he's a bowling. He's specified.
He's specified.
Yeah, so he's.
I think you're right, Sylvester.
So you don't have to talk to, because I mean, all of the teams are doing the same thing. So you guess you have to. There is something that the bowling coaches that.
I guess it would be the analysis from the video analyst who creates that. But this is interesting. Shea Hope, 19 matches, 1,543 runs, high score of 250 not out, 5 centuries and 6 half centuries, and his average is 57.15. So a little bit of a.
I guess that's why I guess they have a lot of patience with him.
With him, well, yeah. he certainly has shown some class.
Yeah, in the first.
Offside. During this 1,945 runs, high score of 172, 3 centuries and 12 half centuries, averaging 30.87. So he's been around for a little while. But the hunger, even Jamal Hamilton, 48 matches, 2,373 runs, high score of 130 not out, 3 centuries and 14 half centuries. He's only averaging 28.59. So quite a lot of work for cricketers, Sylvester, to get their act going and get themselves moving.
But sometimes, you left to ponder when before, when you say you guys like us, we love to go back and talk about our era or whatever. But when you look in our era where you have preparation maybe about 2 weeks before a competition, and you have like 5 games.
Now these guys are paid to play cricket.
They play cricket every day. That's their job. They have bowling machines. They have bowlers. They can practice.
I still feel it's down to the coaching, Sylvester.
You reckon?
Yes, the coaching. I'm very much concerned about that. Round the wicket is. Walks coming around and forcing Mosley to play.
So when you say the coaching, you talk about
the coaching methods and the preparation, Sylvester. So
it's a Caribbean thing then, because I mean it's true the Caribbean is a coach.
Yeah,
so
I think
the coaches of the Caribbean.
If we look around, and that's something I've been calling them for, Sylvester. I've been asking Jimmy Adams. We need to have an evaluation of our franchise system around here. How are we preparing our players? When is the last time Sylvester Joseph batted for 3 hours, 4 hours? If we're preparing people to play red ball cricket, you have to prepare properly. And I'm saying that you have to bat. Here's a real aggressive delivery from Wokes. Really bent his back there, and Mosley had to defend. I'm talking about the preparation, Sylvester. Gone are the days when we have a net session and everybody comes and bat. That's under 19 cricket. When you come, Sylvester Joseph is going to bat. He's going to bat for 3 hours. And we can't have we can't have all our bowlers bowling every day. You got different mechanisms. You just talked about bowling machines. We have to use the bowling machines. Put the guys through the paces, make them bat.
Well, I think those things have been done throughout the professional system.
Not consistently enough, Sylvester, based on the programs that I've been able to see coming forward in terms of the preparation for some of the teams that I'm seeing. I'm saying that's what I want to see. I want to know, if I turn up to a net session, I want to be able to see Sylvester Joseph. He's come out this morning, he batted for 2 hours, he get a break, and he come back again in the afternoon, and he goes back into the net and he bats for another hour and a half, facing balls. Because most people tend to want to face ball. Oh, that's a good bumper. But Mosley was quick onto it, got onto it. So Wokes is working up some pace now. I think he's just decided that after 5 overs is enough now to pull the gas, pull the choke.
Yeah, and he has the support of the captain. You can see that they have different ploys, different plans for.
But let's look at they're now brought in a leg slip.
Yeah, and they have a deep, a man deep. So it's obviously that this is not a bluff. This is what you're gonna get.
This is what you're going to get. Gets a slow ball. Well played. He played that one from right under his eyes. So he's looked as if he was looking for that one. But they're keeping him guessing, as Sylvester would said.
Yeah.
Joe Root at first slip. They got a man out in the deep. In the fact, I would say they have two out in the deep just in case he gets a top edge. And they have a man just around the corner in this leg slip area. And that man would be chirping away, saying, "Come on, Wooks.
Get it up there, Wooks.
Get it up there." Back on the crossing defense. He plays that one out very well. But I think this easily would win Wooks' fastest over. 24 without loss at the end of over number 10. One of the things I want to see happening, Sylvester, is the rotation of strike. Gotta look, there are vast acres of land here. You gotta be able to get some singles. You can't just be, having Wooks just running and bowl to you there, Look around, sneak a single, get off strike. We'll take the strike. Frustrate Wooks. Just don't have him bowling at you. Get a single. And that's something that I find the Caribbean batsmen don't like to do. They want to hit a boundary, but they don't want to get a single.
Well, I mean, the notion over the years now, especially from the 2020, the notion is
the
that
10-10.
Well, yeah. It's the notion in the West Indies that we are boundary hitters.
Well, you heard the head coach and the white ball captain and our head coach. They're a power team.
Well,
but we were outpowered in the World Cup.
And in the World Cup alone, we've been outpowered during the World Cup. And
Cricket. Anybody can hit a 6 and a 4, Sylvester.
Yeah.
But sometimes you lose a game by 3 runs, right? 4 runs. And you're saying to yourself, if I only ran that single, our team would have won.
No, not our batters. They say, well, if I would hit that one for 6, the game would have finished long time ago.
The game would finish long time ago. You're so right. 24 without loss. Around the wicket comes Ollie Robinson, and Salazano is just more or less not coming right out. Just needs to get onto that front foot. You can't be caught on your crease, because if you miss, the umpire certainly doesn't have a doubt. And Gregory Batty to be waiting to raise that index finger. I want to see Salazano coming forward, especially on this flat track. Where you get onto that front foot. You got to look to get out there. Very important. Around the wicket comes Ollie Robinson, working up some pace and forcing him back. Got to be able to get back onto that to get a little tickle and get off strike, get a single. That one rushed into his pad right there.
Yeah, I mean, deliveries like those, you have to nail it down to fine leg and get off the strike. These are the type of deliveries that you use to rotate. When you get the bad balls, especially watching the English batters.
Did you look at Zach Raleigh?
Yeah,
you can't bowl him in that area.
Yeah,
he's gonna whip it away. So Lozano again, just playing right up to cover. A little bit more softer hands there. You'll be thinking about getting a single, but the approach, the intent. I want to see the intent from both the batters. Rotational strike is going to be, especially two left-handers, because they're both different in makeup and style. Mosley's a more attacking. Salazano looks more like the boycott style, like Alex Lees. He plays in that role. So that in itself would have upset the rhythm of Ollie Robinson. He gets a short ball, he gets on top of it, stays it out the third man for 4. Good cricket shot by the young man.
He got right on top of it and played
Yes.
with a lot of control, played it on the turf, and there wasn't any field vacant area to gully and point, and he found the gap nicely. A nice shot.
Goes up to 12. That'll give him some confidence, and the score goes up to 28 without loss. If you're wondering what's happening on the West Indies YouTube channel and Platinum FM 97.9, it's the Apex warm-up practice game, President's 11 against the England senior test team. This looks like the team that would start in the first test.
You reckon?
Yeah. I think this will be the lineup. 28 without loss. They've gone in with 4 seamers and 1 spinner in Jack Leash. And they would be satisfied based on their batting lineup today. I think they would have wanted to see if Dan Lawrence fit the bill. He certainly does fit the bill. I think that Lees and Quali will open. With the 3.
It seems that Jack Leash is coming on at first range.
Well, based on what's happening, they don't have a choice.
But you just told me that they had a 4-prong attack.
Well, I think what he will tend to do is look at the end and then rotate his seamers from one end and then get Leash to bowl as much overs as possible. If we looked at what happened, Sylvester, in the West Indies innings, Brian Charles bowled about 48 overs, right?
Well, he took a time to get into his stride, even to get started.
Well, with 2 left-handers, Sylvester, it'd be important to get in your spinner.
The leg spinner.
Joe Root will be thinking seriously about trying to come up. In fact, Salazar bowled 48 overs, 10 maidens, 143 runs with 3 wickets. Joe Root now would maybe just want to be able to just give them something to think about. You know that you got faced, but there's a mind. Let's suppose that Mosley is not comfortable, and most Barbadian players don't play leg spin very well. Over the years, that you've been a former captain, and so Joe Root was just deciding, let's put some pressure on Shane Mosley, give him something to think about with a brand new ball, because this is only over number 11. So he tends to bowl a little quicker, anyhow.
Jack Leach.
Yes, so he might very well suit this sort of track. Here comes Leach. He's going to come in now to bowl to Mosley. And Mosley is just turning this one. And the communication not right there towards Sylvester. That easily should have been a single.
Yeah, you have to trust your partner. I think Mosley had a better angle. So Lani did not really trust him enough to take that easy single.
28 without loss. Rotation of the strike. Lovely rainbow there. Good camera work by folks there. Asbert and his crew. Here is Mosley coming forward. He's going to have to be careful. Don't need to go hard. You've got to allow the ball to come to you. You've got to stay low. Your base is going to be very important. Jack Leash for England. Had a torrid time the last tour of Sri Lanka and India. Mosley going a little bit hard at the ball. When you're playing a forward defensive shot, Sylvester, you want to kill that ball in front of you. You don't want to be going that hard. 28 without loss. Here comes Jack Leach. He's bowling the 12th over. We're in the number 77. He comes in now to bowl to Mosley. Mosley is using his feet. He gets there. He just has to defend a delivery. No need for him to score.
Looks solid. I like the look of him. I like the look of him from these few balls that I've seen so far. Very positive on the front foot.
Again, just playing a little bit around that one. But the most important thing is that he's there.
In the short stint, he looks the part. He looks positive. I like it. I like his intent.
28 without loss. Here comes Jack Leach, age 30. And can't score. So maiden over. Good start here by Jack Leach. Made his test debut. 30th match 2018. He's got 19 test matches. Sylvester.
Jack Leach.
First class record of 109 matches.
How old is he?
30.
Oh.
So pretty much in the mix. Had a late debut, more or less, really for him by his standard. And you remember at one point in time, really, England wasn't really concentrated too much on spinners.
Good.
Yeah. Well, your time.
Probably have some good attacking.
Yeah.
And that he was a character.
He certainly was. Leach, who plays for Somerset.
And then you have Ashley Giles.
Ashley Giles.
Yeah, I played a few games against both him and Panissa.
Here comes Ollie Robinson.
Good bowlers.
From the wicket. Here is Solanzano, but they've plugged that gap now. So before that would have raced away, they've now closed that off. So he really can't get to, really punch or do anything much. Quiet period of play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with the sun just moving over slightly. Taunton Boy, Somerset. So Lord Botham will be here sometime this week. We're looking forward to catch up with him. So Lord Ian Botham.
I reckon I may get to, if I get the time, I reckon I may have a round of golf with them.
Yes, I think
I believe so, because
that's a big one.
Yeah, I normally have the opportunity to get a little round with Saviv, and I know.
Once Ian is here,
so I might be.
Well,
I may be lucky. I may be lucky to be in a group with a great
no,
guys.
well, it will be Botham, Richards, Haynes.
Is that so? Oh my God! Oh my golly!
You can't get a bigger group than that. You sound like Andrew Mason. Oh my God! 19 test matches for Jack Leach, 68 wickets so far, Sylvester, within his cricket. So, by his standards, not bad at all.
Well, I mean, Saviv is my playing partner. So wonder if he's going to ditch me. You reckon?
No. You're improving all the time. I think
I'm going to have a word with him.
I think he would want to beat Desi, so he might just pull both of them and you and take on Desi and company. Here is Solanzano punching that square for 4. Lovely shot.
He looks very comfortable with that
shot.
Back foot punching.
Just like that. Solanzano goes up to 16. The score goes up to 32 without loss. The West Indies scoring at 2.49. Overton, the new bowler for England, Craig Overton, just around the wicket, guilty of bowling that one shot, and he would know that you can't bowl anything offline here. Anything offline on this track is going to be put away. He's around the wicket, comes Overton, in now the ball to Solanzano, and he had to get under that one. That was a quick bumper. Get down, end of over number 13. The CWI President's 11. They are 32 without loss in reply to England's total of 466 for 6 declared. And one wants to let you know that you have to get your tickets. Get your tickets for the Richards Botham Apex Test Series. The first test match kicks off on Tuesday, 8 March, right here in Antigua and Barbuda. 365 beaches at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. National hero of Antigua and Barbuda. Doesn't get any better than that. Quarters, the home of Cricket West Indies. Ground. The last time the English were here, they lost out in a Stadford All-Star. 20 million, take it all. Here is Mosley using his feet, and when he gets there, he just plays it right back to Leach. Sylvester said he likes the approach of Mosley, especially to the spinner.
Yeah,
Needs to find the gap.
He looks confident, he looks positive.
Let's hope he doesn't get overconfident. Again, lean on that. The communication not right at all here, because he was ball watching rather than responding to his partner.
Yeah, that should have been an easy too, because he plays it in the gap going to the left of who's that number 55, Robertson. And he bowls a few overs already, so he's not going to be that agile in the outfield. But they need to get their communication a lot better. So but in
Brian Charles Beach, and he comes quietly forward. You see that delivery, Sylvester? Gotta be able to punch that to the left and to the right of the bowler.
I thought about that. It seems like the ball was right in the slot.
Gotta punch that down.
Yes,
gotta get a single.
Yeah, probably they got to get a little more intent.
Yeah. That's a good cricket shot. And there, gotta look to get a run.
You have to look to score. It's all about the intent. And when, as a left hand batsman, you know, and you have a left arm spinner coming at you. You're supposed to be more comfortable playing against a left arm spinner.
It's because it's in your strength.
Yeah.
It's in your era. Leach in now to bowl to Mosley. Mosley is covering up to a delivery over number 14 bowl. Cricket West Indies Presidents 11. They're 33 without loss. And Mosley 16. Salanzana is 16 also. Mosley 16 from 37. Salanzana 16 from 47. And Leach 2 overs so far has cost him 1 run. I can remember this, Sylvester. Just you're talking about Shell Shield days time when you had Sir Clive and those guys when they came to Warner Park in St. Kitts. One of the things that Sir Clive and Sir Viv used to always talk about, they always used to say that anybody who is a spin bowler and was earmarked as being good, as long as you put a little flight on that ball there, they were hitting that ball back to you, either to your left or to your right. So most of the times people like Gishard and Parry, sometimes when you looked at their fingers, you know what I mean? Yeah. But the intent force, brute force, you know, coming back at you. Overturn comes in out the ball to Salanzana. He gets a short delivery. He's going to have to be careful with that because he's ducking and he's got his bat up there. 33 without loss. Both batsmen on 16. Coming up next.
Overton has a different pace.
Yeah, he does.
Than Robertson. Robertson is a more line and length. What I like about the English fast bowlers, they tend to find those tall guys.
Yeah, the Angus Fraser like.
These guys are more agile than Angus Fraser.
Yeah, certainly. Oh gosh, so there's a mix up here. He's run out. The communication real poor between Mosley. And this is what we were talking about. There's no proper communication at all. He was just singing. It's international cricket. Got to look to run. The rotation of the strike has to be key.
That's similar. That's similar to when Leach came on when Mosley played the ball behind square. Easy singer Mosley was coming down.
Well, even in the offside.
Yeah,
and the one they played to the offside.
The communication between both of them was way off.
In fact, even when he drove the ball, he wasn't even looking at his partner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's an easy
we're
single.
talking about that all the time. You can see between the two that the communication between each other.
But even Sylvester, Mosley's backing up, and he's coasting. You know what I mean? If you're backing up, you're backing up. Had he been alert on the non-striker's end, the single would have been easily done.
But if you realize is the bowler who ran him out, so
that's what I'm saying.
From about cover. Hey, give me a break. That's supposed to be an easy single.
Come on, 34 without. Let's look at it again, Sylvester. Right? He plays the ball. He's halfway there. Look, and he's telling. In fact, he's saying to him, "Where you going?" But it's an easy single.
And he almost got back. He almost got back to. He almost won a single by himself.
Gosh, 34 without loss. I hate that.
Springs,
it's a cardinal sin when you get run out.
Springs, that is more than a cardinal sin.
And you know, Sylvester. Both parties during my time, both people had to pay, and the fine was bigger. Yeah, you can't get run out. It can't be Sylvester alone get run out. It's Mali and Sylvester have to pay. I don't think those things happen these days.
Hey, Springs, man. After you feel a day and chick water.
You see what we were talking about?
Oh my God.
Okay. All right. And you come and get run out. 34 without loss. 34 for 1. Should have been 34. It should have been 35 without loss.
Without loss. And they were looking, to get into their strides. They were beginning to get a lot comfortable, rotating the strike a bit more, looking to score.
Cricket is a team game, Sylvester. That's just not interested in running, so you got to get back on your bike and get back into your crease. It's got to have to back up, and if you're backing up, you've got to back up with some intent, something Mosley's going to have to work on. 34 for 1. Carty's just come to the crease. Overton working up some pace here. There's Casey Carty. Gets a delivery which keeps low. It's offline. It's off the track. Both umpires, Nigel Dugard and Gregory Brathwaite, they wave a signal to say that there should be 2 legal deliveries left. 34 for 1. I know everybody wants to get into a team, and I know in a situation of this nature, but sometimes the importance of trusting your partner. If Mali and myself are batting, we set on an objective. What do weak feelers? How do we communicate? Do we communicate by eye contact or whatever, or do we talk? Carty's off the mark, and Carty himself will have to understand now that he's not playing with the Leeward Islands. So the trust between both of them has to be key if the partnership is going to be working here. 35 for 1. Carty's off the mark.
It's all about communication and trusting your partner. I mean, these guys are playing cricket for a very long time now, and this thing, come over a period of time. You have to trust your partner.
$35 for 1. Limited, very, 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 very limited. Because if you want to be a first-class cricketer, you got to be improving all facets of your game. Your running, your communication, your fielding skills, everything. Overtime comes in out the ball to Mosley. Mosley is defending nicely. But he can't score in the end. Sort of just turned his back. Really didn't pay attention in terms of what's happening. The over is completed. They meet in mid-pitch to have a conversation, Carty and Mosley. Don't know what they said, but one more from Sylvester Bongs and Joseph, and then we'll be getting ourselves to go. It's 4 o'clock in Antigua and Barbuda, 3 o'clock in Jamaica. And the Cricket West Indies Presidents 11, they're 35 for 1. Salanzano run out. He'll be crying tonight on his bed.
Tonight, I think he might be crying now.
He might be crying right now. The only thing is that nobody had to clear the dressing room because he doesn't seem to be that sort of player.
You never know. Those are the ones that you may have to clear out for. I mean, after you feel for a day and 3 quarters, you get run out. Because if you watch, he was just running like an easy single. He was.
But it was an easy single, Sylvester. It was proposed to be an easy single.
Yeah, he was shocked when he looked up and sees his partner is not moving.
Here comes Lacey. The paddle got to come out there. Yes. Got to get that one around. Leach. This is going to be a good contest between Carty and Leach. Again, Carty shaping up as if like he wants to sweep, but in the end, he just contented to just play it right there to the short mid-wicket fielder.
It's like he's bowling a leg stump line, Midland leg.
Yeah. Say good afternoon to Terry Adams, Cardigan Connor and company in Anguilla, along Alex Adams, all of those guys. Porty. Folks in St. Martin will be also listening. Donga Farrell. Richie Singh. Keith Carty himself, senior.
I think he must be logging in.
Well, his screen will be right in front of him. His son is batting. So good afternoon to you. Kern Saunders played in the end there. St. Martin got a good crop of young cricketers. It was good to see Nathan Edwards get an opportunity. Sylvester, one of your boys from the under-15 level. Unlucky not to have gone to England. Should have gone on that tour. Casey looks shaped up as if he was thinking like he wanted to sweep, and then all of a sudden he decided that he was going to change his mind. Not bothered about that.
Casey, like he has a fresh pair of whites.
Yeah.
Those can't be the same one that he was feeling it.
No.
They look fresh and clean.
Bang on target, 35 without loss. So Leach, bang, right there. Fresh suit.
Yeah,
16 without loss. So more comments from you, Sylvester. And then it will be the voice of Mali Richards. I'll take 2 more overs and then allow Denmore to get himself organized. I'll have to run off, and tomorrow morning I will be back with you guys. Sylvester's always told me I have to get with the time. So Your pants got to be. And some of those hairstyles would have to go.
Hey, when we going at tour, Ziggy, you remember? We have to go to the barber shop.
Overturn in out the ball to Mosley, and Mosley playing around this delivery.
Yeah,
Didn't have any trouble with it.
freedom today to express yourself. You know. These players really have shouldn't really have too many things to complain about.
No, tell them, Ali. You've been there, you've done that. You understand what's happening. I think you need some of that, though, Ali. You need to. And they're fighting for a cause. It's the question is the maintain. You are up going out there. They know that when they beat England, the folks from the West Indies who live in England, they're playing for those folks who are going to be heroes. They're going to put smiles on their face. Sometimes I don't get that from the present crop of West Indian cricketers.
I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same. If you think about, you talking about the times then and even now with the Black Lives Matter movement.
There you go.
Whatever.
There you go. South Africa, apartheid. You know. You always
interesting. That's an interesting point. It's an interesting way to look at it, Vernon.
You always have to have a historical perspective in terms of looking at West Indies cricket, because West Indian cricketers represented the ordinary man, the black man. You know, very important. Carty not getting out to the pitch of the ball. That's why, Mali, you have so many Indians supporting the West Indies team, even if India is not playing, because of that right, knowing that, hey, these people represent us.
The West Indies, a lot of fans, cricket fans around the world. The West Indies will be their second team, apart from like their home. Even some of them actually support the West Indies over their own home nation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking to you about.
Yeah, so
and it's a brand, something you keep talking about all the time, man. The brand.
But just to go back to that run out, as far as Jeremy Salazano, you guys was talking about it earlier today. To get run out in that fashion after being out in the field for what was it, a day and a half. Wow, and he looked quite solid as well. He seemed to be no frills, no fuss. Yeah, he was almost there. He almost got back as well. Just a bit of miscommunication there between Salazano and Mosley.
Carty is playing with a nice straight bat. What I tend to want to see, Mali, is a lot more rotation of the strike. I'm not seeing that. You know, it's like Mali Richards is just bowling like a bowling machine. You're bowling to the same batsman all the time. There has to be a plan. How are we going to get a single? How are we going to rotate the strike? Because I find that the Caribbean batsmen, it's like they're just batting for survival. You can't be just batting for survival. The name of the game is to get runs. So if you can pick off 2-3 singles and over, rather than the bowler being allowed to just get into a groove and bowl to you all the time, then what do you think is going to happen?
And in these conditions, which are pretty favorable for batting, you want to see just a little bit more of that. But what I will say, though, is that Shane Mosley, he's looked pretty solid here today. He struggled at times with the balls, just pitched outside on that off stump. But here today, he's left pretty well, and his footwork has been quite decisive as well.
Especially to the spinner.
Yeah, he's looked pretty good here today.
Still would like to see him just staying over that ball.
Transference of weight
over onto the front foot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got to step into that.
But he played one particular drive.
And he executed it well.
Off, I think it was Chris Wokes.
Off Wokes.
It's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, the consistency. England still have Markwood, Ben Stokes in their armory. He most likely will have to bowl some tomorrow. In fact, not tomorrow. Knowing him, I think he maybe fancy bowling to
some this evening
to Shane Mosley.
Yeah,
he can come and bang a couple in.
Yeah, he's going to be aggressive for sure. If there's anything in this wicket, Ben Stokes is going to find it.
Here is a little tickle around the corner.
Once again,
Carty
just
caught
a little
napping there for a moment
miscommunication.
also. Yeah, and he was
And
zigzagging.
we've got the sound on to the game as well, and just no communication. You're not hearing that calling loud and clear, that loud communication between the wickets. This transfer the weather, but
Coming up next will be Denmore Robert. You know, we're on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and also on Platinum FM 97.9, where the ball coverage is coming to you compliments of Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, Mally Richards, and Denmore Roberts. And don't forget, go and get your tickets. We can't overemphasize you getting your tickets. West Indies women team starting this evening.
yeah, I was just going to say, don't
Caribbean
forget that.
time, New Zealand time, 9 p.m. and 10 o'clock in New Zealand. So you got to make sure that here's Carty driving. And over number 18 comes to an end. Mally Richards. Leach is 4 overs, has cost him 3 runs. I don't see anything much special in Jack Leach's bowling, but we'll talk about that on another day. 37 for 1, 18 overs bowl. Mosley's 18. Solazano run out for 16. Carty's 1. More comments from you, Mally Richards, and then you'll be the voice of Denmore.
Interesting
Roberts.
you say that about Jack Leach. I think at times he hasn't been managed or used as well as he would have liked, you know, from an English perspective. If you think of the test match that he played in the Ashes as well, when conditions were all for seam, and then when in the spin-friendly conditions he wasn't selected, you know. So I think he's also a player trying to find his way and at the international level.
New over starts and a short over let delivery sees Mosley getting on top of his toes and playing this one down into the onside overturn. And already we've seen appreciably more bounce and height from the bowlers than we've
tall
seen
guys.
from the West Indians, from the tall fast bowlers for England. This is overturn outside the line of the off stump, and Mosley picking up the line early, just allowing it to go by.
Still pretty good conditions for batting though, Denmore. If you notice, a lot of these deliveries hitting the middle of the bat. Even at times when the batters don't find the gaps, it's still quite a solid defensive stroke. So just tells you that the conditions are pretty favourable for batting. But these batters have to cash in.
One of our social media interactions, somebody's sending a message. This delivery again, hitting the pitch hard, and you could hear with the sound that we're hearing that the ball is hitting the bat very hard. And that is what we were talking about yesterday when we were speaking about some of the President's 11 bowlers hitting the pitch hard, allowing the ball to hit the bat. Feeling that shock of the ball coming onto your bat sometimes changes something. One thing though, the English overturn is doing similarly to what the President's 11 bowlers did, come around the wicket to the left-handed bowler. So the trend seems to be continuing all over the fashion. Somebody says selfish batsman, that was an easy single. When they run out of Jeremy Solzano, the person
That's an interesting.
yeah, the person person said it was an easy single.
It was though.
Easy beaten outside the line of the off, so maybe giving him the benefit of the doubt that he pulled that bat away at that last moment. But again, that one made a bit of height, even though it was dying on its way through.
And that's the thing with Overton. Denmore hit the deck bowler as that one just bounced a little bit, and he's got that high release point as well. So Mosley will have to be watchful, especially with those balls just pitched on off stump or just outside.
defensive shot. And I remember where you guys were speaking about rotating the strike. And some months ago, maybe some weeks ago, we had a little chat with Sir Vivian Richards about the inability of West Indian batsmen to turn the strike over and so on. And he said something very, very important. He said, rotating the strike has to be taught. And he says batsmen have to be taught how to do it, because it's not just something that you're born, you get up and you do. It says it has to come from practice, playing the ball a little later, using the wrist, just missing the fielder, putting it to his right or to his left.
Using the pace of the bowler.
Using the pace of the bowler and those little things. Here we have another quick single and another. This time the call-in was good. Casey Carty driving this one out to mid-on, noticing that it was a little deep and called for the run.
If you can remember yesterday when Joe Root came to the crease, he got a pretty similar delivery to what Casey Carty would have gotten here from Joe Leach in the previous over. Just pitched on or about leg stump and no real turn, and Root just played that little lap 4 runs.
Yep.
You know,
very
just proactive.
Very first
Delivery.
Yes.
Yeah, it just shows you the array of strokes and also that ability to rotate the strike. But Joe Root is so much further along in his career than Casey Carty, but it's something that these players can pick up from these guys.
Certainly. And I also remember that the late Hayden Walsh Jr. used to say to you that if you're playing a defensive shot, you don't want any run. What we find is that
it's in between.
They're in between, so they're pushing the balls to the fielders. So rather than just playing a defensive shot.
If you're defending, defend. When attacking, attack. And I think also it's all about intent. The aim of the batter is to score runs. So you're always looking to score runs. But in the event that the ball isn't in your area, that's where the defense comes in.
They get another single. This one worked out to the mid-on region. The fielder is deep. It looks to be Root, who is at that mid-on position. And the batsmen are able to come through for a run. So Captain Root surveying things from the mid-on position. Just having a look at it. There's still a slip in place. There's a man under the helmet at short leg as well for Leach. He's going around the wicket to Carty, and again,
that's the area they're going to be attacking.
That's the area there. And again, just that little bit of a push that Carty's giving, rather than just playing the ball dead at his feet, just dropping it at his feet. He's still sort of playing a semi-attacking stroke.
Right.
So again, just a dot ball to end Leach's over. The end of it, 39 for 1. We've had 20 overs. Mosley's on 19. Carty is on 2.
I think it's more about mindset as well. I think the way the English and a lot of these players around the world see the sweep shot as a low risk, high reward stroke. Whereas I think in the minds of these young West Indian batters, it comes across like it's a high risk, low reward stroke, when it's actually the other way around. If you think about that last delivery there that Casey Carty faced from Jack Leach, a full ball generally on just about leg stump actually, and looking to play it straight as opposed to really getting down and either getting the lap out or the conventional sweep.
So just some drinks break. The players are refreshing themselves. It gives us an opportunity just to review the scorecards of both teams. England, when they batted in their first innings, 466 for 6. Declared 65 from Lees, 62 from Charles, 54 from Root. Lawrence got 83. Stokes was the only one that really missed out. He got 11. Bairstow with a brilliant 106 not out. Folks got 25 and 49 from Wokes. 11 extras, maybe too many no balls from the President's
not
11
too bad though.
players, but not too bad. 11 extras only. They bowled 145 overs. So it was a pretty a long time out in the middle for the England. We look at the West Indian President's 11 bowling. The economy rates look pretty good there. Preston McSween had 95 dot balls in his 21 overs. But look at Lewis's dot balls. He bowled 106. Charles, who had a marathon run, 48 overs. He bowled for his 3 wickets for 143 runs at just about 3 runs per over. And of course, work put in by Reefer Springer. And right towards the end, Devon Thomas getting 2 overs, as well as Jeremiah Louis having a bowl today. No Raymond Reefer. We didn't see Raymond Reefer today. He had 15 overs yesterday for his 73 dot balls or 30 runs coming off of his bowling. So England declaring 466 for 6. And so far, the President's 11, with their batting, they are currently at the crease batting. Solzano and Mosley started, and of course Solzano was run out by Overton for 17, having faced 48 deliveries. Mosley is there not out on 19 and looking pretty solid so far. Casey Carty has come out to join him. He is on 2. Athenas, Thomas, Reefer and other batsmen to follow for the West Indies Presidents 11, 39 for 1, and it's pretty.
Apart from looking quite solid, you know. As well, I think of that cut off the back foot there of Ollie Robinson, and a couple of drives as well. Shane Mosley, you know, that opening partnership. Both guys as well, you know, vying for selection for this West Indies team. They both would have been selected in the past year or so for the West Indies to open the batting, and they'd be hoping to put in a good performance here. So from Salazano's perspective, he'd be very, very disappointed. But self-inflicted wound in the basics of the game not being applied here. And in these conditions, you got to make bowlers work really hard to get your wicket.
And when you see Chief Selector, the Honourable Desmond Haynes, sitting in the booth close to where we are located, we're trying to read his face from this sort of distance to figure out what he's probably thinking of. But he has on his poker face. He's not giving us anything. We've been looking at him to see whether or not he's had reactions to certain things, but he's kept his poker face. I wonder if they give them that poker face when they give you the appointment as a selector. We've resumed play, and this is a delivery right up to Mosley, who's driving back to the bowler. Overton threatens to throw the stumps down. Mosley just rushing out of the way. No damage done in the end. It remains 39 for 1.
And Sylvester noted, you know, the differences in these English bowlers as well. You know, Wokes, more of a swing bowler at times. The seam bowler, Ollie Robinson, just looking to see if it needs, you know, bowling conditions more often to be in his favour. But Overton, just more of an aggressive, back of the length, hit the deck kind of bowler.
Certainly, each bowler brings his own style, his own personality, his own strengths. And so Overton trying to do the job for his captain, Joe Root.
You've got the express pace of Mark Wood, the almost unpredictability at times of a Ben Stokes, you know, a real wicket taker. Maybe not the most economical at times, but definitely makes an impact every time he has the ball in hand.
Overton is in, and pulling around is Mosley. There's a fielder down at the long leg position, so just a single for Mosley. It was a short delivery, and he pivoted and was looking to pull it around. Didn't really time it well, or didn't get as much bat on it as he probably wanted. Didn't
just
get
swivel,
it in the gap
just
as
managed
well.
to just swivel on that one.
So just a run to him. The field change is over. Root still in at slip. He has almost a third slip, or we would say probably a gully. Probably, no?
Just about
maybe
third.
Just about third slip. Also, Overton to Carty. He's an appeal. Carty is lucky because both for his both feet were together on his crease.
He's got to make sure he's playing with his bat. It seems like these guys have done a little bit of homework on Casey Carty here and really looking to attack him straight. You know, really, they think possibly he's an LBW candidate and just looking to attack him with that line.
Overturn. This time, the line is leg stump and Carty just working it out to the mid-on position. Can't score. So 21 overs gone, 440 for 1.
Even Leach, you know, it's more of a middle and leg line of attack to Casey Carty. So they think that at times, you know, he just gets that foot a little far out in front and just struggles to access the ball with the bat.
So Leach is going to be continuing from the southern end, the commentary end, this end where the pavilion is located. When you say pavilion, there you have the seating right behind the bowler's arm. They're seating. They covered some of the seats just to accommodate the white for the side screen that is non-existent on this side.
On this side.
Leach, left arm over to Mosley. Sort of flat trajectory. Leach is bowling. And again, Mosley can't score. Was just trying to beat that field at short leg. Probably on that occasion, if he beats him, he gets a run. So, Leach just not ready. Again, just a walk and then breaks into a run. And he too is thinking LBW for Mosley. Mosley playing those deliveries on the back foot.
And I'll tell you
so far,
what,
so good.
Just watching Leach bowl here, it just tells me, looking at the Under-19 World Cup as well, it tells me just how many spinners I think possibly can emerge.
And Mosley is coming down the track, hitting that one. That one went into the short leg region, but he was beaten in the flight, I thought.
The head was
that
in the
one,
air
he just
there.
lifted his head, yes, and just thought that I'm just going to have a go. And again, it comes back to the patience. Yesterday we saw with Alex Lees, he wasn't flustered by not scoring. Lifting Jack Leach.
I think we struggle to find another opener that can really bat long periods.
What is the reason why these players show indifference? Is it because they've gotten into a habit of entertaining, or
I think there's a little bit of that as well. You know, there's a brand that a lot of these cricketers have grown up knowing about. They try to emulate that as well.
Certainly. Last delivery played away into the square leg region. No runs. Leach. None for 5 after 6 overs. West Indies, President's 11, 40 for 1.
But yeah, back to Leach. You know, just looking pretty ordinary here today, and no real phase, no real alarms for the batters. You know, it's still a pretty hard ball, but it is day 2 in pretty dry conditions here, and it just caused me to think a little bit about looking back at the Under-19 World Cup and seeing the amount of spinners, especially here at the CCG. I think of the Afghanistan spinners, Noor Ahmed in particular, the Pakistani spinners, the Australian ambidextrous spinner, and the amount of purchase that these young spinners were getting out of this CCG wicket. I'm not sure it's that much different in terms of the actual pitch conditions, but if you're a spin bowling lover or a lover of spin bowling, from what we saw in the Under-19 World Cup, is going to be quite a few of these guys making a name for themselves on the world stage.
Certainly, 44-1. We're going to have a bowling change for England. And it's Wokes who comes back into the attack. None for 15 before this one from 5 overs.
Yeah, one thing about Chris Wokes, though, he's a pretty accurate bowler.
But the difference I've seen so far, Mali, in between the approach of the English batsman and what we've had so far from the President's 11, I'll tell you after this delivery. Carty's on his tip of his toes, playing a short of a leg. Is that the bad deliveries that they've gotten, they've not put them away. They've not put away the bad deliveries. We saw even the first delivery of this over, a delivery strain on the legs of Casey Carty.
Full in length.
And he didn't score from it because he didn't put it away. We saw that when that happened with Crawley and others, they really put those away.
Yeah, for sure. It just tells you where these guys are in comparison to the English batters in terms of their development. Yeah, still quite inexperienced, a lot of these guys, you know, but that's why we have these games. Like I said earlier, that's why one
is he's flicking it away down to the final leg boundary for 4. Should have been what happened with the first delivery of the over. Very similar delivery on his leg stumps and should be looking to whip that one away. This time he got back onto it, got it fine, and it raced down to the final leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot there by Casey Carty. Just getting that one fine down to the fine leg boundary. Just straying onto the pads here. I think England have realised that there's not much in this CCG pitch, and they've just gone to bowling straight and just hoping that the batsmen make a mistake. If they miss, the English bowlers hit.
Wokes continue. Again, this time similar delivery to the one before, probably a little straighter. And Carty covers up and playing this one into the onside field. We tend to think that that looked to me as another bad delivery. Should have really been put away.
I think he's just looking to build into his innings here. He'd love to be 20, 15 not out overnight, possibly going into tomorrow.
Just covering up again to a good length delivery. Another good length delivery right on, bang on the stumps, and Casey Carty can't score. 44 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and as England themselves toil away, as I see Ben Stokes with his cap off, I wonder if he's possibly going to have a bowl here today. It'd be good to see him. It'd be a good test for these President's 11 batters as well. But like I said earlier, you know, when he comes on, things tend to happen. He does provide run-scoring opportunities, but he also bowls wicket-taking deliveries, that's for sure.
And some captains wouldn't mind that, especially if you have lots of runs on the board, that you can give away a few, especially if you're going to get reward of a wicket.
Yeah, they scored a massive 400, well over 400, and it's up to the President's 11 now to get as close to that and to bat as long as possible and really make these English bowlers work hard.
And he's bowling.
Terrible shot.
Terrible shot by Mosley. One that was flighted just slightly. His eyes lit up. Played an atrocious shot. Lifted his head. Swung the bat. Missed it completely. Off-stop knockback. Not a good looking sight by Mosley there on that occasion. He goes for 20, 44 for 2.
And if you think of as we see this replay, if you think of that delivery, Jack Leach bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley. It's right in the area. It's the head though. It doesn't stay down, loses his shape, actually looking to muscle the ball. If you think of when Ben Stokes came down the wicket, and even Johnny Bairstow earlier today, it was still they still held their shape. It was still good form, high elbow on that occasion. Shane Mosley just losing that shape, that head popping up in the air, and if the head goes up, that means the eyes aren't fixed on that delivery, and losing his wicket.
So just watching it, you see that he just raised the head, didn't watch the ball, and the ball had a little bit of turn, went between the gate as he just raised his head.
Just panicked slightly, realized after coming down he wasn't quite there, and just lifted that head rather than holding that shape, and even checking the shot. Just after looking so solid, just a really soft way to give away.
But we saw hints of this dismissal in the over before.
Yeah, but he tried
where he was not scoring, and he started to look as if he was losing patience, that he was not
sure why though.
Yeah, just not prepared to
why.
be there and be bogged down for an over or two. And it has brought out Devon Thomas to the crease. And so Thomas is about to face his first delivery. Jack Leach has decided to change his line of attack. He's now going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Devon Thomas. So Thomas is there, faces up to Leach. And his first delivery, he's looking to steer it past backward point, tumbling there.
I think Mosley just listened to the wrong voice there. They talk about that voice on your shoulder or that voice in your head. He just succumbed to the voices in his head there, in my opinion.
Thomas plays defensively to the second delivery, one that was on the line of the stumps, gets it into the onside field, and there is no run.
It's that little man on the shoulder telling him, yeah, you should be dominating Leach at this stage. Left arm around the wicket.
Thomas covers up once more. I have a look at the Honorable Desmond Haynes. Looks like he has a smile on his face now that he's seen. He's watching. Somebody brought him a radio, Marley, so we have to be careful what we say about him now. The end of the over, 44 for 2. Carty on 6, Thomas yet to score.
Yeah, yet another unforced error, I'd say, by this President's 11 batting lineup, just contributing to their own downfalls here in Solazano and now Shane Mosley, both openers actually back in the pavilion, and in these batting friendly conditions, it's just slightly disappointing.
So what would be the conversation you believe now between Casey Carty and Devon Thomas?
Both Evil Islands Hurricanes.
12 overs remaining. What would they be saying to each other at this stage?
Well, I think they'd just be saying to each other, we just bat and we play each ball on its merit. You wouldn't be looking too far ahead towards the end of play or anything like that. You'd just be looking to play each ball on its merit, and if presented with scoring opportunities, you take them.
It.
Yeah, and when the ball's pitched in a good area, you just play a solid defensive stroke.
Wooks continue, short of a let delivery. Casey Carty getting on top of it. Into the onside field again, no run.
I mean, it sounds easy, doesn't it? I made it sound pretty easy there, but like I said, there are a lot of things going on in these players' heads. Those voices. What's at stake? For Devon Thomas, it's almost like an open audition here for Devon Thomas again. Just trying to stake a claim in this West Indies team.
Oops, pitches one down the leg side, and Carty is standing up, missing as that ball passed outside of his legs, tumbling away behind the stumps. His wicketkeeper
Casey Carty as well. He'd be hoping to keep his name firmly in the thoughts of the selectors. You know, we saw him get selected earlier in the squad as a travelling reserve for the Ireland series, and he'd just be looking for a good performance.
He's dropping one on the offside. Thought about a single. No, is the call from Devon Thomas. So Basto feeling at that short mid-on position, probably just trying to put some words in Devon Thomas's head,
And we know
adding
he's a
to the
bit of a
voices
talker, yeah.
that are already there.
Yep. That's where the little psychology comes in.
Carty wants a quick single, gets it in the end as it calls through Devon Thomas, hitting the ball out to the mid-off fielder and taking off and getting the run in the end. Just recognizing that it wasn't traveling very quickly out to.
Well run. Nice early communication between both batters. But like I said, you know, these are both from players from the same franchise who would have played quite a bit of cricket together and would have batted quite a bit together and have that familiarity. But like I said, the basics of the game should transfer from team to team, regardless of who you're playing with.
Walks to Devon Thomas, and Thomas is getting his first run, clipping this one out to backward square leg, pulling fielder off the boundary, getting his first one. He would feel relieved getting off the mark.
And he's a guy that likes feeling ball on bat. You know, if you think of the innings that he's played in the 2 rounds of the regional 4-day thus far, he's been the standout batter. He's been dominant as well, you know, with scoring at a high strike rate, even in the red ball game.
Carty's defensive, plays the final delivery of Walks is over into the
The match awareness, just letting down this President's 11 team.
Devon Thomas on strike as Leach is about to start a new over. He's left arm around the wicket. And that one kept a little bit low, turned a bit. Thomas played at it, missing it into the gloves of Folks. There's no run. So Leach. Thomas with a model defensive shot. Again, just using an angled bat, steering it into the offside field.
Gotta always make sure you're looking to play these balls with your bat, especially with this line of attack from Jack Leach.
Devon Thomas continues to battle. He'll want to see his eye in, get in, and then look to get going. Hopefully, it's all hope that he can impress and keep his name firmly on the notepad of Most Honorable Desmond Haynes. I'm looking over to see what color the notepad is. He's
for the bank.
That man in front of his face, and Thomas judging that one.
Very good leave.
Very good leave. He saw that one pitching outside the line of the off stump and turning away from him further, and he just judged it well into the gloves of Folks. Leach in to Thomas, and again coming right forward, reaching that one, making sure that it goes bang into the ground and back to Leach. Not trying to score off of that delivery, Devon Thomas. faces again. Solid in defense, Devon Thomas. He looks good so far. He's come out and has been very solid. The end of another Leach over 46 for 2.
And every time we've seen Devon Thomas this season, he's looked pretty good. Whether he'll go on to make a really impactful score in this game remains to be seen. But one thing's for sure is that he's a player that looks to have improved. He's gone away. He's been in the international setup for a little bit, and he's almost come back a different player. Let's hope that he doesn't waste this form and just continues to be successful and churn the runs out and you know, like tries to have a purple patch longer than just a few games. You know, you
definitely.
think of,
Many of us, especially us in the Leeward Islands, have thought for a very long time that he's special.
Definitely, he's a special talent, no doubt. Whether he's had special results is a different question.
Big
Tight. I think it was a double in one-day cricket.
when he made that double 100 in a one-day match.
Yeah.
It was against Montserrat.
Yeah, he's a
If
serious.
my mind works well, Basil Morgan will, of course, message me and tell me if I'm on. Carty's facing. Again, just getting a short of a length delivery from Walks, trying to work it on the inside. And again, the West Indies President's level will have to find a way to rotate the strike. Who do you think that we have in the cabinet that can help this situation? Because it seems to be a problem of rotating the strike, getting the balls in, and we've seen it at all levels. How can we help? We had people like Lara and even Desmond Haynes and so on who did that very well. How do we get into the heads of these players? That's a hard question.
I think it's also, we talk about fashionable, it's just not that fashionable anymore. When you look around, you're seeing the big hitters, and you're also seeing the big hitters go for the big bucks in the franchise tournament. So that almost tells the young players as well that's the way to go.
I remember a speech given by Kenny Benjamin to his players in a Super 40 competition. And it was a strange speech. He says, I want you to bat aggressively, getting ones and twos. And everybody was like, Coach, you said aggressive and ones and twos in the same sentence. And he was saying, yes.
It's the intent.
I want aggressive batting with ones and twos. Push the ball in the gap. Aggressive run.
Add that
12.
up.
It was interesting because when you think about it, a lot of the times when people talk about aggressive batting and batting aggressively, they think of sixes and fours. And I've always said that you hit a six and then you have 5 dot ball, you only scored 6.
And exactly, but we also, it's the way we judge talent as well. You know, a guy will come and hit the ball really hard, you know, and we say, oh, he's super talented. But the guy who comes and nurdles and bats for long periods isn't told that he's super talented as well. But he is, but just in a different way, you know. And it just shows you the mental side of the game goes a long way to determine just how successful
again,
you are.
Can't score. Hitting that drive straight to fielder who's standing at that cover region. No run. So we're at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of West Indies Cricket. England declaring their first innings, and I would say just a little
Let's
bit
see.
late. The
5,
ball
4,
rushing into his midriff.
3,
He's down. We're not sure if he's
2,
down for the count.
1.
He's-
No, he's good. He's good.
Just feeling a little bit of the ball probably hitting him somewhere in the stomach area.
Not
But he's
quite in the
gonna be
groin
fine.
area.
Yeah. Those can be very painful.
Oh, wow. Tell me about
Especially
it.
if they hit you directly in the groin area. And again, just Carty looking to play the pull shot, just not executing the shot very well and being struck somewhat on the body. He has to regroup now, forget about that little incident, and look to carry on with his batting.
Yeah, and it says on the board, 10 overs remaining in the day? These guys just have to just continue playing normally without taking too many risks. Oh.
Thomas.
Did it look there for a second like he was anticipating to sweep? Or was it just me? He changed his mind at the last
Changed his mind at the last
second.
Faces as players around him.
Once again, he's thinking about it.
And those deliveries, though, that one looked to have been outside the line of his leg stump. So the sweep shot might be a good shot in that circumstance, if he's able to execute it well.
Yeah, it's just about middle and leg, the line of attack here from Jack Leach. But he'll have to pick the right length as well if he's going to get that sweep out.
We have seen him sweep before.
Oh, he's a sweeper
so
for
we
sure.
know that he can play that shot, and he plays it pretty well when he's in and into his batting. And he continues to do battle there, just a little bit of pressure. No, I'm surprised because I saw him during the luncheon interval.
He's bowled quite a bit.
Was bowling quite a bit, going through his paces. Devon Thomas, a little late on that one, but plays it effectively. And again, another maiden over to him from Jack Leach.
Yeah,
Total remains on 47 for 2.
Pretty steady stuff from Leach. On that occasion, just trying to get through Devon Thomas there with a little quicker delivery. Almost did, but Thomas was good enough to get the bat down and avert the danger. Still looking pretty solid. Casey Carty as well. Just looking to do more of the same, without taking any risks and giving these English bowlers any wickets. 47 for 2 in reply to 466. Still got 2 days left. 2 days and 9 overs.
Yep.
Left
of this match.
So a lot of time. Lots of time to really dig in and try and get a big score here for both these batters.
Ollie Robinson is on. Short delivery. Pulled down to the fine leg region by Casey Carty. Just a single. Hitting straight
Overton.
to Overton, who is on that fine leg boundary.
And Ollie Robinson, there's been a few question marks about his fitness actually, and whether he can sustain his speeds throughout the day.
He's in. Devon Thomas again, just playing a little bit late as that ball, playing it right almost under his eyes, dropping it into the offside field. No run.
Yeah, solid stuff from Devon Thomas. Ollie Robinson starting a new spell here. They look to be trying to get him some good work leading up to this first test, and he's back for a second spell, and they'll be looking for him to really hit the deck and show what he's all about in these dry conditions.
Delivery with a little bit of pace and bounce outside the line of the off stop. Devon Thomas picked it up early though, raised the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Folks.
Just a little bit of seam as well away from.
Do you think the English team have settled on their bowling attack for the first Apex test? Are they still thinking? They still feeling it out?
I think
with the absence of
Broad and
Anderson.
Yeah.
It's going to be a new look attack
Definitely.
for England.
I think they'll be definitely still trying to work it out. They'll have ideas of
I
which
tend
way
to
they
think
want
that
to
Chris
go.
Wood would be in.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's been wrapped in cotton wool on this tour. We know he's had some injury issues as well in the past, so he doesn't tend to play back-to-back tests as well. They really manage him in that way and use him as a real X factor with that extra pace that he possesses.
This is Robinson down the leg side.
No.
The Englishman went up. Devon Thomas coming inside of that one. Ball, passing down the leg side. I didn't think that at any point it
Denmore.
looked as if he touched it.
If you look at this guy,
Yeah,
a
we've seen
bit of
rain for the
drizzle.
very first time.
where does that come from?
Out of left field. We didn't see that one coming. The groundsmen are standing by. A little bit of rain around. The Englishmen wouldn't be in any rush to come off. This is normal weather.
Oh yeah,
when
they'll
you're
be
in
loving
England.
this, cooling them down a little
Yep.
bit.
At least I know that I've been to matches in Nottingham and
Oh,
in
for
Leicester.
sure. For sure.
And this is starting weather.
Oh, for sure. The covers aren't even coming out.
No. The
when
ground
it's
staff is
drizzling like
standing
this.
by, of course, just to see what the umpires say. It looks as if it's blowing over. We'll see what the umpires decide.
And I think if the covers do come out, they'll call it a day for today as well, rather than looking to come out and finish these last.
It looks as if it's
8
blowing
overs.
over. Just a little drizzle. Just maybe something to move the rain gauge at the airport. The
Well,
weatherman had indicated that they have not seen any rain for the month. So,
And as a
the fo-
batter now,
yep, when the
Interesting.
forecast come out this evening, it should say a trace.
just a little sprinkle, just spicing up the wicket, possibly.
Possibly.
You know,
Now the umpires are deciding that it's
I think that's
it's
it.
not stopping. They're going to call on the ground staff to cover the pitch. Decided to go off. So they go off. 48 for 2. Carty is on 8. Devon Thomas is on 1. We've had a little shower that is coming across us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And we're going to have a break. Gives us an opportunity, Mali, to look back at the President's 11 reply so far. What did you see in the opening partnership and the way that and the wickets that we've lost so far?
I mean, the opening partnership, it started pretty promising, and what we've actually seen from these two openers. They put them away, and just when the first wicket went down, they seemed to be just getting a better hold of these English bowlers. You know, the rotation of strike was just starting to come a little bit more easily, and up until then, and then actually we had that unfortunate run of that miscommunication between Mosley and Salazano. Well played, you know, that rotation of strike that you were talking about. You know, supple wrists, playing with soft hands. He did everything there, apart from have his partner respond to his call. So, from his perspective, he'd be disappointed with that. And Mosley, considering the start that he would have had, getting looking pretty good to Jack Leach. No real fizz, no real alarm, you know, by the English left arm orthodox spinner, and he just presented his wicket by lifting that head up in the air, not quite getting to the pitch of the delivery, and being bowled through the gate. He looked back on that tonight with the analyst, and he'll be very, very disappointed with that shot.
He should be very disappointed with that shot because there was really no pressure
None at
on
all.
him. Jack Leach was pretty much just
Going through the motions almost,
Yep, not doing anything special.
But doing the
nothing,
basics, you know.
just bowling, just to see Mosley just losing his cool for no apparent reason. And I said to the over before that he seemed to have been losing patience because Jack Leach had bowled a couple of overs to him where he had scored. And but seemed to have lost his way slightly.
And don't get me wrong, the shot was on then. You know, it's a shot that's on, left arm around the wicket to the left-handed batter. Mosley is actually known for his onside play. It was just the execution of that shot, then more the lifting of that head, not keeping the shape.
So Salzano was run out for 17 or 48 deliveries in 55 minutes. He had 3 fours. Mosley was bowled by Leach for 20, 65 deliveries, 88 minutes. He too hit 3 fours. Carty is not out on 8 of 39 deliveries. He's been at the crease for 54 minutes. He's struck a 4, and Devon Thomas there with him on 1 of 22 deliveries at 20 minutes of batting. We have a short break. We two are going to just take a little breather, refresh ourselves, probably allow our partner at Platinum FM to run some commercials, and then if we're going to have any resumption in play, we will be back with you on the West Indies YouTube stream. So stay tuned. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, play has been interrupted due to a slight drizzle. Play will resume as the umpires see fit, so sit tight, relax, and enjoy the sounds of chicken.
It started with a kiss, back row of the classroom. How could I resist the aroma of your perfume? You and I were inseparable. It's love at first sight. You made me promise to marry you. I made you promise to be my wife. But then you were only 8 years old, and I had just about to I thought that life was always good. I thought you always would be mine. Started with a kiss. Never thought it would come to this. Started with a kiss. Never thought it would come to this. I remember everything. Fighting in the playground. Some good-looking boy. Started to hang around.
Do I do a closing?
Osbert, paging Osbert. Osbert.
Osbert, play has been called off for the day. Do we do a closing?
Anyone listening to us?
Hello, Osbert. And so we're back, and play has been called for the day. After that sharp shower that has come across the grounds, the umpires have decided they're going to call play 9 overs remain, moved to 466 for 6 declared. 466 for 6 declared. Johnny Bairstow getting to 100. Dan Lawrence making 83. And the England team, most of their top 6 batsmen or so, is 83. And high and dry on 49, or he would think that that was a good run out for on 49. The English team 466 for 6, 3 wickets for
Sherman Lewis,
for
Brian
Charles for the West Indies Presidents 11, and the West Indies. So
Wallet, please see us at the DJ booth.
So extra, the West Indies in reply on the West
48
Indies
for
on
two.
48 for 2. Salzano was run out for 17, and Mosley, losing his way, just losing his form and his patience, was bowled for 20. Casey Carty and Devon Thomas will start tomorrow morning. Carty not to our coverage to a close.
Very beneficial day from an England perspective. A lot of their batters got some good time out in the middle, and also their bowlers as well got some good work in just before that rain delay. So they'll be happy with the way their preparation is going so far. But from the President's 11, they toiled hard. He said a day and a half in the field, and especially Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis, I think they battled quite valiantly. Also Brian Charles, putting in that mammoth effort, bowling well over 40 overs and picking up the 3 wickets. From a batting perspective, unforced errors. We said Salazano looking to restake, to reclaim his place actually in the West Indies team. Just going to that run out, which is just completely self-inflicted, just miscommunication between himself and Shane Mosley. And Shane Mosley, that shot Up until then, I mean, the over before, like you said, he tried to play the same shot, got away with it, and on this occasion, didn't. Missed it completely. Head up in the air, eyes not on the ball, just losing that shape, losing that patience that's required at this level, and being made to pay for it. But we look forward to tomorrow. Casey Carty, Devon Thomas. From a Leeward Islands perspective, quite good to see these two Leeward Islands players at the crease with an opportunity here. Devon Thomas looking to continue his great form, and Casey Carty looking to really forge his name even further into the minds of the selectors. So we've got a good day of cricket tomorrow. A bit earlier, like he said, trying to make up maybe for the little delay that we had at the end of the day. But I'll be here early, and I look forward to everyone as well. Glad to have everyone listening to us, watching this stream, and hopefully we'll have you back tomorrow for another good day of cricket.
So if you have time and you can, come on up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground tomorrow. We begin at 9:55 a.m. for coverage of day 3 of this 4-day practice match between the West Indies Presidents 11 and England. On behalf of all of us here at the commentary position, Vernon Springer, Sylvester Joseph, Marley Richards, and of course I am Denmore Roberts. On behalf of our producers as well, we just want to say thank you very much for joining us. Do join us tomorrow morning for continued coverage. Until then, it's good night.